Howdy, howdy, everybody, howdy. Time to get down, and get dirty. This was that started last night. Just got back a little bit ago with a new tank. And yeah, I saw the dumbass's video. It's not a national, he's a fucktard, and he still doesn't get my $1,000. I need a NASA link telling me it's normal for my moon to roll 180 degrees every night. I've been asking for that for 10 fucking years. You'd think if it was such a normal thing, it would bring me a single fucking NASA link that said. But for 10 years, the only thing I've got is stupid fucking homemade videos telling me I'm stupid. And I'm like, well, how do you want me to pay you $1,000 for that kind of shit? Fucking cucumber on a stick. Lee brought his cucumber, but see, that's just not a fucking NASA link, is it? Hi, Eric. Hi, Miss Raymond. Hey, Teddy. Yeah, they expect look, this guy, Robert Carl, the fucking llama, is over there making more videos today. Trying to make it normal. And over this last week, I've seen two familiar friends waiting for one video to come out. Eric Briggs loses his house, loses his job. I don't give a fuck. I'll sue his fucking company he works for. I was promised they'd stay shut the fuck up. He hasn't made a video yet. But Eric Briggs is about to lose his fucking house. Remember all that fun? Daz is over here on Robert Lockwood's page. Oh, imagine that. Working for fucking Derek Bros, the billionaire, for fucking 10 years. This has been going on since I logged online with these people, and I'm starting to figure it out a little even clearer than it was yesterday. Dazza has been doing for Derek. D5 is Five Eyes. I don't think Dazza is. He might be. I don't know. Well, being as how Derek is who he is, he very well may be. All of them might be fucking Five Eyes. I don't know who their strings are being pulled by, but there's an agency behind this. Maybe two. Anyway, it's funny as hell. He's in there using. I'm just going through fucking random shit. I said, there's thousands of people, and I stopped on one guy. I said, look, this guy's got a bunch of it. And then he picked out one of them, and homie was given a demonstration. I don't even think it was off the same page, but homie's giving a demonstration about how telescopes can be inverted. And I'm all like, yeah, but these time lapse ones are showing the moon do the whole fucking flip. So I don't give a fuck if the fucking telescope's inverted or not. The fucking thing's doing a 180 degree roll. What the fuck is this guy trying to prove? And it's like, they just won't stop. I'm glad he hung himself last week. I think it might be getting a little bit bigger at this point. I might just go ahead and sue Eric Briggs, Daza, and D5 too, along with all of them at this point. It's fucking crazy. What up, Glenn? How you doing? Yeah, they're all linked, and it took me this long to figure it out, Eric. I thought they were different agencies. Well, I'm seeing an awful lot of cooperation between these people that, like I said, man, these people are fucking masters at deception. They've got a huge network of it, and it's really exposed itself. It's so big, it's mind numbing to me. I've seen this fucking going on for so long, and it's like I knew he was a shit ball. I knew he was a shit ball. I knew he was a shit ball being paid for this, but I wasn't sure who was doing what until I see the ringleader, Derek fucking Bros, in all of it. We got to say, Global Witness, I know you're here. Lick my motherfucker underside of my dingly cobra, motherfucker. I spit in your eye, you little bitch. I got you. I got you and all your fucking players. Shit. You're such a fucking amateur. It's not even funny. I don't know how somebody hasn't figured this out in a long time ago. We got this. It's out of the bag. Prosecutor wanted to talk to me today about the accident because questions are arising from it now that people are actually looking into what's going on. This just fucking may be criminal. Attempted fucking murder, Mr. Bros. Damn. Damn. Out of nowhere, he's like, eh. I was like, really? Okay. Let's talk about this. 25 yards after he fucking hit my truck, he hits his brakes. They can't find the guy. There's missing people murder investigations surrounding me in that accident now, Mr. Bros. Everybody's really interested in what the fuck you have to do with this. AJ, Robert, all of you motherfuckers have just implemented and incremented yourself into some really fucked up shit, Daza. This is interstate. This is inter fucking continental. Oh, fuck, dude. Daza. I wasn't able to touch you. I was just praying that they'd get a hold of you because you did a little fucking girls. At least that's what the fucking paper says. I'll take care of you now. Hey, Kush. Daniel. I'm so fucking excited. I'm vibrating. Because, I mean, right before all that happened and I saw Daza and shit, I was talking to the prosecutor. He's filling out forms, sending me forms. He's like, dude, I think we might have overlooked. I said, I think so too. I did too. I ain't mad. I just fucking, oh my God, dude, we need to get on this because these motherfuckers aren't stopping. They ain't stopping. So I'm going criminal on you. I'm fucking gonna watch Big Joe just fucking rhythmically pound your ass, boy. Oh my God. I'm gonna have video cameras up all over the place with your money in the prison watching you get ass raped. This is I'm gonna make live shows out of this shit. Glory hole, bitch. Ooh, you're gonna look like a spackle paint bucket. They love billionaires in prison. You ready for this, motherfucker? I got you dead to rights and possibly fucking attempted murder. I don't know who did it, but they're gonna find out, and you're implemented in it anyways. You're way too high fucking profile to be even looking in a direction of me ever for any subject whatsoever. Because I have never fucking bothered you, and all of a sudden you're in my life and they're trying to kill me. Oh my fucking God, Derek. I offer you peace and you throw more rocks at me. See, I warned you last night. I warned you. I said, don't do it. You're going to, oh, look, look what just happened, Derek. Exactly what I told you would happen last night if you did it again. See, now the ball's in my court. Oh, fuck. I'm going to slam your dunk, bitch. I'm gonna fuck you. I'm gonna fucking put my dick in my mouth, in your mouth, when I go up and slam that motherfucker in the fucking dinky, and you're gonna be like, all night long, motherfucker. Fuck you, bros. Fuck you. Fuck your little fucking fun guys that you're hanging out with. Fuck all y'all. I'm taking it. I'm taking it, and I'm taking it. I'm gonna run with it. I'm gonna run with it. And I'm gonna fucking put it in your ass. Have fun. You've enjoyed your last 10 fucking years. I'm going to have about 6 months, and all of you motherfuckers are going to be in prison, being fucked, fucking each other. You've already done that, running your names and your credits and fucking libeling me and attacking me for a billionaire. That is way fucking more trouble than you ever imagined. I didn't see it coming. Did you? Did you see it coming, Robert? Can you believe this? Can you believe what you're looking at? Can you believe what you're looking at? I can't believe what I'm looking at. It's like, what? Wait a minute. Let me empty my kiln so I can plug this motherfucker in before I talk it till fucking midnight. I'm excited. Yeah, I've seen the Robin Hood. Um, I don't go to other YouTube channels. This is, I know who's bothering us, me, and us, and has been. I've got, do you know who Derek Bros is? Microsoft CEO International, CEO, Microsoft International, Vice President, Paramount Pictures, Viacom. Okay. All right. You getting the picture? I've got that face tied to every bit of this. That guy. Bill Gates' literal lesser known partner that's parading around as some kind of fucking renegade preacher. Oh my God. He has drawn a little bit of interest. And I'll tell you this much for sure. After next week, I'm probably just going to have to clam up about it because it's probably going to become a fucking attempted murder fucking investigation. Actually, it might already be. Not sure how that works. Oh shit, I forgot to put the moons on these. Back in the kiln they go. Oh yeah, I want to see. Okay, cool. Size up perfect. Very good, very good. We'll just slap the moons on them then. I'm using the same sizer piece, so they should come out. I mean, you gotta check though, you know. How exciting. I was starting to get upset with law enforcement because I hadn't heard from anyone for about a week. And then where the accident started, that begins the investigation. I'm all like, oh, So it was being transferred from here to there to a bigger. My little town was like, who do we pass this off to? What? There was an accident at one point? So this is Pueblo County now. It started there. So I've got a big prosecutor looking at it. The mail actually came out of Denver, but I have an appointment down here in Pueblo. Yeah, I saw the flare. DK, they tried to kill me 3.5 years ago, right before Derek Bros showed up in my life. Remember that? Got my car fucked up, or my truck gone and everything. Had to buy my car from the landlord and all that shit. Ain't never been reimbursed because the driver can't be found and the owner can't be found. All of a sudden, everything's looking really fucking fishy to the prosecutors. Yeah, that. Yes, that. Yes. That incident has become a hot topic because they actually looked at their own police report and was like, who overlooked this? No one would have known. The guy said he was sneezing, he didn't see me, but he shouldn't have been there anyway. He was doing 65. He never hit his brakes till 20 yards after hitting me. And his story doesn't jive. Now they can't even find him. The police themselves can't find him. And they're like, really? Where's the owner at? Really? Well, let's really wait a minute. So yeah, they've sent me papers. I filled them out. I got them in the mail. I left, got my oxygen, came back. The DA's fucking talking to me. I got home. I opened up the paperwork. I started filling it out. I was doing my pew pews, come back out, and I saw Robert had made another video, and there's Dazzin. And I'm all like, oh man, more pieces of puzzle just going dun 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 dun. And D5's over on our boys' page over here messing around with somebody that has a wrench here. And I'm not very happy about that. But it's further evidence and further entanglement. And I want D5 to hang. I don't even know his fucking name, but I know the prosecutor can find out anything they fucking want to about D5 Unser. He's threatened my son. There's criminal fucking background on him for fucking 6 years, 7 years. I've been reporting to the police every time he fucking mentions my child. Before the accident. He and Dazza started this before the accident. See, yeah, it's starting to be like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it went on longer than I even saw it coming. And they have been working on it on their end, and they're starting to make pieces fall in. And I can't wait to get in front of their face. Yeah, it's already in law enforcement's hands. If I disappear, everybody gets arrested tomorrow without fucking question. I was a sitting senator's top investigator for several years, and I stepped down because of high treason and fuckery. And I've actually got some governmental officials really fucking interested because they tried to fucking kill me. And they have not let up. Oh, it's done, DK. I ain't getting nobody. This is in the prosecutor's hands already. It's fucking it's happening. They've yes, they have hung themselves over years of doing this to me. There there is more evidence on them than information I've derived off of every wall I've looked at so far. Literally. There is a long line of train cars full of fucking evidence is this. It's been sloppy like we've been seeing since day one. And over time, it's hanging at this point probably 8 or 9 people at greater or lesser degrees of involvement, I'm sure. I have no idea the degrees of involvement as much as the prosecutor seems to have. I'm fucking excited. Oh my god, this has been a nightmare for 10 years on so many different levels and different angles. And now all of a sudden I'm realizing it came from one source. Yeah, baby. I'm calm. I'm just fucking feeling it. You have no idea how good I feel about this. It's like times 1,000. I can't. There is no words for what has been going on in my life. The absolute fucking horror and torment for fucking years and sleepless nights and fucking fighting with people I had no idea were possibly tied to my attempted murder. Hey there, Polly. It all starts to get pretty clear when you start talking to a prosecutor that calls you. Oh boy. It's like, oh, what? You're what? Really? Huh. Okay. Could we please just fucking do this then? Sending your paperwork right. Paperwork's filled out. I'm taking it to him personally by hand. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna explode. I'm so full of energy right now. I really do. I mean, I'm calm, but I'm just like, whoo, singing, man. It's like an answer of years has come to fucking. It's like fucking eureka. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my god, let's have a party. Oh, I am, Polly. My energy is just filling. I thought the silence meant nobody gave a fuck, or somebody thought, oh, well, this is a YouTube spat. No. It went to higher places and had to roll back down to me for a minute. Because they want some information. Okay. Nice, Daniel. He already put it up, Polly. Polly, that's what I'm so excited about. See, I talked to the prosecutor, filled out his papers. I mean, all this he wanted to call, make sure I got the paperwork he sent me, and talk to me about what he's looking into and a possible murder case, or actually, I'm still alive, attempted murder case. And all of a sudden, there's Daz on Robert Lockwood's page, hon. Go look. It's starting to piece together that this went on before my accident, attempted murder. Dazza, the cameraman. Yes, he's over there at Robert Lockwood's right now. Right now. This very moment. He's over there just spewing his fucking ass off. Yes. I asked him if Eric still had his job. I don't think he will after I talk to this fucking prosecutor. I think I'm going to own a lot of houses. I asked them not to do this. I begged. I begged and begged. This ain't mine. This ain't mine. Look, look. Prosecutor just called me attempted murder. You know, Miss Raymond. I was thinking about at least getting a boat so I can swing around. Yeah, he did this to himself. I didn't do that. I had let that go. I thought it might be totally. I didn't know it was interconnected. They're starting to think it might be, or they wouldn't have brought it up. This is almost 4 years after the accident. The prosecutor's getting a hold of me. You know what I mean? I didn't press that. It looked fishy all by itself. And then a little bit of noise came in from Derek again, and it really set off an investigation all its own because it was already documented that some fishy shit had happened around me. And then it got double documented on the prosecutor's desk in Denver, and they were like, uh-oh, looky here, tiny bubbles. They all came together, made a big bubble. And yeah, they've been in contact with me. And same day I got his letter, filled out his letter, I'm sitting there looking at Daza all over Robert Lockwood's fucking page. And more pieces of the puzzle came together, and I'm all like, oh, dear, this really does begin to look like it might be Derek Bros that had the attempt on my life. Again, I just don't think he's the string puller. I think someone's pulling his strings. Yeah, 2 + 2 = 4, and you know it's been a lot of twos, and someone's seeing the fours. Uh, I think even before I did. Of course, that would be their job anyway, wouldn't it? Yeah, he just put up a field rotation talking about, nope, I was wrong or some shit. I went in, looked at it. I didn't pay attention to it. I just noticed Dazzle was there and started typing. You know me. I was actually logged in over here. I had to log out first. Be extra careful. Snot bubbles. What the? Crater got my ass. I ain't worry about nothing. It is what it is. My crater's in every atom, in every bullet. If he wants me here, that bullet never see me. I'm living proof. Why would I be afraid of Derek Brooks? He's not on the good energy. He's gonna be space dust. I'm gonna bust into some love dust. See, there's a big difference there, man. He's got the opportunities to bust into some love dust. I ain't judging him. I'm just saying if he keeps on this track, that boy, he's gonna be vibrated right on out. And it's not just love, it's love for everything of creation. Creation. Creation, first creation, your neighbor. You gotta understand how they just misunderstood, misled, lied to, in pain, suffering themselves. You don't have to go try and hugging them and shit, but you can have hope in your heart for them. And if they aggress you, you must defend. That's your title. You're a steward. You protect and you heal. Don't aggress. Don't divide. That's how I've lived my whole fucking life. I just try and stay out of the way of people and have my life. And it just doesn't work that way, does it? It should. Damn straight. Freedom to be a magnet, in touch with every other magnet in existence. I mean, universe. We are some grand creatures. Beyond words, we just live on a grander creature, Earth. And we're going to grow up and be some of that sometime because that's how creation grows. I mean, what do you mean? How does creation grow? I mean, it means you more suns and more planets and more suns and more planets. It doesn't blink out and you just disappear. That's not the process we're looking at all. We've been lied to. Now, if we can't be in our symbiotic relationship with mama, yeah, we're okay. But if not, everything that isn't gets cleaned off of here, we get reset and creation grows. We can all do very special, that's the whole thing. We're all magnets. We can all do the same things. We can interact with each other instantaneously, regardless of distance on the magnet chain. And we can affect all the magnets on the chain. You know, anything you can fly, you can outer body, you can do all sorts of whatever you want. You are a magnet, and it's not magic. It is if a magnet can do it, so the fuck can you. Ta-da! And that's just the argument that is unarguable. You can't argue against known physics and properties like that. You've got one in your fucking chest, and it's a pretty powerful little tool, and you can make it more powerful. Ah, Polly. Yeah, no, I can't impersonate military, especially a senator employee. They know who I am. I don't care what he says. The fucking I just got off the phone with the prosecutor right before he did that. The big like I said, it got quiet. Remember, it got quiet. I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking at the lawyers. The fucking cops got it, but they ain't doing nothing. And then all of a sudden, the DA out of fucking Denver contacts me and wants me in the fucking Pueblo office because that's where the aggression began in an attempted murder. And they want to see if this might tie into it. And I'm starting to see where it probably will because Daz has always been there. D5's always been here. And then all of a sudden, they're attaching themselves right to fucking Robert Lockwood right now. Yeah. Can we say full circle? Perfect circle. Full, perfect, fucking, fully perfect circle. And any and everybody else involved to some sort of a degree. As hard as I fucking can hit them. I'm hitting them as hard as I can hit them. It's how hard they hit me. I am going to hit them as hard as I can fucking hit them with everything I can fucking hit them with. Each and every individual one of them that is fucking involved in this. I don't care if they knew what was going on or not. Because whatever they were involved in, what piece of it they were involved in, they sure as fuck knew about that. And that's been really made evident. I almost want them to try and off me again. Build up some more. Bring it, baby. Get up some more fucking evidence. I don't care, man. This is not mine. This is the way the creator's working, man. They've hit me with every fucking thing. It bounced off and it ended up in the prosecutor's hands, who contacted me. And as soon as I hang up the phone with them, they're making it better over here. That's some good shit. That's what I like about it. This is entertainment at its best. See that? Now I'm going to close it and say, would you like to save this before you close it? And I'll be like, yeah. And it's like, what would you like to name this file? How's about Daza playing perfect circle in the glory hole? Pow! See how he takes a screenshot and incriminates somebody into fucking murder? Just like that. Because I knew as I'm saying this, I'm like, wait a minute, Daza listens to this. I better go over to Robert Lockwood's and get a fucking shot of it before I blow my shit like fucking Derek did. Got it. Mm. I could just explode right now with good feelings. Mm. Okay. How's everybody doing today? I don't even know if I can calm down now. I'm just going to be all like, mm, 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 mm. Fucking A, fucking A, fucking A. It is time for the meek to start inheriting the earth. The days of lies and manipulation and oppression are over, and we will not have recycling of souls on this planet anymore. That's creators. Mm. Oh, I love poached eggs on fucking Ritz crackers with a little butter and fucking pepper in them, and just mush them up until they look like fucking puke, and then you like baby puke at that, and you just get, ah! I love them. Well, it's us that's changing it. You got to learn all this information over here and change it. You got to be part of this. I can't do it alone. All of us. You don't like post? I like it. Looks a little like baby diapers, but boy, it's good. You just close your eyes and shove it in. Anything's good on a Ritz, damn straight. And everything's better with butter. Pep it up with pepper. You're in there. That's all you need. See, you could probably put a baby diaper in there. It'd be great. No. But those eggs, nice and soft boiled in the water, and then you dig them out, and then you got to dig out the stuff that fucking trying to escape. That's like half the job right there, making poached eggs. Hey. And then try not to get all the water in there. And then you dropped your last piece of egg, and you're like, "Fuck, okay," and then eat them. They is good. You got a little bit of butter in there. Green butter's good in them too. Should make you go back to bed. It is time for a bowl. I'm working on one. I'm working on the one from last night. I'm trying to get this motherfucker empty. More bacon. I like that, TK. You're right on. That's a new twist, Miss Raymond. I've never tried it with a little vinegar in water. I bet it adds a little bit of a tang to it, huh? Oh, vodka. Green butter's wonderful, but yeah, I don't know. I suppose that add a little extra flavor to it. Ketchup on cheese? Ew. Well, I got your secret now. Good. I can get me some vinegar. Try my poached eggs that way. Now I've got some. I never even heard of that. She says that's my secret. Now I gotta try it. I like poached eggs. What do you want, dog? Oh Jesus, she's right here. What do you get upstairs? Go. Come on. What are you doing? Crazy dog trying to break in my dungeon. All right, let's do this. See where we're at here. Plug into my high-tech apparatuses. Ready. Go. Oh yeah, it's still got a ways to go. I didn't let it warm up enough. Oh well. So here's the ones we made last night. Flower Life, Open Halo, Global, Plasma Wave. Here's other color. Same little corkscrew. Just like, energy moving through matter. Damn! That's better than a fucking Sumerian tablet, ain't it? Energy moving through matter turns into a flower. Honest to God, there was a time I deemed these and named them after one of my most valued channels online named Scientific Lead Pipe, because I had sent thousands of people to him to learn how to read hieroglyphs because of this, something I knew about from nuclear physics and magnetics and such. But I sent them to him because I didn't want to be the one teaching you how to fucking read hieroglyphs. That's just fishy. Well, now there's thousands of people. I don't give a fuck who teaches you now. It's easy. It's simple physics. And you should go over there and learn how to do it. Because John and I, between us, have enough to get you on them walls, reading the airplanes, understanding what you're looking at. And you need to get that set in your head because that's our language. That's the one I'm trying to teach you to talk right now. It ain't just protecting your human. That's our fucking language. You can't lie to each other. That's a pure intent, and you'll feel that. That's why your dog knows you're almost home, because you know you're almost home. You have a direction, and you get that little warm, because you're like, and it's that feeling. That's our speech. That's your magnet giving off its frequency, its pure intent. You know a motherfucker's heart if you listen to it, and they can't lie to you because you can't fake intent. That's what this is all about. It's the same principle running through your body at all times, and it's all from Creator at 1748 hertz. And it's amazing. It's amazingly simple. You don't need a slide rule. You do not need to take a calculator with you. It's human nature. And that's, honestly, I mean, go look at the 300 videos, first ones I put up, and you'll know that. And you'll know every little detail of that. You'd be like, oh, damn. Because it's every detail of it, right down to the atom. The omnipresence couldn't be if it wasn't in each and every single atom in existence, could it? How else can you be omnipresent? Where you going to be in every little molecule? No, you got to be in every little atom of that molecule if you're omnipresent. And we covered them all. CERN just backed us up. because this is John's and Polly's and everybody else that's worked on this. They just backed us up 2 weeks ago with their new discovery of the inner workings of a fucking atom. Every word I've ever put down on that fucking a year and a half, 2 years before CERN ever found it, I saw it on a wall. I deciphered it, and then I found it on the back of a movie screen. And I didn't even do that. Another friend of mine did. See what I mean? This has been a whole, and he was like, "Look what I was." That was a shit in my fucking pants moment. I'm like, "Oh well, would you look at that?" He's a friend in real life, been a real friend of mine for fucking 15 years or more. Without him, I would have never, might have, I doubt it, ever figured it out. And I'm talking about today's scenario. That, sure, it goes great with omnipresence and shit, but that kind of ties in what I've discovered to this whole thing built around my murder attempt. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at a great big fucking picture of why what's happened to me has happened to me for 10 years, but it makes a question on my head. Why in the hell did it start before I discovered? I still think they knew who the fuck I was before I did. They've been knowing about this for centuries and passing it around each other and everything. I'm actually a trackable person. They can tell who I am, what I've done, and I don't know. I don't know how they would have known before I knew, but uh, damn it, there's got to be more details because this is definitely started before I knew anything was fucking going on, except I was running from a senator. I do. I do. One of my friends is a county clerk in Philadelphia for 30 years. I mean, I've got friends in high places. Terry Gilliam, I would consider him a friend. I think he would me too. Also, Chuck Roven, for that matter. He told me anything, anytime in my life I needed anything. I've never called in any of those. I just appreciate knowing them and having felt their energy change in my presence. Some of these billionaires I've already made human, slightly more. I used to work for fucking Universal people as a set construction. Right before I started blowing glass, that's how I started blowing glass. I was in Philadelphia doing 12 Monkeys with Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt and Madeline Stowe, working for Terry Gilliam, Jeffrey B. Croft. 93. Fucking ran into a guy at a party one night that needed help at the nights and weekends. His dad was paying $100,000 a fucking quarter for Philadelphia School of Arts old world glass blowing. Oh man, that's some man style shit. I did that for a couple years. Stayed on after the film was over. Fucking got a cabinetry job and never looked back. I taught myself how to do this shit. Look, I get it. It's already a tube. Half my job's done already. Let's turn on a little torch, put some detail in that shit, slap it together, turn it to honey, turn it into whatever the fuck I want. I've been doing it since '93. But I stepped out of that life because I loved glass blowing. Hell, I might have run into old DB back then. I don't even know. Checkout wage. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Are you kidding me? That sucks. It's broke. Man, I gotta tell you, I went out today trying to get a fucking cigar. Ain't nobody got motherfuckers. So I bought this. You fucking kidding me? Let's see how this one looks. So I bought this pack of. That one doesn't seem to have the same problem the other one did. Leafers. They don't have my swishers. Ain't nobody in town got a swisher. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I think. I haven't checked. I'm starting to have a feeling the tobacco crop might be going the way of the coffee crop, by the way. Coffee's in danger. It's getting snowed on. Not looking good. Look, everybody's gone. Ding, 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 ding. Off to the grocery store. Get that coffee! Just say. I know we're all friends, Polly, and you, yeah. Just because we ain't met and you ain't no robot. I got your heart. I've known you a long time, girl. Not as long as I've known Terry Gilliam or Tommy Chong, but I don't talk to them very much. I talk to you every day. Three-quarters of a pack. See, that's why I quit doing that. I just puff on this motherfucker a little bit. It tastes like assholes. I'll put it down. All right, that's enough. It ain't like I'm sitting here like a cigarette. I'm just see it comes mostly back out your nose. You just kind of roll it. It doesn't really get in your lungs much at all. That's another thing I love about these because I can breathe again. I mean, like good. I can actually take off running a little bit. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. I save my lungs for this now, and they're getting cleaner and cleaner every fucking day. I haven't woke up with smoker's cough in a really long time. I mean, like, well, a couple years now. I bet he was crying. Probably at your face at first, just for the look on it, and then watching you choke and making more faces just made it worse. I got some pretty good image of your dad almost pissing himself with you just over there choking on his cigar. That'd be good. That's better than TV. That was before TV, wasn't it? Before cable, anyway. That's what the parents used to do for entertainment before HBO came out. Fuck with the children. Oh my god. Yeah, you're gonna be having tests, and then you'll be like, I'm telling you, man, your confidence grows bigger every time you feel something new, Michelle. Just keep your magnet relaxed. Hey, look at what is just going on around me. I just found out like fucking today there's a attempted murder investigation going on surrounding this accident and shit. And yeah, do I look stressed? Don't worry. Be happy. Your creator wants you here. He's in every atom. We're good. 1748 hertz. And it gets better when you start killing your programming because you don't have to shut your head down so much. You can actually consciously walk around and fucking do things. At first, it's hard because the heart language, the heart activity, the 1748 hertz is instantaneous. And then you have to slow down like a compression wave coming back into your fucking body. Once you can finally tune those to a little bit of, I mean, I'm not saying I'm fucking tuned at all. I'm just saying my shit's relaxed. I'm conscious of the relaxation. I'm cool. My programming's to that point that I can actually get along with my heart. It's getting easier, is what I'm trying to say. I can only imagine an unprogrammed person having full knowledge of their magnet would be fucking believable. The things we can do. And I fully understand why we scared these cats because they forgot that they were actually the exact same thing we are on their planet. Obviously, almost killed each other off before they come over and almost killed us. All we got to do is remind them, hey. Yeah, don't worry, be happy. That's a good song. And that's just the way I feel. Little tiny bubbles. I get excited. Fuck, I got excited last night when Google was in here. I was going to eat their face. They tried to, they tried to fucking. Hollyana, was you here when when they did that? They censored somebody right in front of me. Removed a comment. It was about divine intervention. That was the comment. They removed something about divine intervention because I yelled at him and then told him to repeat it, and he did, like a brave soul. And yeah, I swear to God, I explained to them how you get a wrench in this channel and told them that if they're not reading hieroglyphs, they can get the fuck off my channel. It's mine. And if they don't, I'll go to another format where Google and Derek Bros can't watch me every day. We'll send out private fucking invitations to get your fucking videos because I'm not doing this for me. I don't want people to know me. You take what I give you if you want to share people. That's the way it would be from then on. But I would be just as fucking accessible as this page, and nobody would know where the fuck I am because I would have distributors giving out my fucking information while I'm fucking mobile. Nobody knows where I'm at. Big D, push me. I've already got a possible murder investigation against you, man. This is getting good. This is getting good. What else you got? You gonna throw more stones at me today, tomorrow? What you got? I asked you not to just last night. I was like, look, man, you did blah, 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 and you're going to go to the blah, 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 and then the blah, blah, blah happened. And I'm like, damn, this motherfucker's a fool. You might want to lighten up, punk. Damn. Hey, Freeman, kidney stones. Uh-oh. Is that where you been? Because that, I mean, that would answer it. Probably not, Sherry, because the red sun's behind our sun. The blue sun's behind us. You'd have to wait until nighttime, or just about night times. Look in the east. If you see that coming out of the fucking east and no real ball, that's because Ra is about the same color of the sky. You're looking at a sunrise, and it's not quite east. It's off from the sunrise because he's getting a little closer to the sun now. But you can start seeing him in the daytime, just before sunset, usually. And we've got to be tilted in the right way. I've got a video of it. Seamus and I were coming home a few months ago from a camping trip. We're driving down the road, and all of a sudden, these blue rays were coming out of the east while this was over here completely covered and everything. And it was on a way different angle from the sun. And I was like, not only me, Seamus was pointing it out to me. Then we saw the double rainbow, and he pointed out that's a different spectrum. And as we're driving along, it became way more brilliant. And the guy in front of us almost wrecked his fucking truck. I started laughing in the video because he was all over the fucking road. Oh, you seen that? Okay. That's Ra right there. He's on the other side of us. That's his planets behind us that you can see all night long. You don't have to strain your eyes into the sun and look at him. You just got to look in the shadow and notice there's no stars in that region and be like, uh-oh. And then you got to sit there and you got to look at it a little more and you'll see the circumference of the monster. It's not like a bright star. No, it's a fucking monster shadow in your north sky. And it's actually three bodies lined up. Toth is the big guy in the back. It's her brother. No, here. Her sister's one of the ones behind us. There's twins and her sister's somewhere. So we're good. We got her family around. We're about to roll back and switch suns. One of two switches. We will be switching again during the next few years. It's going to be fun. By the time we switch the second sun, we should have this down pretty good. Because this is a very happy minute. Our mother's happy. She's excited. Her family is happy to see her up and ready. It's like, here's the moment we're in. See, I saw these cats changing boats every time the suns come back, and there's never two boats. Now there's two boats, which means all three suns are coming. Hasn't happened since these fuckers have been here. And this is why they're afraid of it, because it's the special. They know what happens here. They just don't know what to do about it. Well, they haven't known. Now they do. Or they're getting to. We know. I know. Why don't they know? Because they keep throwing rocks at me instead of looking at what we got. It's way more than they had. They're mad at me because I exposed what they had. They haven't even begun looking, obviously, at what we've actually got. They will. One way or the other. They're going to, like right now, where the prosecutor's going to fucking show them, or both. I don't know. See how this plays out, huh? Because, like I said, this is out of my hands now. This is in the hands of the justice system. They're very curious about what our fucking government's up to and who they're using, what they're doing, who they're trying to kill. Part of the government, me, because I found high treason. I found high treason. I found high treason against humanity, and they're trying to fucking kill me. Is that why they're trying to kill me? No, I don't know. That that cat's been out of the bag for a while, and it's not on the back of a movie screen. Omnipresence is. I think I might have graduated to a higher tier at some point from senator to alphabet agency real fast. Yes, today. Yes, rumor. I'm glad you said something. You're right. I seen that. I was out today already for quite a little bit, running around. Got my oxygen and shit. Fuck, it's 6:30 already. I spent half the day outside. Beautiful day, nice, warm. It's gonna get cold tonight. I could about tell you that because did you see the feathers in the sky today? They were amazing. Like holy fuck me. It is. It's a beautiful day. If you look up, well, Daniel, if he agresses, I don't care at this point. I really don't because there's already eyes on him, eyes on me, eyes on everybody. Let him. Let him. They'll just do worse to themselves. What can I say? The prosecutor actually called me this time, and a bigger one than the one I talked to a couple weeks ago. He didn't get a hold of me. I put in a call to his office about 5, 6 days ago, at last week, and hadn't heard from him. And all of a sudden, I'm hearing from a bigger prosecutor, and I'm starting to understand why I didn't hear from him because he was like, "I can't handle this. This has got to go to Denver." He sent it to his big boss, not the regional boss. I'm going to go down and talk to regional boss. But yeah, I mean, this is coming out of the big office upstairs all of a sudden. So they've started connecting dots already. 20 Celsius. Yeah, it's a beautiful day today here. It had some fucking intense feathering going on. Really intense feathering. It looked like the walls of Peru. I was like, damn. Big ones too. Every fucking cloud looked all fuzzy and shit. No, absolutely no fear. If you got fear, you're on the wrong channel. You really truly need to go take that out of you by learning what's on my other channel and who you are. Yummy. What happened? Did you get jumped on? So it's that hot, huh? Wow. I gotta go. I gotta go eat. Miss Raymond got my eggs. She says she wants to blow up some balloons. Her baby's turning 7 here, couple days. That's always an exciting fucking time. I remember when Seamus was turning 7. That was some of my favorite years right there. 5, 6, 7. I don't know. Yeah, about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16. It's so much fun when they're actually starting to become a person, getting their little attitudes on and everything and going about their way of doing things. That is some of the most awesome time to be a parent. Just watch your kid starting to become a person. And that's that age that you're doing it. So, yeah, that is fucking awesome. That's about the best time to be a parent right there. Getting to see the little baby shitter fucking growing up. It's good stuff. Eating salmon, smoking ganja. Hell yeah. Oh, smoked Gouda. It's as good as ganja. No, this is getting prosecuted, Daniel. I'm sure of it already. It's I'm not even sure who they're going to prosecute, but they are on the trail of something, or they wouldn't have been contacting me like this. Cause look, I'm just putting together stupid shit that's been going on here. I ain't got the detective fucking badge. And they've already been on this a couple weeks, so and they ain't told me nothing except there might be an attempted murder investigation going on. We need you to fill out some forms. I was like, I just got those forms. He's like, yeah. Well, we found some odd things. Have you talked to your insurance company? And I was like, if you read the report, I didn't have one at the time. I was literally a fucking like half a mile down the street from where they wanted to see my VIN number. I said, and I drove all the way into fucking town, and then my GPS started fucking up on me, and I didn't know which way to go, but I know I was right there. And he's like, "You were," because I told him where I was going. It was Ed Lloyd Insurance Company. And then I had a friend of mine. I was going to bring her some food because her and her old man were going through some shit at the time. And boom, out of nowhere, he hits me. He's like, "Yeah, we got." He didn't hit his brakes until after, and I said, "Yeah." And I said, "The insurance company told me they couldn't find the guy." He's like, "Yeah." I said, "How about the owner of the truck?" He goes, "It's the same status, I think." He's like, missing for 4 years. Yeah, people are really interested in what happened and why there's a billionaire around me right now fucking trying to frame me for hate crime with huge implications of this has been going on before the fucking murder attempt because Daza just tied himself back into fucking Derek Bros sitting there on Robert Lockwood's page with less than 500 fucking subs today, clapping like a Derek Bros. And I'm like, oh my God. So that was after I hung up with the prosecutor. I've got screenshots of it now, and I can tie him in for fucking a long time. So I don't know what they've got, but I'm sure I've got something they'll really like to see. Hmm. Don't blow in too many up, Miss Raymond. You get dizzy. Blowing balloons. Well, my hair, yeah, I've been out in it. And, like I said, I don't care about my hairstyle too much. It does. It does look like the clouds today, doesn't it? Kind of feels fuzzy, too. Like I got electric static just all up in my head right now. Hi, Anna. Hi, Trigger. How are you doing? Busy at work? That's good. I'm sitting here waiting on my kiln. I'm going to get to making stuff today. Mr. 333s. Uh-oh. Play the part of Einstein. Is That's natural. I think maybe me and Albert had the same issue. We had static buildup or something. Our hearts were fucking pumping juice. I look at it, it looks like it feels. I feel like ready to just zap something. But I'm so fucking charged right now. I still haven't even finished this stupid fucking last two hits in this bowl. Like, wing. But this just happened. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of excited. I'm like, fuck, man. This is fucking awesome. Been going on for a while. I'm ready for it to fucking come to a head. I figured that logically they just fucking stopped, but they didn't. And then karma's biting them in the ass today again. Like jaws and shit just come up out the depths. Oh, fuck. Oh, we ain't got no fucking high pressure tank to shove in his jaw. He's sitting there looking at his leg wiggling around in the jaw settings now at this point. Hey, Emily, how you doing? Um, Anna has What kind of glass do you need? I don't know. Anna has all kinds of glass for mine. I don't have much. Working on a chess set for the last few weeks. But Anna has pipes and coffee mugs and stuff of mine. I'm waiting on some glass too right now. I've got black tubing and 38 millimeter, which is, well, this is 32. I'm getting 38 so I can make some beer mugs and some coffee pots and stuff, but I don't have anything really right now. On at Rigs for Us, let me throw her link in here, or just, Google search Rigs for Us, all one word, Denver. And it's Rigs number 4 Us. But she's got Instagram and everything. And the reason I've been dealing with her is because she passes along my deals most stores would take advantage of. And she'll sell it to you sometimes cheaper than I will. Depends on what she's got. She's a very awesome soul. She'd be nice. Because she can also be a fucking awesome soul. Yeah, she has sculpted glass that's nothing I've built in fucking 6 years. So she's got this guy that works, or that she sells his glass. He's early 20s, but his dad, old school blower, and he's been doing what Seamus and I are fixing to do here in a couple of weeks for years now. But Seamus has been doing every now and again for years too, anyways. So by the time he gets to be my boy's age, my boy probably be just as wanting to just do that kind of stuff while his daddy's still paying the bills. But Jonathan is his name, and he's a really talented blower. I always say stuff like, all y'all blowers, I said, get ready because here comes a trick. And then I'll have to qualify that with, you probably already know it, Jonathan. Because he watches all the time. He's a good kid, man. He knows where his heart's at. You know what I mean? And it shows in his work. It really does. He's fucking pretty good. But myself, I don't have, well, normally have a month to work on pieces like a chess set and shit, but we're in COVID. And I really don't have a whole lot going on right now, so I took on a chess set. That's a heck of a little bit of a construction project. It's been a fucking blast. But I'm trying to push in some different pipes so I can get some if somebody wants some eventually. It's all about spending money right now. I just spent a few $100s yesterday on or not, well, Friday. What the hell is today? I think, well, about a week ago then, because today's like what, Thursday? I don't even know what day it is. It's been a long week. But yeah, she's got some of my fancy glass in there too. She got shit like this. This is some pictures of what Anna got. Uh, that button. That button. Oh shit. Well, she has that marble, but there's another spider on the other side of that too. That's a double spider marble. Spider on a flower. That's some pimp ass shit, is what that is. Marble. I made that the night I was on mushrooms. Here's a um, botanically correct marble with the pistils and everything, and the flower wrap and the whole thing. Here's some of the rigs she's got of mine. That just about everything in that case. There's my face hugger pipe, xenomorph, and here's the Buddha. He's got a lotus, and it's a tea set. And then there's the plain tea set there on this side. And in between, that's a magnifier nug jar. That motherfucker magnify. It looks like the xenomorph's egg, though. You know what I mean? Kind of goes with the xeno. And then this one with the octopus tentacles is one of my favorites she has. The red one she's had for a long time and swears she's not going to sell it because she loves it. And that's a big flower on that sucker, too. But those are some of my marbles in there, my little marble stands. And that one right there is the only one I believe I've made in probably 3 to 5 years that actually has my signature on it, which is you can see the tail of my Jesus fish with whiskers right there. So I've always put the Jesus fish and a couple whiskers on it for, fucking catfish. I think there might be, if there's a dozen pieces floating around in the world with my signature on it, I would be surprised. She's got one. Any Buddha pipes? Well, that was a Buddha teapot. uh, I can make Buddha pipes. Well, see, that's where if you want something custom, get on your messenger and send me a drawing. I'll make it. See, this is how he wanted his pawns. One stage of the moon on each one. So I've got 4 pawns or 8 pawns here with the internal spiral and different phases of the moon. 2 of them have the same each, so therefore you got 2 of each with 8 pawns. Working on the blue ones. Got the kings and queens done. So the set's actually almost done, or half done, anyways. But the part that's going to take the longest is coming up when I get the collar. Because let me show you. because the bishops and knights are going to be sculpted in full glorious blue and red. And the castles are going to be actual pyramidions. So that's going to be a little bit of a construction job. I think, I'm not sure. That might be mica in the top of it. We haven't talked yet. I haven't got my collar yet either, though. But there's the pawns. That's how he wanted them, like I said. And here's the way he wanted the king. And the queen, but that's the queen. And that's mica in there. And the four winds on the bottom and the triple helix inside. Draw me up and you get to see it in glass. Because I can sculpt anything you want, but it's a matter of price at that point. And honestly, this isn't so far too pricey at all. It's when we're coming into the color and like I said, I just spent a couple $100 on color just coming in there. And we're going to set up the sculpting takes a little longer than overlay and shaping. The sculpting's going to slow me down a little bit. I could put your name in it in cursive if you want. Magnetal. They magic. I've heard from reputable sources. I made a bubbler with Genesis 129, the whole verse in it, and God gave us all herbs which bear seed. Use them; they are your food. And inside, I did a hatchet man once, a flaming hatchet man. But I've got color coming to make a phoenix too. I'm just about to pop off a little phoenix piece here probably next week too for one of our friends here in chat. I've been waiting on color since they fucking started this COVID shit. It's just made everything really hard to make color. Or American blowers or color manufacturers can't get the rare earth minerals and shit, and it's just and everything got caught up in the Suez Canal. I'm like, you kidding me? Nice. Black cherry Cool Whip and graham crust. I like graham crust. I got a whole box of graham crackers up there. I'll say, and 2 graham cracker fucking pie crusts. I need to make a cheesecake myself. That sounds good. I've got the stuff to do it. That's a good idea. A damn good idea. I might make it blueberry because I just bought like 6 packs extra blueberries. Because he'll go through a pack every couple of days. Blueberries, it's his favorite little treat. I do. I love my little. Oh, I thought you said cookiest, coolest shit. I love to cook. I know it sounds good. Damn it. A 3 sun bubbler. Hmm. You mean like a hieroglyphic 3 sun bubbler? Like one might find on the wall somewhere? I love writing hieroglyphs all over bubblers. I'm fixing to make some here this weekend, and next week. Because I'm feeling my phone's been quiet for too long. I don't give a fuck if it's COVID or not. Someone's gonna call me soon and want some 3 holes and bubblers, and I gotta fucking put some together because I don't have any. Anyways, people in the boat, yeah, a bubbly, making little bubbles. Yeah. See, this is kind of like a bubbler, but it's a rig because I got the glass on glass. It's internal female. Oh yeah, that's right. That's pimp, isn't it? Oh, I've broken 2 of these. Not this one though. That's a rig, but yeah, it's a bubbler kind of. Dig that rig. Ah, this here's a bubbler. Ah, you can make it the same style, but the difference is you put your weed right there. It ain't got no moving parts. I got a restriction that holds it in there. Then I got the diffuser that makes it nice and smooth on the inside. You can't even see in there. I fucking smoked the fuck out of this thing. There, you can see the diffuser. It's got little holes in it, so you get all kinds of little tiny bubbles, and that makes it really deceptively smooth. So you take a bigger hit than you really wanted, and then you snot and you cough and you get high. Just want to get high. Hitting the bubbler. You want to get high, you hit the fucking bubbler. It's like hitting a bong, but it's a bong in your hand, or you can point it at people. Cock and ball bubbler. That's how it works. I got a cock and ball bubbler for your twisted donut hole. Oh shit! Snap! Tiny fucking bubbles. But yeah, it does. You hit it a lot harder than you should. It's like woof. Kind of sits you back. It's like whoa. Hold on. You can have it for a minute. You can't describe it. I told you how to get it. Hard hitters. I'm not very flexible on that. You got to draw me a little thing because my flower looks different than your flower every time. I need to see a picture. Descriptions ain't cutting it. That's kind of like you got to do your homework. Believe me, ain't cut. I can't believe what you want. I got to see it. I got to know what you want. It could be color. I'd like color in there, whatever color. I'd like my right spelling. Because usually what I'm going to do is I'm going to write that down and then I'm going to turn it upside down and then write it in as it looks upside down and backwards. Because I'm real good at that now. I can write anything. If I write it down first, turn that shit upside down, I'm like, cursive, whatever you want. You want a flaming hatchet, man? I'm your guy. I'll layer it in. He looked like he's on fire coming out of the fucking bubbler with his hatchet and shit. It's good shit. It's fun. I like doing it. I blow it out big that way I could draw it because my stick people need crutches, so I can draw it and then I shrink it down and it looks real good because you can't see everything. The glass talk is pretty erotic. Upside down, inside out, 3 holes, twisted donuts, and the cock and balls. Well, we've got a party now. I see where Lee might get that whole sex cult thing. He just came in the glass shop at the wrong point in the conversation. Was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe what he just said." He said he wanted to pack her 3 holes with a hammer. Oh fuck! I said you can't pack it too tight. Fuck. Oh shit! You've learned to do it, huh? That's the only thing. That's how I cook. I cook to taste. It's got to taste good. Fuck the recipe. What are they over there commenting still? That's cool. You know that's why they do that, right? Just to see if they can't get you all bent up, see if they can't get some ammo on you, try and prove that you don't know if the moon's supposed to do cartwheel or something. But I don't care. They can talk all they want. I got a prosecutor talking to me about them. See, that's where we're at today. If you notice, I think in the first 6 minutes after I post a video, I get more views on my videos than Robert Dunn does in 6 days. So I'm pretty sure they're not really actually trying to discredit me. I think they're just trying to catfish. That's what it looks like to me, especially now Daz is over there. There's some prideful shit going on now, and that's fun. Is Lee over there too? Because I've got pictures of him over there on Robert Lockwood's page too. Hmm. Robbie. Robbie. Carl. 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 He just keeps popping up in everybody's life. Him and Derek. Isn't this amazing how it seems like they're all friends? All of a sudden, it just starts years and 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 years of fucking absolute torment every fucking day. Are you fucking kidding me? Starting to make sense. Now I've got a lot of familiar faces talking to each other, and they just keep showing up and showing up throughout history. They're on each other's channels. They run fucking their names in each other's credits. It's crazy. Mm. Yeah, commemorative pieces. Those I've done a few. It would have made a good Mother's Day present, huh? You didn't know. Yeah, Robert Lockwood is Carl. Carl. The moon's not supposed to do that, Carl. I left that in my comment over there. I don't know if he's he's erased half my comments already, so I just stopped commenting. Hi Tony, how you doing? Every day is Mother's Day. Damn, I like that. No, I've actually got the prosecutor's paperwork filled out upstairs if you'd like to see it. I just got it in the mail today. I just got a fucking phone call from him. And I was sitting down there fucking filling it out, and then there's Dazza on Robbie's page. I was like, Jesus, this doesn't look good, does it? I know. And I ain't talking about my prosecutor. I was mad at him. I called him last week, and he didn't call me back. I was gonna call him this week on Friday, go down there and start hitting, threatening with a fucking dereliction of duty. The motherfucker didn't start looking into something, and then all of a sudden Denver's contacting me. So yeah, that went over his head fast. Way fucking easier than I thought. I didn't have to talk to nobody. But they're sloppy. They're sloppy. I'm not sure. I am not sure. This is definitely international though. Some of them are in Canada. I actually think Robert Dunn is in Louisiana. Possibly, I'm not sure. Dazza lives down there by you, Miss Raymond. Special. Nice. 85, huh? My oxygen guy's like 72, I think. I met his mom last week. She's all spunky and out driving around. I was like, I didn't even I don't care how old she is. She's older than him. I'm like, oh, look at her. I wouldn't want to get in her way. She's in good health. So I looked at Rich. I said, man, that's your mom, huh? Says, you're going to be with us for a while, ain't you? Look at them jeans you got. That lady just, poof, she's on it. Ain't nothing slowing her down. I love to see that shit, man. Oh, hi, homebrew. How you doing, man? What does Robert Dunn have to do with this? Well, he put out another video today, and Daz the cameraman's over there cheering him on, booming him. And I'm starting to make connections that I think the prosecutor might have already made. Attempted murder uh, about 4 years ago, I guess, when they ran through my car. Um, the noise I made down here rattled the cage upstairs, and some people are looking into stuff. The guy didn't hit his brakes till 20 minutes or 20 fucking yards after he drove my car 65 miles an hour trying to kill me. And the pro not oh yeah prosecutor uh, running into the same problem I was when I tried to get my money out in the insurance company, because the insurance company's frozen all assets right now. There's missing people involved, including the driver, who was not the owner of the 3-day old $100,000 truck that they can also not find. So, yeah, I'm starting to be contacted now in this. And looks like anybody associated with Mr. Bros might be getting looked at too. And there's Dazza over there on Lockwood's page. Dazza started this shit before they almost tried to fuck, or well, almost killed me. They, you know, tried to. They didn't almost kill me. I didn't even get hurt. I walked out of the fucking accident and fucking was yelling at people out there trying to fucking. I thought they were trying to steal my tools, but they were looking for my body because I was over there talking to the guy who had hit me, and he was out of it. He was, and I thought he was having a delusion because he looked at me like I was Satan, and he recognized me, and I was like, "Oh fuck, this guy's whacked. Look at his nose. His whole face was bloody. He got hurt. I didn't. I had a little bendy in my back for a while, but I mean, it had already been hurt before. It just agitated it. It, I know, Chad. One thing after another every day now. And then Robert puts up a fucking video, and then like I said, there's Dazza all over it. And I'm all like, oh shit, full circle. He's got videos made up of me from years ago. Yeah, I was wearing seatbelt. It don't matter. He was in a Ford or a Dodge brand new dually Ram, 3 days old. I was in my '91 Nissan Frontier, little stick shift. He ate my truck. He hit me at 65 and didn't hit his brakes till well after the accident had occurred. He was still on the gas, I guess. Um, they became suspicious again, like I said, when All of a sudden, they started looking into it, and there's missing people and shit involved. The person who was driving the truck and the person who owned the truck can't be located. Haven't for 4 fucking years. And that's why I've never been paid for my truck. They froze the assets. They started looking into it. And then they called me. Oh, wow. Every day's Earth Day now, dog. But that's pretty synchronous, isn't it? I just told him last night, don't throw no more rocks at me. And he just made a full circle right here. I wonder if the prosecutor has that full circle yet, because I've got it. I know he's got more than what I got because he's got these people. This is a lot of levels of investigation at this point. Different states, feds probably involved. I've just got the state's attorney looking at me, asking questions about them. So I keep saying this is the way it looks when you attack creators' plan. And I'd stop throwing rocks at me, and then every time they throw rocks at me, there's a karmic reaction like faster than I can even imagine happening. And this all started when Daza started shooting himself in the face. It's been like this, has it not? Every time someone comes at me, they hang themselves. They destroy an entire section of Five Eyes fucking trolls running around talking about field rotation. And they think after 5 months, I forgot where I put that video. I didn't. It's dead forever. That is some of the best work I've ever accomplished. And I went passing that shit around. I post that shit up. Fuck your fucking field rotation. We are way beyond that. Tycho craters all over the fucking top of the moon. I don't care what your telescope is telling you. Every time he makes a video like that, if somebody accidentally comes in and he sees them talking about me and they've seen the fucking moon, guess where they're coming? That's what made me think he's a fish channel. He's fishing. He's one of these big players. He's probably Derek fucking Bros. So I'm not sure about Robert Lockwood, but the prosecutor is going to be able to tell. Wouldn't it be shits and giggles if it turned out to be my doppelganger? Because I'm highly suspicious now at this point. With Daza over there and the whole crew together now, I'm all like, is this really what's going on? I asked Daza today, does Mr. Briggs still have his fucking job? Because his job guaranteed me we'd never hear from their employee again. Ever. Ever. And I'm hearing from his friend Daz on the condition, and also Daz ain't made nothing. But if he does, Eric Briggs loses his job. Period. And I just saw him talking today. They're already interconnected. See? That whole big fucking web of people that have been attacking me for 10 years have been interconnected to one person, Derek Bros. Eric Briggs is contracted to shut the fuck up forever, Glenn. I could have sued his employer. If he wants to continue working and owning his home, he will always be quiet online. I grounded him. Daz is supposed to be quiet too. or I'm going to freak on Eric Briggs and his job and his house. I'm not going to get his employer. I promised them if they shut it the fuck up, I wouldn't get them. But if it started again, I'm going to own his ass. They'll fire him. Or I'll get them too. I tracked him down. He works. You know why he's really good at those graphics? That's what he does for a fucking projector place that makes 3D still like fucking what are you call the viewplex things. That's what he does. He programs those. He's their astronomer. And he's out here. I let them know what he was saying. They freaked out. They were like, I said, yeah, how would your customers like to know that your astronomer's telling everybody it's normal for the moon to do a cartwheel? That's just incompetence right there. I think they'd probably choose your competitor over Eric Briggs' astronomy because I could lead them right to his Facebook page. I'd suggest shutting that motherfucker down. And it took a couple of days, and they came back with, "You ain't gonna hear from him again." And we haven't. Haven't heard from Daza. Haven't heard from D5. But Daza and D5 the last couple of days have been all over our friends' pages and Robert Lockwood's page. And the prosecutor calls me. Oh, karma. Carl. Fucking Carl. You're not supposed to do that, Carl. Yes, the whole web is connected to Derek Bros now. And Robert Lockwood, who runs credits and thanks for all of them, and him and Planet X Exposed, AJ Wormwood, Planet X, um, Scientifically. Now, to what degree the prosecutor's going to be interested in each and every individual, I don't know. But they're all going to be fucking having charges at some point of something because they are all connected very physically to fucking Derek Bros, who's center point in this investigation. So, yeah, it YouTube might just get quiet here in a little bit because, oh, that's right, Google. I got you implemented in this too, don't I? For fucking years on how many fucking computers. You gonna be nice? Because I might not mention it. Leave my fucking channel alone. Quit fucking hounding my people. Yeah, I've got Google in this. You kidding me? Absolutely. YouTube expressive, expressly cooperating with Daza and Astro Live bitch, whatever his fucking name is. I even forget his name, but he's involved in this. Astronomy Live, is that his fucking name? I'll have to look at my records, Google. No, they shut my channel down because of them, because of that fucking moon video, and me starting to call out Daza because I started tracking him out. YouTube shut my channel down. Remember my third video that's still there because I put up stuff that they didn't know on video one. Then I had the balls to be like, oh yeah, well here's my golf ball video again. Same guy. Still there, 400 videos later, because they've been learning more than most of my viewers. And now I've got them legally up against a bar because they're involved in a fucking murder investigation. Attempted. I am fucking sick of it. The whole web. And I really mean, honest to God, YouTube itself, Google is involved in this. Legally, barring legally, on record. Oh my God. And you're in here censoring my fucking chat? How dare you? You do it again, I swear to God, I will give them everything I have. We're on a basis right now. Leave it like that. You haven't been throwing stones at me, but you come in here last night and tossed a pebble, didn't you? Go ahead, make me blink. Yeah, this is huge. That's why the prosecutor called me, the state's attorney. It's been exhausting. An exhausting gathering of evidence over years and transgressions against truth. All because I didn't take a bunker. They knew they couldn't buy me out. That's the ultimate buyout. Who are you going to fucking pay off for information if they know that if they talk, they lose their bunker seat? I'm that guy that refused the bunker seat for me and my son. They knew I couldn't be bought. They had to fucking hit me and try to fucking suppress me. You leave my channel, get the governor switch off of it. Let's see what the truth really does, okay? I swear to God, I see any fuckery with my counts or my fucking subs or anything, I'm giving every goddamn fucking computer that is in the fucking world and every little fucking data bit I got on you, Google. And I've given you half of what I've got. You know what I got on you. I've given it to personally. Asked you to stop. Now I'm telling you, you're about to get prosecuted and open to the world if you fucking fuck with my channel anymore. Any of them. You get your governor switch off of my shit. You start promoting my videos and I'll fucking think about it. Huh? I'm dead fucking serious. I am so pissed. You know I'm pissed at you. I get more excited about Google than Derek Bros, and Google probably follows Derek Bros' orders. I don't give a fuck who you're following. I will own Google, Miss Lady CEO bitch. I don't even know your name. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your little Google fucking bitches over here telling my people what they can say. I got wrenches over here that are reading hieroglyphs. Do you? You're not even allowed on this page then to talk, let alone govern who talks and says what. I'm marked adult. You children go over there to the Angry Catfish page and fix it. Take your governor switch off. Start promoting my videos. Start giving truth, motherfuckers. I've got you so by the short hairs after today. Everything you've ever done came to a fucking with Derek Bros and Daza and Robert Lockwood and all of them because they're all on your goddamn pay list. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've got pictures. And apparently I don't need it. Because somebody's already looking at your fucking bosses. Oh, I'm sweating with anxiety. Literally, I'm sweating with anxiety. I'm so fucking excited for you. You're going to take the governors off of my shit and start promoting the truth. You stop stifling me now. Look at me. I'm vibrating again. I'm connecting dots just sitting here, remembering the things that have happened with these different individuals, and it all revolved into fucking YouTube and Google too. And I've got evidence. I've got oh my God. I've sent them what I have on them too, half of it, including your pay records to certain channels. Oh my God, dude. Yeah. See, this is what happens. Wow, this has been every day, every day, every day, every day, every day, hadn't it? Just something new, something new, something new. And now Dazzle just fucking wow. And D5 and all the old players that are traceable to those two are traceable to you, aren't they? Call your dogs off. Get them off my friends. Oh, all the hair standing up on my head. What I tell you, this is going to get bigger, didn't I? Didn't I tell you this is going to get exploding and go into the world courts? Holy fuck, man! My hair's standing up, isn't it? Look. Fast, apparently. Hi, Vigorous. How are you? Oh, it made full circle, Lauren. I had to. I had to let them know exactly who I had them tracked to, just in case they forgot the records I sent them a few years ago on my old channel. Remember me? Of course you. They've had my new phone number attached to my old phone number. They Google Sam me. They know who I am. They've traced me through the fucking school system. It took me a while to get my phone working and shit. Because Google had me, and my phone wouldn't work. Put it that way. They own damn near half the net. My shit shut down. I was like, fucking kidding me. It wasn't YouTube that killed me. It was Google, the actual Google, where who pays Daza and D5 their money. Lauren says she likes it when I touch my screen. Point right at your ass. Damn. Damn. Did you hear what I said? Your boss be fucking getting investigated for attempted murder and collusion, all kinds of shit. Fuck. You better be nice. Nice. Call your dogs the fuck off me and promote my video like you would anybody else. And suck my fucking dingly cobra. Stat on my chat. These people are grown adults. We've checked. They can read hieroglyphs. I had a better day today than I thought I did. I really, really did. I really, really had a good day. I can't tell you how good a day I've had. There are words that have not been invented yet to describe What a great day it's been. I had a good day before I got home. And then I got all stressed out again. Like I said, it wasn't even stressed out. I was excited. I was like, hey, I came home and I was logged into the wrong channel. And I'm like, ah. I went in there, changed the channels, went down, hunted me down some Daza, or Robert Lockwood, actually. And I saw Daza and I was like, uh-oh, wait a minute. I recognize you. And then it all started clicking. After I turned back on this channel and let it all sink in what had just happened within the last hour of my fucking existence. And I was like, wait a minute. Robert put up an ugly thing and threw stones at me while the prosecutor's on talking about murder attempt. I'm like, this is great. With Daza tying it all in again. Back to Google. You know, it actually might be out of my hands. I'll keep to my deal. You keep to yours. We'll see what happens. I'm talking to the prosecutor. I already got his paperwork filled out. Well, yeah, vigorous. You know, it came back from the state's attorney. So, yeah, this is an investigation ongoing. And I haven't been told what I can and can't say, but I can tell you what I did find out. There's bigger people looking at this now. Now I'm just telling people they'd better behave. I told them that last night too, didn't I? I did. I said, keep throwing rocks at me, you're just gonna keep hurting yourself. And then, I mean, like as they throwing a rock this time, kind of like as they was throwing a rock last time. Carl over there fucking spilling the guts at Polly, and John over there getting screenshots and shit banned out of fucking Facebook. I'm all like, oh shit, dude. Well, I am. I'm just letting you know the players are all here now. Y'all know what evidence I got. I don't know what they got on them. I know someone's very interested in what I got though. Yeah, I haven't said anything that the investigator told me, except what I've already told you. They're interested in the facts of the accident and everything that's transpired before and after, because they've got some connections going on themselves, I think. Well, it just all fell into place like as we're speaking. I realized it tied into Google too because I tied D5 and them into Google, and there's the answer for why my shit happened here. And I was just letting Google know that they'd better take the restrictions off of my fucking videos and start promoting them like anybody else, and stay out of my chat because they came in here and policing my chat. I got people reading hieroglyphs in here. They removed Google karate team came in here and took out a comment last night from a person about divine intervention. And I yelled at Google team and told him to repeat it, and he did, like a brave soul. So they're already here, yo. And I'm just telling them they do it again. I'm giving the prosecutor everything that I have on them too. Although they probably already have them implemented through Derek Rose and all that shit. I don't know. Either way, I'd be nice and start acting right now. Because your boys are getting investigated for attempted fucking murder on me, which is nothing I haven't said 1,000 times on this fucking channel and that one. So yeah, I'm not giving away anything I was told, except somebody's interested in what I know. And it don't matter what they do now. Well, I am in possession of some of the only evidence that can tie everything together or accentuate the attachments anyways. I'm not sure what all they have, but I do know that there is, well, just involved in my end of it, there's two missing people for 4 fucking years. The owner of the truck and the guy that hit me. And it's expanded to other states and stuff. So yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on that doesn't even really even involve me. This is bigger than me, of course. Like I said, it's coming from the state. So good deal. And they probably contacted me last because look, they've looked at me. I'm right here with you every day. And they know me. They have all of my information. They're probably second or third person that logs in and have been for the last couple of weeks. I can only imagine. I keep telling y'all if you talk in here, you're gonna be on 3 or 4 different lists. I don't know what to tell you, but if you keep talking in here, first word you say. Hi, Daniel. Hi, guys. But that's the way it is when you ain't doing nothing but giving out a truth that Creator wants to have us have. They ain't gonna be nothing but that. Like I said, I mean, shit, man, they can cut it off right now. It don't matter. It's already juiced up in the real world. We got ship captains sitting out there freaking out, talking to each other on the fucking phones, like, "Hey, did you hear? You know why you haven't been able to get bearings for the last couple of years? Look at this." Because I had a sea captain doing a Google search and came right to my fucking channel and asked me. He's like, "Oh my god, dude!" Came right to the video he needed. Of course, I've got 1,000 of them. But he boop, boom. And then I was like, "Oh, yeah, yep. Awesome. I'm glad you came. Fucking keep looking, get your heart magnet on and shit. But while you're out there, don't forget, you got other captains out there." He's like, "Oh, God, dude, I've already told." You know what I mean? It's happening. That's what's happening, Daniel. It's going out of control. It's way past YouTube. Them motherfuckers don't even know my name and they got the moon turning upside down. That's beautiful. How many thousands of fucking container ship captains are out there? Just the container ships, let alone the fishermen and everybody else out there with a radio on the ocean, for fuck's sake. There's millions of vessels out there that know how to take a fucking bearing that haven't been, and they're going to be really interested in the chatter. You know what I mean? That, like, how many times my subscription is that? That's the beautiful thing about this. It's the cat's already out of the bag. And now big people are starting to look at bags of cats. Ah! It's a good thing. I've had a good day today. So yeah, we're gonna change the subject now that I've finally fucking pieced everything together in my own head. And clean my lens. I'm gonna blow a little bit of glass. My kiln's probably almost to temperature. Yeah. And it's still a little cool. Figure out something to do. We'll turn on some Josh and listen to some cuneiforms. A little bit of Bible canon for us today. This here is post flood and pre destruction due to Marduk and making people go, oh, Marduk. Nice. I'm glad. Yeah, you know, I couldn't believe the information I found. How could you not just go look at it? Because you don't know what we found. Until you start looking, then you're like, wait a minute. This are you kidding me? So yeah, just little piece by piece, because everyone you look at is going to be a little bit of a mind bender. Sometimes it'll blow your fucking head right off your shoulders. And you got to take a little step back and be like, all right, I need to go do some homework on this. And then you do some work and you come back and you got a fresh new nugget on your head that's a little more attached to your heart and shit. It's a little process. I went through it painfully though. I'm too pragmatic to believe 90% of what I just proved. And I thought I was on a rock hurling through space with no God. And it's not even close to what's going on. What can I say? It's beautiful. Said Rim. Miss Raymond's been blowing balloons up today. She might she might have a little lightheadedness about her. Cooking with garlic, aren't you? Hi, Deborah. Lauren's a shit. She deserves her little wrench. Who, Chad? Oh, he's producing content in his little web page. He's got his own channel here, but he only like puts down a live feed that he did like once a week or so on his shit. And then he'll put advertisements every other day about shows he's got, and you can go get them at his little pay club. He got pretty much off of YouTube. Um, but I'm not gonna go fucking pay to get in his club to give him this to fucking have him ignore me for 3 years. I'm just not gonna do it. I mean, I don't know if that would be the response, but especially from Josh Reeves. But I ain't gonna pay him. I just go over there, and if he doesn't answer his, I don't even know if I need to go over there and see if I've been blocked or not, because I give him my thumbnail sometimes. And I don't know if it's him or if he's got somebody else babysitting his YouTube shit. I don't know. But yeah, he's still spewing truth. He's just got one of his little hubs. He's yeah, making it off of instead of here. Eric will know what. Oh, GPS, instrumentation, compass, navigation. But when your compass is off 15 degrees from your GPS, you start wanting to take a bearing, see what your sky says, and it says something different. The captain starts panicking. And they've been just trusting the GPS because it's and going by compass. But that's getting harder to do. That's why they shot up that Skynet. They got a better GPS now. Instead of geosync, they've got geosynced. Because we're in a net now and it reads every movement of Earth and keeps track of everything. A lot better. Stop. I know I make too much sense. I looked into that for about 10 minutes and decided what that was. Everybody's all scratching their head, like, what is that Skylink shit or whatever he called it? I forget. I looked at it, I was like, oh, come on. That's GPS. Way better GPS. Little tiny fucking things up there sending out signals to transponders, keeping track of exactly where Earth is, already knowing the map internally. And it's like, you're right there, you're right there, you never moved. Oh my God, that's go Elon. Smart move. That's something I would have done. I'm sure it serves other purposes. I'm not sure about it. But, very well may. Yeah, well, he was looking in Google, Janine, when he found me, and he was very excited. He's like, I've been wondering forever. Because GPS is off too. They've been running into reefs that have been there on charts for 50 years because GPS is off, kind of shit. Yeah, the captains have been kind of freaking out a little bit. You bet. And I had to even voice myself. I wonder what the fucking they're teaching people out to sea right now. They just must not be teaching them star nav. But there's old, or I don't care what they're teaching, but there's old. The fucking captain knows. You know what I mean? Because that's his duty. He's like, oh, my shit's off. I better take a bearing. It ain't working. And he went to Google and tried to find out why, and ended up on my page. So you was watching the video. Hi there, leader. Yeah, he's quite smart. That's what I said. He's a smart guy. I actually kind of like that guy. I get the feeling I I get good feelings coming out of Elon as a human being. I mean, I'm certain I can feel him. He feels cool, man. But he's very misguided uh, in the wrong crowd, I guess you could say. He knows he's working for good, but his tools can be used for both. And that's why they're developing, having. That's why he works at a deficit. He's without the U.S. government in his pocket, he wouldn't. He would have never survived the first year. You got to look at his finances too. Yeah, I thought he might be an overlord type, and he actually doesn't give me that feeling. I think he is exactly what you just said he is. He's very sensitive, very warm heart. I didn't expect it. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to doubt his intent. Yes. In the only way he can, Deborah. I think he's seen some writing on the walls. Yeah, absolutely. He's a front man. And he just doesn't, well, he realizes. Well, Deborah, that's on purpose, of course. Look, I've been a monk for 16 years and I've enjoyed it. I still enjoy it. But I mean, that was it. Look, man, this whole fucking division and anger and fucking the whole strife that we've been through has been engineered to do that, to shut you down, close your magnet up. That's why everybody's getting sick. Run around, you can't relax your shit. You're gonna lose your Schumann and hear all the ringings and everything. They want it that way. They don't want you listening to mama. Yeah, the captains have been very messed up by this. He came looking to me through Google. I'm not kidding. He found me through a Google search, he said. I don't even know what he said. It's on one of my comments in there. He told me what kind of boat he drove and shit. And he's like, man, I've been trying to take fucking bearings. He said, we've been wondering what the hell. He goes, you just fuck. I was like, I know. I said, don't worry. It's been since 2010, but God, you know now. That's fucking great. And yeah, they're in the wheelhouse talking about that all day now, all over the world. Yep. I was like, okay, this is good. Think with their head, not their heart. Absolutely. Listen to Lee. That's what he rants. You're magical. And they still rant that as magic, but we're magnet. And if you see, you're a magnet, Lee. Go look it up. It's medical fact. Dumb fuck. Oh man. If Lee understood physics and he heard those words, he'd be in a medical journal looking for the and be like, "Oh my God, I owe every woman an apology." Jeez, man. Magnet, not magic. Dumb fuck. They're in touch with their heart. You need to get in touch with your heart a little bit, boy. God, motherfucker act like I'm trying to hurt his feelings. I took his content. He said, yeah, I took his Halo wave. That wave never existed before fucking Lee wrote it down. No, no, not nuclear physics or anything like that. Never, Lee. I got it from your channel. All right, you done? Now, we discovered omnipresence. Fuck. That's the kind of thing this is turned out to be with these fucking mogul types, and it's fucking nuts. Look, the more you kick and scream, the worse it gets. If I was any of them, just from seeing the instantaneous karma itself, I wouldn't put my rocks back in my pocket. I'd drop them on the ground and forgot I ever had a rock or knew how to throw a rock in this motherfucking direction. Because this ain't me you're throwing rocks at. This creation's knowledge he wants you to have. Or it wouldn't have been revealed to my stupid fucking ass. Because I can't shut my mouth. But I'm not brilliant enough to make this shit the fuck up. I mean, give me some credit, right? I'm fucking solving the problems from fucking A to Z. No, I'm figuring out what they're trying to tell me. And in the process of it, yeah, we've solved all the world's problems together. It ain't just me, Lee. You're attacking a bunch of people that are reading real time, reading hieroglyphs, getting information, and it's all compiling into one point at 1748 hertz. You're every atom to your chest to the galaxy, and you have helped prove it. CERN nailed it to the wall. Said, ah, said you done 2 weeks ago. About the time Derek came to y'all, made you start doing this last attack on my ass. I just wish these motherfuckers would actually go look at what we've discovered. If he understands even a little bit of physics that he pretends to, and he doesn't pretend to. Look at the vid. Oh, well, here. Let me say this very clearly for you. The last two videos have gotten a thumbs up from me. Lee, don't fall. It's okay. You should probably already be sitting down if you're on this channel. You never know what I'm going to throw at you. It ain't about me. It's about him giving out the real information. And he gave out some good information the last two fucking videos. Care what y'all say. I just want him to go look at what we discovered because it would completely fill him in. And he's such a little bitch. He sit here and tell you he don't have to look to know I'm lying. And then his rebuttal on that, after insulting me and throwing his dick out there and everything else, he comes back with, oh, that ain't even his. Well, no, it ain't. But I found it on the principle and I knew it existed. And I was looking at working models and I took, oh, I don't know, 3 days of my fucking time to find the damn thing. And several other, see, and that's the thing, in the actual older video, I have like 10 different working models on different engine styles, track models that are internal tracks that just run a circle on themselves and shit inside. I've got ones that fucking, oh my God, I've got so many working models. That's just one. I thought that one could run our electric plants and any our helicopters, planes, trucks. You know, this is just stuff that needs to get out there. And I claim on it's not mine. I never said it was mine. So I've got a working model over here that proves on the physics because you got the aligned and then a pressing and then a boom, 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 boom. It's on its own. It's exactly the principle I'm talking about. Oscillating fucking magnets. Instant power generation. It's crazy. We just had the wrong configuration. That's all. We've been trying to oppose and then fucking. That's not the way it works. You got to roll with the fucking field. Duh. Now what we know what the field is 1748 hertz. You can do anything. You can build a Dendera box that place in Dendera, the Egypt. That box, it lights the lights. I've seen Ken Wheeler do it. As a matter of fact, I videotaped him doing it, and I'm the only one in the world with that fucking footage. He took it down once he got fucking compromised by several government agencies, in his own words, on his page. If you go there, they're still there. Those videos are still there where he talks about how the government agency, and then all of a sudden, I watched his shit just boom disappear. I was like, damn, glad I already videotaped that shit. I found him before I found Lee. I was using Tattooed Monkey to teach people shit. And then Kendra came at me and started bugging me with Lee. Said, here's a cool guy. And then all of a sudden that shit happened. And I was like, all right, cool. He's compromised. Let me look at Lee. And the next thing you know, he did the same thing Ken Wheeler did. But he started attacking me and omnipresent. And some guy that didn't take a picture on a 45-degree angle like he wanted or something. I don't know what it's. He couldn't turn his head. See, that's actually the exact same pattern. Um, or do a Google search. 1748 hertz human biology. It's like, wow. Okay. So 10 million random Google hits on 1748 hertz biology, human biology come out amazingly strong. I don't think I missed a fucking thing. But he hasn't looked. Every time he speaks, it's exactly what he said. You can tell he hasn't looked. It's just fucking sore thumb out there. The sun's in the wrong place. Yeah, yep. I actually made a video or two with them starring in it. And I took here's one up for you. You ready for this? I took the same footage and I had found it in the Earth, the global warming, one of the global warming fucking videos, and they're using the same Inuit man, and they stop him, where he's talking about the glaciers are melting and this and that, and then they stop him when he starts talking about the fucking sun, or right before, right there, they just stop it, and then this lady's voice comes on and says, "Due to global warming," and then she goes on about her spiel. And I'm all like, oh, that's evil. Because that's not what he was talking about at all. But I made a video in my older videos side by side with the Inuit and his story and her story on global warming in my older videos. I do that kind of thing sometimes. You might want to catch them all. Fucking priceless. When I'm trying to make a point, it's not global warming, it's solar warming. Um, you never know what I'm going to pull out my ass. I'm looking everywhere. Hi there, Cosmic. I mean, like I really did. It's in the video. I'm sitting here like I really did. I swear it's that good. I did that. I'm a little stinker. Oh man. I'd like to see Lee look at my shit and just be like, oops, wait a minute. Look what I saw. Well, he's been compromised. Like I explained, he's just the same people approached him, and everything changed. Everything changed. I didn't see it coming. I should have. I should have. I should have just internalized it right then. I'm going to turn on my oxygen and throw on some rice.
People run around naked. You never know if you're going to have to get your dick wet. There you go. Jesus Christ.
And I'm going to leave you in the hands of alien incestual porn.
I hate to have to admit that. We've been seeing about fucking Klingons. We're the dirtiest motherfuckers in the goddamn galaxy. I guess it could have been worse. Could have been sand people, right? Nah! Or fucking Jawas.
Well, I'm glad you feel good, Michelle, because we're all in the same boat, huh? It's time for us to get happy and get over what we've done to each other and heal.
The stars and planets was learned.
Protect all of life. And anything that can't get along with that is just not going to be here anymore. Huh? It's just going to be
the first step,
the people with
eastern skies appeared.
Straight heart and tongue.
Lamu, or the second step, was seen. That's Mars.
Ain't nothing but a beautiful thing happening right here. It's a miracle.
Was announced. Enshar by the fourth
you need to keep working on them older videos,
son.
Step
was seen.
And get it.
Step was announced.
Start reading walls, and you ain't gonna give a fuck about nothing.
The hymn of the
ever.
planet of anew in the sky
and you ain't gonna have to be here to be happy. Because we're here too.
From the top
always.
Step, the seventh
with Mom.
Red halo Nibiru.
It's your magnet that keeps us in touch. We don't need these.
Here you go. Nibiru comes into view. Nibiru comes in plain sight. They see it. They can even see how it's haloed red, right? But are there any earthquakes and rumblings and end of the world going on down on Earth? No.
That's just the way it is, right? Sweetie. Get used to it.
The Nibiru's visible from the planet, but there's no catastrophes going on. Everything's great. They're coming down on, Anu and Antu, who he hasn't seen for a period of time, are able to come down because why? Because Nibiru has come into view and it's close to the
planet. Well, that's why we're here
right?
every day.
There you go.
That's why we're here every day.
I'm going to try to tell people there is zero evidence that.
That's why we're here every day, so y'all can talk to each other, because you're not there. How many places you get blocked and freaked out because you trying to talk about the moon and stuff going on in your heart? That's why that's why we're here 10, 12 hours. It ain't because I'm narcissistic and need your company. I like you here. I know y'all like to be here. Shit, I'm over here blowing glass for hours sometimes, and y'all just chatting away. I come over here and get embarrassed about what you're chatting about. Lee's clicking screenshots. I can tell you're getting there. I feel you. You're getting your head straightened out. That's the hard part. Getting your head straightened out and in line with your heart. They done programmed you not to do that. Yeah, you live in your heart ain't gonna hurt. I am too, because we're family. I mean, this is where we hang out. You're with your new family. We're all one up here on Mama's magnet. Well, even as I'm sitting here watching this go on, I haven't given up hope on any of these fuckers, even the ones that might be implemented in missing people. I don't give up on anybody until a creator says it's time to. But I'm not going to promote them. I'll shun the fuck out of them and shame them, because that's what humans do. We hold each other accountable for our shiznit. She needs me to go throw on some rice. I'm going to kick on my oxygen too. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm glad you came to the right place. It ain't no coincidence you're here. You're in there looking at my old videos and learning who you are. That creator sent you there.
But people are just
running that
as if it's
at your pace.
To the music, the Anunnaki clapped and danced. To the music, they danced and sang. To the one who grows bright, the heavenly planet, the Lord of Anu, they sang. On the signal, a bonfire was lit, seen from place to place where the bonfire started. After the night was over, the whole land of Eden was lit with bonfires. That's like they're having a fucking Burning Man throwdown here. After a meal of bull meat and ram meat, of fish and fowl with wine and beer, they're fucking throwing down, dude. Look at this shit. I mean, seriously. They just said that the red-headed Nibiru came into view, they can see it from Earth, and these motherfuckers are having a buffet, they're having wine and beer, they're getting fucking crunk as hell. Now, would they be getting crunk as hell drinking wine and beer if their planet, which supposedly causes destruction, and they call the destroyer on Earth when it comes near to Earth, do you think they'd be doing this? It just the whole fucking Nibiru destructor thing has been a complete lie, a complete red herring, and this is why I read this. This is why I chose to read this stuff. Not because I believe Zachariah Sitchin or I'm a fan of him or anything else, but because I knew if we actually read this stuff for ourselves and read this in the court of public opinion on a radio show, that we would come to a lot more truth than the thing we've been being told just to accept, oh, yeah, blah, 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 this, that, and the other, yeah, the Bureau is this. But, I'm glad that we got into this and are able to find this out for ourselves now. I feel so much better about myself and about the things that I say and the stuff that I put out on the show when we do stuff like this, Because I've known in my gut that that's been a red herring for the longest time. But, I mean, to me, this is just absolute proof. It's just hard for me to deny that at this point. For several Earth days and nights, Anu and Antu slept. On the 6th day, his 2 sons and daughter Anu summoned. Of what had transpired on Earth, he heard their accounts. Of the peace and the warfare he learned. Of how the Earthlings, by the oath of Enlil to be wiped off, had again proliferated, Anu had heard. Of the gold discovery in the land beyond the oceans and the chariots placed there, Enlil to him revealed. It was then that of the dream and of the tablet of Galzu, Enki told his father. By that, Anu was greatly puzzled. A secret emissary by that name to Earth by me was never sent. So did Anu say to the 3 leaders. Puzzled were Enki and Enlil, baffled, they looked at each other. On account of Galzu, Zisudra, and the seeds of life were saved, Enki said. On the account of Galzu, on Earth we remain, Enlil said to his father. The day to Nibiru you return, you shall die. So did Galzu say to us. Incredulous of that was Anu. The change of cycles indeed did cause havoc, but it was cured with elixir. Then whose emissary, if not yours, was Galzu? And Enki and Enlil said in unison, aha. So who is this mystery man? So see, this is the guy that changed the whole course, remember? This Galzu character? Supposedly having orders from Anu? Who is he then? They don't know who he is. He never gave that order. They never said, who is this mystery man? He's the guy that wanted them to have compassion for mankind and not wipe them out and gave them the plans to, create the new ark and save them. Oh, see, now the plot thickens. Now the plot thickens. Now we're starting to see the appearance of other entities that aren't Anunnaki who have had a hand in and a say in steering the destiny of mankind. Oh, this is real interesting now. You just thought it was interesting. Now somebody else is showing up in the mix, and now you're going, we don't know who the fuck this guy was. I thought you were with him. Oh, man, I thought you were with him. I thought you sent him. No, I didn't know who the fuck was this guy. Whose emissary, if not yours, was Galzu? Who the Earthlings, who wanted to save the Earthlings, who made us stay on Earth. The Narsuk slowly nodded her head. From the creator of all did Galzu appear. See, there you go, the Son of God. Now this is the entering of the Jesus character, isn't it? Does seem like it. So I mean, that explains what we have. This is very interesting. See, somebody else is showing up, and it's not Anunnaki, and this person, and we don't really have any real explanations for that, do we? Now the plot thickens as it always does. We got to find out who this mystery Galzu character is. By the time I get up tomorrow, I'll have 20 emails in my box going, Galzu is this person, Galzu is this, hold on. which is fine. I'm cool with that, but still. Was the creation of Earthlings also destined? Of that, I must wonder. For a while, the 4 of them were silent. Each one's past events in his heart recounted. While fates we decreed, the hand of destiny every step directed. So Anu did say, the will of the creator of all is clear to see. On earth and for earthlings, only emissaries are we. The earth belongs to the earthlings. To preserve and advance them, we were intended. If that is our mission here, let us accordingly act, so Enki did say. The great Anunnaki who decree the fates councils exchanged regarding the lands. To create civilized regions, the great Anunnaki decided to therein provide mankind with knowledge. Here we go. I mean, is this what the like? Because what I'm thinking here is that because a lot of people think that the Anunnaki and the Nephilim are the same thing. The more and more I'm finding out is that the Nephilim were not necessarily the same as the Anunnaki, but yet people in the research community always try to put those together as they're the same thing, and I don't think they are.
They are.
And this right here to the great Anunnaki decided to provide mankind with knowledge. This is when the first secret society was set up, the Brotherhood of the Serpent, the Brotherhood of the Snake. And after that, some entity which was involved in the first priesthood in Sumer and Akkadian and Babylon, and then after that, Egypt. But somewhere in there, that's when somebody decided, oh, wait, we're better off keeping this information to ourselves and only letting the people have little bits, which is exactly what they did and how they basically took over power and started controlling us all when that was never the goal of mankind, of the Anunnaki with mankind.
It's called Enlil.
They could have enslaved us and done anything they wanted to with us, but in the end, it's starting to appear that
the snake, the eagle.
I mean, just more and more, this whole thing's based on a lie. So the people who are actually enslaving us are doing
No,
it.
Josh, you're just not done reading yet. Keep going, dude.
They're claiming that they are, akin to these royal Anunnaki bloodlines, when in reality, yeah, they're lying. Just because they're blood related to these people doesn't mean that that's what the Anunnaki intended for mankind to be. In fact, here we're reading that's not what they intended.
It's not what.
So very well could be this idea that
we need to be their slaves, Josh. That's the whole intent.
I think there may have been something maybe that's
from either side.
Maybe that's a lie.
You're
maybe
reading the friendly side, the one that made us slaves.
Maybe that's
they like us around.
Red herring. Maybe they put that out there to make us believe that,
Enlil
you
doesn't.
Get past the Bilderberg group, and you get past the bankers, and you get past the Jews, and you
but
get
they
past
need
the
us around.
And you get past the Knights of Malta and all this stuff, and the Crown and the Vatican. But obviously, the next idea is that, it's got to be forces outside of this earth that are.
It's a good cop, bad cop since day one. Why would it change?
That, but what if it's not the Anunnaki, as many people believe?
It is. Same houses.
These are demonic
same
entities
power,
or other entities.
same players.
What if the whole thing's a lie?
It's not. Keep reading.
It's very easy to blame it on some god or some alien or something like that than it is to have people believe that actually the source of our power lies in the people that are actually here on earth. They're using this phony lie of the divine right to rule as their excuse to be in power.
They're still here. Read. God, that's like a mantra with them.
Cities of man were to be established. In therein sacred precincts and abodes for the Anunnaki were to be created.
Ziggurats.
Kingship, as on the Biru, was established on earth. Crown and scepter to a chosen man were given. So there you go. Then you read that, and then it makes it hard to say what I just said a minute ago, doesn't it? See, I don't know. I mean, fuck. It's a little bit of both, because right there, they're saying they gave them the crown and scepter and put them in charge, and the crown and scepter is what the crown used to this day. Solomon had that Solomon symbol, so okay, maybe I take.
I told him to just shut up, keep reading, didn't I?
Maybe they still are reading things. I still think, though, that the people in the bloodlines who are in charge got off the plantation and bastardized this stuff into a control method for evil when it wasn't originally intended for that.
No, it's just.
I still do believe that.
Enlil, the house of Enlil, the house of the fucking sky.
The word of the Anunnaki
king rules the planet.
Of work and dexterity, and the sacred precinct.
El dickhead. El entitled. I'm entitled.
To establish the Anunnaki as lofty lords to serve and worship. There you go. They
set
up the priest class so that the Anunnaki would be served and worshipped. Well, no, I take back everything I just said. There you go. Yeah, they said this whole
thing. Take it back, Josh.
Secret knowledge was to be taught to convey civilization to mankind.
He's man enough to admit he's wrong.
To create 4 regions,
I like
3
Josh,
for mankind, and 1 restricted, the Anunnaki resolved. The first regions of the olden Eden lands were established for Enlil.
Old
And his
eagle,
sons to
eagle
dominate.
helmets, eagle
The
this,
second
eagle
region
that,
of the land
snake
of the
this,
two
snake
arrows that happened
that,
to follow for Enki and his
eagle
sons
snake,
to rule.
eagle overrode the snake this time. They're expecting the snake to return. Talk.
Oh man, I just lost my place.
My bloodline. Sunk his bloodline.
Just a second, get back where I left off at.
Well, technically.
Oh, where'd I go?
I'm almost pure. I'm A negative.
The third region, with the two not mingling in a distant land, was granted to Inanna. The fourth region, for the Anunnaki alone consecrated, was on the peninsula of the place of the chariots. So that's the 4 new regions they built. So we're going to be leading off. Here. Now this is the account of Anu's journey to the lands beyond the ocean. 272 is where we're leading off there. Now this is the account of Anu's journey to the lands beyond the ocean. 272. Very interesting. Boy, lots of stuff there now, because, there for a minute it kind of seemed like, okay, maybe these guys aren't the ones, and no, they are indeed the ones that set up shop. We should have known. But again, I think that there does.
See, like I'm going to get embarrassed again.
How's that old expression go?
I was over here, y'all get out of control.
The hell is paved with good intentions. Could very well be the source of that statement. It's very true there. It does seem like there was some good intentions. But with us being so much, according to these Anunnaki, being so much like them, we have.
I just came out. I forgot I didn't even get high yet.
Which ultimately
I'm fucking pulling points.
Widespread death and warfare
dancing with my flame.
And allegedly, that's why this lost book of Enki was made. Because it says very explicitly at the beginning of it that
I'm cooking
this information
chimichangas and rice.
Supposed to be known to all of mankind, so that we don't go the same route that these Anunnaki went down, which is death and destruction and nuclear war and all this other stuff. This would make perfect sense, among many other reasons, why this information has been downplayed, has been called disinfo, has been called distractions and everything else.
Well, I imagine so is everybody here, Shrimp.
That warning of, we've got to change our ways on this planet, otherwise
help each other through hard times. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Of Anu's journey to the lands.
You're here. Hi.
On the oceans, and how in the first region for the Anunnaki cities were reestablished.
You're not alone either. Shrimp.
Having the decision about the 4 regions of mankind's civilizations, Anu inquired about his grandson, Marduk. I must see him again. Anu said to the leaders, whether by Dumuzi or by Ningazita inviting to the Nibiru, Marduk's ire I myself have caused.
She just getting used to being alone.
Anu did wonder if he should reconsider the punishment of Marduk.
I like seafood too.
When to the lands beyond the ocean you journey,
shrimp. I like him. Little cockroaches running around on the bottom of the ocean. They're good.
The land where he roams in those parts of the earth it is, so Enlil did say to Anu. Before the distant lands, the royal couple went. The Eden and its lands Anu and Atu surveyed. Eridu and Nibiru Key they visited, where the cities of the first region were planned they saw. In Eridu, Enlil complained about Enki. The MEs, which I believe are mitochondrial extraction,
they're not.
Keeping them to Enki is keeping to himself. Anu on the seat of honor, seated, said words of praise to Enki. My son for himself has built a magnificent house. It is raised beautifully on a platform. To the people that the house surrounds and serve, Enki will give great knowledge. Now, the knowledge that is in the MEs is secreted with no other Anunnaki may be shared.
Secreted.
Embarrassed was Enki to share with all the divine formulas to Anu he promised. In the ensuing days, in skyships traveling, Anu and Antu surveyed the other regions.
Antu is Anu's wife.
Then on the 17th day, to Uniki, the royal couple returned for one more night of rest. Tomorrow, when the younger Anunnaki come before Anu and Antu for blessing, Anu to his great-granddaughter Inanna took a liking.
Inanna.
He drew her closely, he hugged her, and he kissed her.
Inanna.
Let all my words heed to the congregation, he announced.
Oh,
this place, after we leave,
Inanna.
To Inanna as a dowry is given. Let the skyship in which we shall bring the earth be my present to Inanna. Joyed, Inanna began to dance and sing. Her praises of Anu as hymns in times to come were chanted.
Inanna.
Therefore, bidding farewell to the Anunnaki for the land.
I was just thinking coffee might be needed.
Enlil and Enki, Ninurta and Ishkar with them to the golden land went. To impress Anu the king with the great golden riches, Ninurta built an abode for Anu and Antu. Its stone blocks were cut to perfection. With pure gold inside, it was covered.
You know what's better than lobster tail? If you get a chance, go down to Key West. Have some of their bulldozer tails. They're lobsters without claws. Their tails are like a lobster tail with ambrosia mixed in it. It's fucking, I don't know even what to tell you. It's fucking delicious. It's just sweet. You ain't even got to dip that shit in butter. But I mean, you know, why not?
A golden enclosure with flowers of carnelian stones were carved.
Is that
royal
what?
Couple awaited.
Do you have things like that are lobsters without the claws? Because they call them bulldozers down Key West. Oh my God, they're delicious. You know. That's my favorite seafood, CH. I haven't had that
By
in a
the
long
shore
time.
of the great mountain lake, the abode was erected. How the gold nuggets are collected, the visitors were shown. There is enough gold here for many shars to come, Anu said, satisfied.
That's
to
all
a
right.
place nearby, Ninurta to Anu and
A couple
Antu
years from now, I'll be blowing up balloons.
showed an artifice mound. How to build a place for melting and refining metals was made.
Oh, shit.
And they showed them how to extract a new metal from stones.
No way. Not a new metal.
A knot. Anunnaki made, he called it, a knot. How, by combining it with the abundant copper, a strong metal he invented, he showed them.
Oh, no.
On the Great Lake, from whose shores the metals came,
Not
Anu and
bronze.
Antu sailed. The Lake of Anak Anu called it, henceforth was its name.
Bronze.
Then from lands from the north, lands where the
Where's
great
this,
horned beasts are hunted.
The great horned beasts are hunted. Buffalo.
Marduk, before his father Enki and his grandfather Anu came.
The buffalo. Where's the buffalo
his
at?
son was with him. When Enki inquired about Japan, Marduk with sorrow told them of her death. Now Nabu alone with me has remained. To his father and grandfather, Marduk said. Anu, Marduk to his chest pressed. Enough, you have been punished, to him, he said. With his right hand on Marduk's head, Anu, Marduk is to be forgiven and blessed. From the golden place high in the mountains, all who had gathered in the plain below went.
I haven't been
there,
in years.
Stretching the horizon,
myself.
Ninurta had prepared a new place for the chariots. Anu and Antu's celestial chariot stood there ready and was loaded with gold to the brim. As the time for the departing came, Anu said words of guidance and goodbyes to his children. Whatever destiny for the earth and the earthlings is intended, let it so be. If man, not Anunnaki, is destined to inherit the earth, then let us help that destiny.
Uh-huh.
Give mankind knowledge.
You hearing all this?
Up to a measure, secrets of heaven and earth, let them teach. Give them knowledge up to a measure. See, give them knowledge up to a certain point. Don't give them too much now. They're the foundations of the priest class, ladies and gentlemen, right there.
You can get some good crawdads up where you're at anyway in the summer.
Laws of justice and righteousness teach them, then depart and leave. So releasing his children, giving them fatherly instructions. Once more they hugged, embraced, and kissed, and from the new chariot's place, Anu and Antu left for Nibiru. The first to break the sorrowed silence was Marduk, with anger were his words.
Uh-oh. Marduk.
What is this new place of celestial chariots?
Oh,
and others an explanation
shit.
demanded.
Shit, fuck.
What after my exile without my knowledge has transpired? When Enki,
fucking Marduk.
Enki told Marduk of the decisions about the 4 regions, Marduk's fury knew no bounds.
Oh.
Why will Nana, a cause of Dumuzi's death, get her own region? The decisions have been made and cannot be altered, so Enlil said to Marduk. In separate skyships to the Eden and its adjoining lands they returned. Sensing trouble, Enlil and Ishtar were instructed to stay behind and to keep watch over the gold. To commemorate Anu's visit, a new count of the passage of time was introduced. By Earth years, not by Nibiru Shars, was what on Earth transpired to be counted. Now listen to this. This is a very interesting piece of information for you astrology-minded people out there.
Have you ever done this? Get yourself a black trash bag. Probably want it to be a nice hefty bag. And you get it in the water. And you take a Frito. You don't have to let the thing swallow your hand. It'll follow it right into the fucking bag, and you drop it in the bag, and the catfish fall in the bag. You lift the bag up, you got yourself a huge fucking catfish in your bag all of a sudden. You ain't got to touch the fucking thing. Catfish are stupid. It's just a little piece of nookie. Is it? Oh, right in the bottom of the bag, man. I learned that in Deep Creek, out in Hesperia, Deep Creek, you know, by Rattlesnake Mountain and shit. SoCal. I'm from LA, but yeah, that's where I learned that little trick. Big old catfish, in a matter of like that, right out of this fucking Deep Creek, right out of fucking Deep Creek. I know they go noodling. That's what I'm saying. You don't need to do that shit. Fuck that. You get you a Frito. They like Fritos. It's like noogie. They'll fall that shit right into the trap. And you got them. It's like, damn. Honey trapped that bitch. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Everybody's got it. The common cold again. Well, the flu is actually the rhinovirus. Common cold is known as corona. It's just sniffles, and sometimes it'll kill you. But nobody's had the flu this year, miraculously. Ask the CDC, they'll tell you. No, it's amazing. Nobody's had the flu this year. Fucking amazing. I read it on the CBDC papers myself in a video. I posted it in my communities. If you're having problems with that, you might want to watch that video that's in my community section, because it's not medical information at all. It's actually read out of the CDC papers and their webpage and the vaccine manufacturers. And doing that, I actually think I made my point clearer than my rant they removed. So you might want to check that out, because that's right out of the literal medical papers. Period. It's like medical papers, and I'm just reading medical papers, because that's all I did. Well, Alex, if you checked out my older videos, you would know very well that I was telling people before COVID even hit when it would and why, and 2 weeks later what would happen as a result. And Wendy stopped selling beef in areas. I was telling people that at Christmas on that channel, and then about the time it hit, I started telling people how wave 4 was going to happen. See how far ahead this channel's been of you? Now, if you want to know why wave 4 happened, you're on the wrong channel. Did you just happen into this channel? Because I've noticed some people just kind of stumble into this channel because of the thumbnail or wherever you came from. But if so, can I share my Angry Catfish channel? Because everybody over here reads hieroglyphs, and my wrenches are trained to smack you and do mean things to you if you haven't, and you're over here actually talking. And that right there tells all of us, every one of us, that you haven't done that. And I'm just letting you know. No, I'm asking. Yeah, okay, beautiful. Yeah, I'm not trying to chew you out. That's why I'm like, I'm trying to hold off the wrenches because they're quick. They don't act on me. They're adults. They see, here's the secret. They had to prove to me that they can actually read a hieroglyph and bring some knowledge, because I haven't actually looked at a whole bunch of them. I just found out I could read them. It's simple physics. It's fucking amazing what we were drawing on those walls. But all these cats can actually do that now. And anything that you say out of line of that will sometimes just instantaneously result in a 600-second timeout. And I'm just letting everybody know verbally, how you doing, new guy or girl? Not sure yet. Let me give you a link. Or are you familiar with that channel? Because I haven't been harping on this channel very much, like stay out of here or whatever. But it's kind of the rule. You're allowed to hang and listen to us, because I mean we do all amazing talks in here, and yeah, we have fun. You can have fun. I mean, we ain't say we love you, but we can't wait until you're fully like understanding who you are, where Creator is, and everything. It's fucking amazing, and they knew it. CERN just proved us right a couple weeks ago. Pollyanna just brought that to us this week, last week. I'm just in the middle of a whirlwind right now with everything going on. So, welcome to the corner, to my dungeon. But if you don't know about the Angry Catfish page, I am about to hook you up with a link for some of those that don't know about it, because I mean, people I've noticed are just kind of coming in a lot of times. You're just gonna have to be used to my language. I use very harsh fucking language. And God, I don't know what to give you now. There's so many good ones. I should give you the Dazzes. Here, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me see. Now, why am I not getting that? All right, let me unsub for myself. Fuck you, dude. Let me see if I can get my shit going on. Okay. One day, I was minding my own fucking business. One day, I was minding my own business in an interview on WSO channel, and Relentless Maverick put, yeah. Boom. Oh, you're free to speak freely. Yeah, absolutely. You can speak freely, but we this isn't that channel. This is my workspace. This is where I work. And you don't just invite anybody to work, do you? These are friends of mine that have been around for a while. That's why they're here in my chat. And I put up with enough shit in that channel. I don't need it over here. None of us do. We're past all of that. That's for you to learn. Anybody who's gone there and all that, welcome here. But we can tell, is all I'm saying. I'm not being mean. Trust me. You'll see mean start from the beginning and the end on that channel. And go when you get there. I would get to my video page and hit oldest and work your way back, because we've actually got the power structure that has been hiding things in our face, actively showing us who they are in real time, trying to frame me, trying to murder me and shit. And there's all kinds of investigations going on now. And I suggest looking at the first one and working your way back, because that is the information they didn't want you to have. Yeah, well, that's the rules. I ain't gonna try to bite your head off. I'm just warning you, my wrenches might. I got one too. Myself, I'm gonna go over here and blow glass here in a minute. I'm a lightweight, so I packed this bowl a couple hours ago, and I've been trying to like remember I was smoking it, but I keep getting talking because my friends is here. Uh-oh. Shit. Okay. Now, all that friendly shit I just said, it's gone. It's gone now. Right there. There's our leader. That's our sex cult leader. And she has come to tell us what object we're going to worship today and have sex with. Yesterday it was a sponge in Miss Raymond's shower. Whew, boy, it was a good day. What are we doing today, Miss Leader? That's how it works. We love Paula. We may just worship her as an idol someday. I don't know. She hasn't pulled that one yet, but I mean, I'm sure we'd all be happy to. Oh shit! What'd you ask me? My chat rolls around. I gotta scroll up now because I ain't gonna ask you to type again if you ask me. I see you up there a minute ago. Hang on. Let's see if I can get this to work. Oh shit! I'm gonna try and find you again. Where you at? Here. If you try and show some of my pictures, you go ahead. And John said he can use his too. I don't know if that's what question you're asking. Oh, something's bullshit. Yeah, I watched it. Mm. What'd you watch? You ain't gonna have the shot. The shot, are you? I mean, I saw your wife's school kid or whatever. I've had friends that got tested for it, but didn't get the shot. You don't have to get the shot. Well, yeah, we're fed up with the world like it is too. It ends here. I mean, it's already changing. It's well fucking beyond YouTube at this point. Like I said, there's professional geologists and sea captains out there right now, as of this week, on their radios and talking. And the geologists been working hard for a while. Answers are being filled everywhere. It ain't just here. There's probably 10 times my subs out there driving around on the oceans, um, literally understanding now why they can't get bearings because one of them came here from a Google search. He says, "Oh no, I'm not going to." That's good. Uh-oh, Captain Obvious is too set. Oh shit! Fuck. I'll give you a little shoulder. She made me do it. I did it all for the nookie and even more for Miss Polly. Good. And we should refuse the shots and continue and hold in solidarity over that. Because look at what they're doing. They've already recalled the one and they're having serious problems with this other one. And now they're talking about people are shedding the virus, a more deadly version. Who said that before the shot was even a fucking topic? I told you how wave 4 would begin. And it began in the UK. And I pointed it out the first day they came out. They was like, "Oh, there's a new strain." I said, "No, that's not a new deadly strain. It's exactly what I told you was going to happen." Because once you give one of them, and then it changes the DNA of the thing you're shedding, it's more humanized. It's easier to catch. It's more damaging. You're going to make your loved ones sick. I said. I said it several times before, ever, and then not only that, on record, over there on video. Why? Because we was rushing. The Chinese was rushing to beat the Russians, and then we had to rush to beat the Chinese, who was rushing to rush to beat the Chinese, and we just didn't know that the COVID could go dormant in your nerve tissue for 15 years and come back out. We thought it was dead when it was given to you, but we had to freeze it at fucking sub-zero temperatures, make your immune system go dead for the first time, and then shoot you with it. And I'm all like, look at what's happening. Exactly, 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 exactly. And I read it from the CDC papers, and I just put it in part of it in my one of them. Anyways, there's quite a few of them I put in there and told people this is coming. Don't do this. Don't do that. This is going to come. And then everybody freaked out for toilet paper. I was like, oh, wow, that was nifty. Wendy's stopped selling beef. Everybody ran for toilet paper. Then I had people literally come to me and tell me it was the butcher that got sick. It ain't fucking what you said it was. It ain't the grain. I'm all like, well, and these people know me. I'm like, they ain't thinking about the face shield the butcher has to wear by the OSHA standards every day at work. They ain't thinking about how the greeter over here got a little cotton mask talking about 10,000 people coming in and out of Walmart and got a sniffle one, but all the butchers in the world just got fucking sick all at once. Bam! They killed it. Wendy's can't even sell beef. Yeah, right? Especially on the day, the very day. Day, date. I don't know about hour. I hit it by the day that I said that your grocery stores would start showing. I didn't see that scope. I didn't see. I said start showing, and if to the point that if they don't have the excuse in place, everybody's going to understand something's wrong because the fucking food chain's fucked up. But they had it in place 2 weeks before, just like I said they would, on the exact date that I said they had to, because I was running numbers for about 6 months in the grain, and the only reason I fuck okay. Full transparency. The only reason it took me 6 months to come out and fucking say anything is because I checked it fucking 6 times. I need to make sure. I have never given a date. I wanted to make sure the date I'd given was the right date, and they happened to actually hit them both on the pinpoint exact day. I said they would, and I didn't get my data from YouTube. And I take you and walk you through where I got my data and where I came up with my prediction before it ever happened. And that's all over on my other page. I mean, everything I've ever said has already happened or been proven true by CERN. And everything I brought in the ferrocell and everything I've talked about has been confirmed already now. Nice. Well, yeah, I don't want anyone shedding on me either, huh? Keep your vibration up. They didn't know. Well, even if they were told, you gotta feel sorry for them because they've been so fucking programmed. It's right in their face, just like omnipresence. Now you've seen it though, you know omnipresence, and you know where you've seen it before too, right? They don't have that yet. Well, it was in the mainstream news. Fucking, it began in Canada, and then they sent it to the Wuhan lab, which we actually own. The CDC owns the Wuhan, that specific lab, and then it shows up in the bat soup. Bats are deep fried and then made into soup, you know, no, they're not over there eating raw bats like Ozzy. Thank you. I mean, that was a no-brainer. Then you see what? The DOJ fighting with the CDC even. As they're flying planefuls of sick people supposedly over from there with healthy people. And then they plant in the, yeah, see, I put all that in videos and told everybody what was happening because that's the very only, I mean, that, dude, that's, how do you know, I'll tell you how I knew. They didn't fear anything I could say to sway the public because they didn't change anything I was told about step by step how they were going to do this. But I had no idea it was actually going to come. I thought they were going to have us in civil war at this time too. I was Kay Davis had the wrong designation of a son, and she didn't have both of them. I found Ra afterwards, but she told me about fucking G19. They know it's solar warming, not global warming, three quarters, and then started talking about the lockdowns and preparedness commercials and shit. I'm like, man, every time I see a prepared commercial, I'm like, I just want to yell from the top of the mountains, bitch! You ain't helping nobody. But I mean, you know, I knew what to look for fuck's sake. I used to work with them. I was a senator's aide. I did active work for a senator and set precedents in the state. I'm pretty good, I guess. You know, I cracked the code on the fucking ancient walls too. I just say, you know, I'm all right as an investigator. Oh my god. Hmm. Oh, I'm not gonna take a shot. Oh no. I ain't saying get around them. You don't have to accommodate them. You can wish them well. I ain't saying you got to give them hugs and shit. I just, I don't blame anyone for anything they do until they get this information. And once you get that information that we got, because we've never had this information, we never knew who was behind this. I mean, the whole big picture. It's a rough journey. You know that. Even the Anunnaki themselves and the people that do this to us didn't have this information. Yeah, the television is definitely the start of the programming. That and the cradle, and your mom and dad have been lied to generationally for generations. And we're hearing the fuckery right here where they divide us up. They need to make sure they get worshipped and split us up and divide us between. This is the religion division that you're hearing, but it's in the writing of the victor. For God's sake, it's going to sound like flowers and cupcakes. These people are swearing never to kill us, and they already killed us once, and they're getting ready to kill us again. You know, tonight in this story, not just here, because we're playing the same plan right now. That's why I stepped down. We're listening to the story of why I stepped down as a sitting senator's top investigator. I swear to God, it's parallel to my life. I don't even know what to say about it. It's fucking amazing every time I listen to this fucking story. They've done this for a long time. But this time, as I've seen on the walls of Giza, is the first time since they've been keeping track that all three sons are going to come together. And this is the one they've been fearing. Because they can go to Ash or they can have a new planet heaven as we have a new planet Earth. Have a good night, Miss Raymond. I'm gonna go check on my rice and kick on some more action-packed, alien, incestual, explosive death and mayhem and manipulation.
In the age of the bull,
Uh-oh.
to Enlil dedicated was the count of Earth years begun. So, in the age of the bull, the age of Taurus, that would have been when the ages were start. We're in what are we in, Pisces right now? Going into what, the age of Aquarius. So I guess time and years started being counted during the age of Taurus. That's an interesting tidbit. I did not know that. When the leaders returned to the Eden, the place of the first civilized region, how to make bricks from mud, the Anunnaki taught the Earthlings, and then therewith to build cities. But where once cities of the Anunnaki alone had stood, cities for both them and the Earthlings now arose. There, and in new cities for the great Anunnaki, sacred precincts were consecrated. Therein, the Anunnaki with lofty abodes were provided. Temples by mankind they were called. There you go, right there. We refer to as temples were actually made for abodes for the Anunnaki. And the best example of that I can think of, the Temple of Hathor at Dendera. You know, the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, it's one I've talked about it before because everybody, has to have, I always like to have goals that are bigger than what I can achieve at my given moment. I mean, it keeps you going. That's my, that's one of my bucket list long-term things I want to do. I want to write a book and make a movie about the Temple of Hathor at Dendera in Egypt. Because, man, they never mention it on Ancient Aliens. They never mention. I've gone and tried to find books on it. You can't find dedicated books to this. It is the single most in-your-face piece of evidence for the Anunnaki and giants and extraterrestrials anywhere, and it's largely overlooked in Egyptology, largely overlooked in extraterrestrial research. And the reason why is because it's exactly what they describe here, an abode that's made for the Anunnaki. This thing's made to the scale of giants. It's made for giants to walk through. And there's just no way modern people have constructed that thing. So right there, it tells that the abodes that the Anunnaki dwelt in were called the temples by mankind. That's a key piece of evidence right there, folks. That says a lot. So now whenever time you hear somebody refer to one of these ancient megalithic structures as a temple, always remember that temple is code for abode for the Anunnaki, a house for the Anunnaki. Therein, the Anunnaki as lofty lords were served and worshipped. By number ranks, they were honored. Their heirship to mankind made known. So that right there, they're saying that in these days, in the first days of this, them being seen as the, the heirship of mankind, meaning H-E-I-R, mankind being the progeny of these Anunnaki, it was a known thing. Another piece of evidence, see, it didn't become hidden. Man is what has made this information hidden. We are the ones who have enslaved our own kind with each restriction of this knowledge. And it seems that the people that wrote these texts were very aware of that being a possibility to happen. And indeed it did. The Anu, the heavenly, the rank of 60 held. To Enlil, the rank of 50 was given. On Ninurta, his foremost son, Enlil bestowed the same rank. Next in succession was the Lord Enki, the rank of 40 he held. To Nanar, the son of Enlil and Nimlil, the rank of 30 was assigned. To his son and successor Utu, the rank of 20 was allotted. 10 as a number ranked to the other Anunnaki leaders' sons was granted. Ranks by the fives between the female Anunnaki and spouses were shared. When after Eridu and Nibiru Key and their temple abodes were completed, in Lagash, the garrison precinct for Ninurta was built. Its black skybird was kept there. Yeah, fucking bird of prey. In Inu, House of 50 was the temple abode for Ninurta, and Bao, his spouse, was called. The supreme hunter and the supreme smiter, weapons a gift of Anu, the Ininu protected. Where Sipar before the deluge had been, on top of the mud soil Utu, a new Sipar had been established. In the Ababar, the shining house, an abode for Utu and his spouse Aya was raised. From there, Utu promulgated the laws of justice for mankind. Where, because of silt mud, the olden plans could not be followed, new sites were chosen. Adab, a site from Shurabrak, not distant for the Narsog, as a new center was made. The house of Sakor and healing knowledge was her temple abode, therein named. The image of how the earthlings were fashioned, Narshog kept in his holy shrine. Yeah, the mitochondrial extractions of how they were created. For Dinar, a city with straight streets, canals, and wharves was provided. Urim was its name. House of the Throne Seeds was its temple abode called. The moon's beams to the lands it reflected. Ishkur to the mountain lands of the north returned. The House of Seven Storms, his abode was called. Inanna in Unaki resided. In the abode by Anu bequeathed to her she dwelt. Marduk and Nabu dwelt in Eridu. In the Eden, their own abodes they did not have. Page 277. 277. Now is the account of the first city of men, the kingship of Earth. 277. We'll pick up there tomorrow night on that. So very interesting. Again, if any of you sleuths and hounds out there, if you can put together where some of these places are that we've described, some of you have a lot of places like there in Pakistan, other places. But if you guys identify more of these places they're talking about or have an idea of where this stuff is, I'd be interested to see that. So definitely always email that over to me at globalrealityshow@gmail.com. It's globalrealityshow@gmail.com. Don't forget, please make a donation, folks. We barely scraped by. We only had a very few people donate at the end of our fundraiser for the month last week. 2 people helped us get by last month, and we barely got the bills paid. We have very little in the bank right now. We need support if you want this show to continue. We don't have commercials. We don't have the rest of this stuff. But if we don't get the support we need, the integrity of our show is definitely going to go down because we have to continue. So please don't let that happen. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We'll see you next time for the broadcast. You guys have a great night. Take care. Now this is the account of the first city of men and of kingship on earth. Now, very interesting how those things go hand in hand. The Anunnaki playing a hand in being setting up the first city of men on earth, and then also setting up kingships. And that's what I've been trying to tell people here for 4 years on this show now, is that, and it's an absolute fact if you do the research, the idea of kingship and the divine right to rule and all of this stuff, and it's very much alive in today's politics and today's rulers and leaders. all of that, the whole idea goes back to those families and those bloodlines who trace their lineage directly back to these Anunnaki. And that's how the kingship and the thrones and all this stuff were set up on Earth. So let's get into that here tonight. And how Marduk schemed to build a tower, wherefore Inanna had stolen the MEs. In the first region, in the lands of the Eden, and in the cities with precincts, by their Anunnaki lords, the earthlings were taught handiworks and crafts. Before long, the fields were irrigated, and on canals and rivers, boats soon sailed. The sheepfolds and granaries were overflowing. Prosperity filled the land. Ki Ingi, land of the lofty watchers, the first region was called. Then to let the black-headed people, a city of their own possess was decided. Kishi, scepter city it was called. In Kishi did the kingship of man begin. Therein in consecrated soil, and in Lil, the heavenly bright
kingship.
Now this is interesting. Therein in consecrated soil,
the heavenly
Anu and in Lil implanted the heavenly bright object. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
So in consecrated ground, Anu and Lil are implanting some heavenly bright object into the ground here. Well, what could that be?
I don't know. Keep reading.
Because whatever that is, it has to do with kingship and the divine right to rule. It's just some ancient archaeological relic like the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know.
I don't know either. Keep reading.
In it, Ninurta appointed the first king. Mighty Man was his royal title.
Mighty Man!
As they could do, Mighty Man.
Yep, that's
Mighty Man, you are in charge.
Well, we got
Run things for us here on this planet, Mighty Man. We trust you, Mighty Man, all the descendants of Mighty Man.
That guy.
To make it a civilized center for mankind, Ninurta journeyed to Eridu. The ME tablets that for kingship divine formulas hold from Enki to obtain.
Enki.
Properly attired. With respect, Ninurta entered Eridu. For the ME of kingship, he asked. Enki, the Lord who all the MEs, who safeguards all the MEs, granted 50 ME to Ninurta. Mitochondrial extractions, DNA to create new workers, new humans.
Blueprints.
In Kishi, where the black-headed people were taught to calculate numbers. Heavenly Nisaba writing taught them, and Heavenly Ninkashi showed them beer making.
See,
so beer came from aliens. Oh, all right. That's good to know.
Those are your MEs.
In Kishi, guided by Ninurta, kiln work and smithing proliferated. Wheeled wagons harnessed to male asses.
Hey!
Craftily fashioned in Kishi. Laws of justice and righteous behavior were promulgated in Kishi. It was in Kishi that the people composed hymns of praise to Ninurta. Sounds like the beginning of goddess worship right there, doesn't it?
Okay.
Of his heroic deeds and victories, they sang. Of his awe-inspiring blackbird, they chanted. I think it's interesting that they had this craft. Ninurta has this craft called the blackbird. This ship that flies around, looks like a blackbird. Could that be where we got the technology for the SR-71 Blackbird? I mean, look at that. Look at that plane. Look at the SR-71 Blackbird. Think about that thing. They admitted they had that thing in 58, which means they had to have been working on it prior to 58, if 58's when they admitted they had it. Yet this is long before computer-aided design and engineering and any of this stuff, yet they were able to calculate properly how to have this plane operate without a vertical fin stabilizer. It has two small fins in the back, but no vertical fin stabilizer. And I've seen documentaries talking about SR-71 Blackbird where they're talking about, that, but they never seem to mention that, you would have had to have computer-aided design and all that stuff to get that right. How are they able to get that right? We went from flying, prop planes just a few short years earlier in World War II to having, this supersonic thing that can fly at the threshold of space in a matter of less than 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Tesla.
So I find that interesting. I mean, could that SR-71 Blackbird come as a result of, these ancient plans they think? Very well could be. They try to retire those things so many times that they can't because there's still, the stuff that's in them still surpasses technology we can produce today. The U-2 spy plane's the same way. Why is that?
I know why.
Why is there technology in these things from 40, 50 years ago we can't recreate today? That's a good question, isn't it?
No.
How in faraway lands the bisons were subdued and how the white metal was mixed with copper, he found.
Uh-oh. Oh,
Ninurta's glorious time it was.
10.
With the constellation of the Archer, he was honored.
10 copper.
All the while, Inanna in the Unki, her lordship awaited in the third region.
The Bronze Age.
All the while, the domain of her own of the leaders she demanded. The third region after the second one will come, her leaders thus assured her. Having seen how Ninurta journeyed to Eridu, and how the EME of kingship he attained, Inanna devised a plan in her heart to obtain ME from Enki. She schemed.
I've been banned everywhere too.
Her chambermaid, Ninurshbur, she dispatched to Eridu to announce a visit by Inanna. On hearing this, Enki quickly gave instructions to his housemaster, Izamut, the maiden, all alone, to my city, is directing her step to Eridu. When all alone she will arrive, let her enter into my inner chambers. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You know what Enki's thinking. He wants to...
Pour it into her open vagina. Pour the semen into her womb, Enki. It is your destiny to pour the semen into the womb.
Keep reading, Josh.
Pour for her cold water to freshen her heart. Give her barley cakes with butter.
Sometimes he's worse than
wine.
Some of these kids we
and
blocked
fill
in
the
here.
beer vessels to the rim. Yeah. That's worked for thousands of years. It all works and always works. Get her drunk and then take her panties off.
Mm-hmm.
Enki knows what's up, man. I mean, he knows the rules. He knows what he knows what he's got to do. He's a pimp. When Inanna was alone in the abode of Enki, entered, Izamut followed Enki's commands. Then when Enki greeted Inanna, he was overwhelmed by Inanna's beauty. With jewelry, Inanna was bedecked. By her thin dress, her body was revealed. When she bent down, her vulva was thoroughly admired by Enki. I can't believe I just read that.
When she bent down, her vulva was thoroughly admired by Enki. Oh yeah, I like that vulva, baby. I can see it sticking out your dress.
Christ. So we got Anunnaki going commando now, huh? Now I like these guys. They're fucking Klingons all the way. They're fucking Klingons. These motherfuckers are hardcore. Wearing no pant ties. She's rolling in commando, dude. I mean, vulvas. Dude, when you got vulva sticking out of your dress,
you're ready to bargain.
I mean, come on now. You're pretty much asking for it there. I mean, seriously, you're gonna roll. You're gonna come over to a dude's house. You're gonna have alcohol. You're gonna have a dress where you can see your vulva, and you're gonna expect that this dude is not gonna want to get his dick wet. I mean, come on. Give me a fucking break. You got to be expecting that.
Josh wants
come
to
on,
get
ladies, you wouldn't roll over to a guy's house
Enki!
with a dress on with your vulva sticking out of it, unless you were planning on getting some, would you? All right. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Next time I see a lady walk my way, if I see her vulva sticking out of her dress, it's on. That's all I'm saying. I can't believe it. Just read that. When she picked down, her vulva was thoroughly admired by Inky. Like, looks like he's standing there, stroking his goatee or stroking his beard, admiring it. Oh, I see your vulva sticking out of your dress there. Oh, I'm just admiring it. Don't mind me. I just want to stare at it. Ladies, you got a guy that's full of shit if he ever tells you that. Just saying. If a guy ever says, "No, honey, I just want to look at it. It's pretty. I don't want to do anything to it." Bullshit. He's lying. That, or he's plays with another team. I don't know. From the wine cups, they drank sweet wine, and they had a beer drinking competition. What? Dude, Anana is the shit.
Oh, you ain't even heard it yet.
Rolling over to a homeboy's crib, fucking all with her shit hanging out and getting drunk. She's like, "Come on, bitch, I'll drink you under the table." They're shotgunning beers. And
Anana knows Inky.
She brought the fucking beer bong from
she knows who she fucking with.
They're just getting that. That's goddamn. I mean, that's a way to a man's heart right there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, seriously.
It is.
The chick that would always walk into the party or walk in the bar and be like, "I'll drink any man here under the table." I'd be like, "You're going home with me. And no, you're not going to drink me under the table." That's greatness. "Show me the Emmys," Anana playfully said to Inky.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
"Let me hold Emmy in my hand." 7 times in the course of the competition, Inky gave Inanna Emmys to hold. The divine formulas for lordship and kingship, for priesthood and scribeship,
for
love dressing and for warring, Emmys Inky gave to Inanna to hold. For music and singing, woodworking, and metals and precious stones, 94 Emmys that for civilized kingdoms are needed, Inky gave to Inanna. Holding her prizes tightly, Inanna slipped away from Inky while he was slumbering. To her boat of heaven she rushed out. To soar away, she instructed her.
The first
pilot. When Inky from his slumber was awakened by Izimud, he said to Izimud, "Get a hold of Inanna now." When from Izimud that Inanna had already in her boat departed, Inky heard. To chase Inanna in Inky's skyship, Izimud he instructed. "All the Emmys you must retrieve to him," he said. At the approach to Unug Key, Izimud Inanna's boat of heaven intercepted. To return to Eridu and face the wrath of Inky, he made her. But when Inanna was brought back to Eridu, the Emmys were with her no more.
Uh-oh.
She gave them to her chambermaid, Ninshubor, to the house of Anu in Unug Key.
Princess Leia passed it on to R2.
"In the name of my power, in the name of my father Anu, I command you, the Emmys, to return." So Inky did angrily say to Inanna, captive in his abode, he held her. When Enlil heard of this, he came to Eridu to face his brother. "By right, the Emmys have I obtained," Inky himself in my hand placed them. So Inanna did say to Enlil, the truth of that Inky meekly admitted. "When the term of Kishi shall be completed, to Unug Key kingship shall pass," so Enlil did declare. When Marduk heard all of this, he was greatly enraged, and his anger knew no bounds. "Enough my humiliation has been," Marduk shouted to his father Enki. A sacred city of his own in the Eden, he forthwith demanded from Enlil. When Enlil paid no heed to Marduk's appeal, Marduk grasped his fate in his own hands. To to a place that for Anu's arrival before Uneki was selected was considered. Nabu, the Agigi, and their offspring from the dispersal lands were summoned. For Marduk, therein a sacred city, a place for skyships, was established. When his followers assembled at the place, stones to build with they did not find. Marduk taught them how to make bricks and burn them by fire to serve as stone. Therewith a tower whose head the heavens can reach they were building. To thwart the plan, Enlil hurried to the place to placate Marduk with soothing words. To stop Marduk and Nabu in their endeavor, Enlil did not succeed. In Nibiru-Ki, Enlil, his sons, and grandchildren were assembled. What to do, they all considered. Now listen to this. This is very interesting, and this ties into some of the work research I've done into stargates and how that ties into ancient archaeological pieces found in ancient Iraq and Mesopotamia, exactly where this is taking place at, by the way. And this is very interesting because it says Marduk is building an unpermitted gateway to heaven and entrusting it to earthlings. So it sounds to me like Marduk is setting up a stargate that he's allowing earthlings to have knowledge of. Now, that's true to me. That 100% explains why the first place we went in 2003 during the invasion of Iraq was the Iraq National Museum to get all these antiquities that pertain to the Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian empires. So that's where we see the problem here. Okay, so Marduk was getting ready to open this.
Marduk is in the land of the fucking bighorn beasts that are hunted. He's not in fucking Mesopotamia. He's right fucking here, where I'm sitting. Oh yeah, you bet. That's a couple of his books. And this is the cool thing. He'll give you references. Go look up the tablet. It exists and it reads just like he said it does. That's what I like about him. Even though I don't care if he's controversial or not, this is biblical canon. The first version. You bet.
Stargate, and they were having trouble because he was entrusting earthlings with the knowledge of this, and rightly so. So Enlil did say to his sons and his grandchildren, if we allow this to happen, no other matter of mankind shall be unreached. This evil plan must be stopped, Ninurta said. All agreed with that.
Are we starting to actually understand what story we're listening to right now? Just from that statement, should start to give you a little bit of a clue. This is the Tower of Babel, where we had a tower that would reach to heaven. If they do not come together, man will be able to do anything they want.
It was nighttime when from Nibiru-Ki the Enlilite Anunnaki came. From their skyships, they rained havoc and fire and brimstones on the rising tower. To the tower and the whole encampment, they brought a complete end to it. To scatter abroad the leader and his followers, Enlil thereupon decided. Henceforth their counsels to confuse their unity, to shatter, Enlil decreed. Until now, all the earthlings had one language and spoke in a single tongue. Henceforth their language I shall confound. that they will not understand each other's speech. Ah, well, why is that important? Why is it important to have, maybe does that explain the origins of language and why we've had different people speaking different languages?
We've covered that now.
Does that somehow keep us as less of a threat? I don't know.
Yeah.
In the 310th year since the count of Earth.
Because we didn't have speech. So they're going to walk you through the language of the gods, which is actually, the cuneiform is actually literally the language they use on planet Heaven. This is why they call it the language of the gods. It's an Anunnaki language. And the first language derived out of that is Akkadian. For the Akkadians, we're the ones that were building the pyramids for them and all their temples and their big houses. Because we were big. Because this is post trapped our planet, turned it on its side. We heard all this. Turn it on its side and fucking, so we're here now. But I mean, all this has happened. They've already populated, changed us, killed us. And now they're chasing us around because we're following Marduk and doing what he says. So they're killing us. And it's going to get fun here in a little bit because let's listen.
Years began, all of this did happen. In each region and every land of the people had a different tongue that he made them speak. A different form of writing thereafter to each was given, that one will not comprehend the other. Ah, see, covering tracks.
Hiding us from ourselves.
Very clever. Not wanting people to know that people who brought knowledge and technology and all this stuff and religion to people all over the different parts of the world, that way people in the future would be confused, much in the way modern science tells us now, and so that we wouldn't believe that all of these came from one group of people. We would think they were all separate. That's very clever.
Mm-hmm.
23 kings did reign in Kishi. For 408 years, it was the scepter city. It was also in Kishi that a beloved king, Itana, was taken for a heavenly journey. Well, that's an interesting thing, too, isn't it? That some of these kings that are humans are allowed to go to heaven, or allowed to go through the Stargate, to go to Nibiru and come back. Isn't that interesting?
A heavenly journey. They get on the ship and go.
At the allotted time, let the kingship to Unaki be transferred, so in will did decree. To its soil, the heavenly bright object from Kishi was transferred. When the decision was announced to the people, they sang a hymn of exaltation to Inanna, Lady of the Emmys, Queen brightly resplendent, righteous in radiance clothed of heaven and earth beloved, by the love of Anu consecrated, wearing great adorations. 7 times the Emmys she obtained, in her hand she is holding them. For the tiara of kingship they are appropriate, for high priesthood suitable. Again, there's that mention that the priests have this power and that the priests are ordained with this power from the Anunnaki. Very interesting and very, very important in understanding the nature of the priest class and what they do and how far it goes back in our day and age. Lady of the great Emmys, of them she is the guardian.
This is good shit.
In the 409th year, after the count of Earth years began, kingship of the first region to Unaki was transferred. Its first king was the high priest of the Inanna temple abode, a son of Utu he was. As for Marduk,
here's the funny thing about this. The funniest thing, Josh thinks it's Sitchin having a problem relaying this in English, and it is not. You ever read the tablets? Oh my God, they are like licking toes and and also neat and beautiful and you know, it's like, oh wow. And they'll say that 1,000 times in the same text. Sitchin's doing you a favor right now, and you just don't know it until you go read them. And it's like, wow, these people really like these Anunnakis.
2 Narrows he went to be the master of the second region once established. He expected. So,
well,
they're saying more.
I see the same thing today. Go Donnie Trump. Go Joe Biden.
Off to another region yet again, where he's expecting to be reigning over.
Rules.
We'll see how that goes. Page 283. Now, this is the account of how the second and third regions were established, and how Ningazita was exiled and Uneg P. Arata was threatened. 283.
To this day.
When Marduk, after a long absence, returned to
I can with confidence tell you that it's Enlil in charge, or the Enlil side of the family, in charge of the entire planet. They are the eagle. Take a look around. Inky's side is the snake. Take a look around.
The land of the 2 Narrows. He found there Ningazita as its master.
I don't know what convinces him they never left.
Ningazita was its lofty lord.
I really don't.
With the aid of offspring of Anunnaki who earthlings espoused, did Ningazita oversee the lands.
Ningazita.
What Marduk had once planned and instructed was overturned by Ningazita.
See, now Ningazita is Toth, and he's in the lands where Marduk used to be, which is Egypt. Marduk's over here in the land of the fucking horned big beasts. They're talking about fucking buffaloes and the destruction that I'm looking at about 10 miles from my house. Devitrified this fucking deep and shit in the fucking stones where they're fucking blowed out everywhere and big chunks of stuff that have really odd like holes in some of them. It definitely isn't native holes. I mean like drill holes. Just like we're looking at all over the place out there, but this shit was blown the fuck up. And that's it all out throughout here into the Midwest. So we're going to hear about that too, because that ain't even happened yet. This is just the Tower of Babel, and it happened somewhere in the United States or maybe Mexico. I mean, wherever there be buffalo, that's where that happened. It didn't happen where they tell you it did in damn Bible school even. It told you it happened here where the fucking horned beasts are fucking hunted. You don't hunt rhinos. Josh.
What is it that happened? Marduk demanded to know
Seriously, who's hunting a rhino?
Of the destruction
fucking
of
running
things. Marduk accused Ningazita of making Horon a desert place to depart, a place that now has no water, a boundless place where sexual pleasures are not enjoyed.
Oh my God. Enoch.
The 2 brothers
we had that story.
And they embarked upon bitterly quarreling.
Yesterday.
Pay heed, I am here in my proper place, Marduk said to Ningazita. You have been my place taker. From now on, only a deputy of mine you can be.
Uh-oh.
But if to rebellion you are inclined, to another land, go away you must. For 350 earth years, the brothers in the land of the 2 Narrows did quarrel. These motherfuckers are fighting 350 years.
Because he went back.
For 350 years, the land was in chaos. Between the brothers, it was split. Then Enki, their father, said to Ningazita,
now they're talking about Egypt.
Peace, depart to other lands. To go to a land.
Because as you heard, he came back And then Gazeta had done what he'd done while he was over here getting his ass whooped over here. Now he's returned to Egypt. He's fighting with Thoth. Okay, Ra Thoth Wars. Upper, lower Egypt. You getting the picture? This is fucking canon right here, dude. And it's telling you why upper and lower. And they fucking already came in and fucking destroyed us with the flood and the fucking catching us of the Cretaceous boundary. So this is actually twice they've killed us. They're working on the third time right now between these two fucking brothers that are on the one side of the fucking family fighting now. It's like a fucking soap opera. With nooka wooka wooka, nookie nookie everywhere. It's like, holy fuck. Are you listening to this shit? It's like, holy fuck, this is Bible canon. This is what Constantine took this and made the Bible. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And people come at me with the Bible. I'm like, I can't talk to you about that. You need to go to Bible canon, listen to it, and then we can talk. And then you go, understand. Well, I can't talk to you about your fucking Bible, man. And until you do that, I can't talk to you about it because you're just going to get mad at me. I've been there. You need to go look at Bible canon and then come talk to me about the Bible. Read Jeremiah 8:8 first, just to warm you up. Get ready. Fuck. And if the scribes who write these words lie, how in the hell can we call this the word of God? Tracy, all will be revealed in the end of days. Damn. Guess where we're at? Yeah, Josh was talking about Rhino. That's why I had to stop and clarify that. Come on now. Josh is totally. He's in the Abzu. Is Marduk in the Abzu? Marduk's over here somewhere, Chad. I don't know where, but definitely had some buffalo hanging out in this region. As I understand, there's still a few. Oh, wait, I've eaten a few over here. I've seen them. They roam freely. And yes, I love buffalo burgers. They're fucking delicious. Well, of course there is. See, well, Toth knew. We are, we are the son of creation. See, Toth was, oh, yeah, you haven't put that together yet. Ningazita, the guy that's fighting with Ra, Marduk, Ningazita, his brother, that's Jesus. Toth, the one who gave us the exact Anunnaki plan on how they recycle our souls. He even went through the construction process of how they did it with an electromagnetic engine that's inside Earth that they blew spaces to put in there with the weapons of terror specifically. And they're afraid to go deeper because, of course, Creator's warriors are down there and they're much more powerful than we are, and we scared them. So they're a little bit nervous right now at this time because this cat that they've been writing about since this book. Well, you're listening to God. See, we found Creator. Creator is inside every atom of one of these gods and every one of their bullets and every one of their lies. And you're listening to them. Creator of all is the one that's been haunting these people for doing what they're doing to us. Creator of all. He exists. And guess what? Creator of all told him about this crazy motherfucker one day that'd be coming back and giving us our language back that they didn't know. And I'd be wearing this mark over here. Pretty sure they knew who I was before I did because they've been gunning for me for a while now, about 4 years or so. Well, I don't know, right about a year or so after I quit working for Davis. Welcome to the first fucking miracle of prophecy I can ever point a finger to, because everything in the Bible I can tell you out of this book where it belongs. Isaiah 24:23 we heard yesterday. We'll hear it again in the end of days and describing the tilt of the axis, and then they'll tell us in the end of days how long tribulations is and when it begins as the axis shifts and the moon starts to roll, which began in October 2010. So I've got a pretty good count on that. We're in the quickening. Everything's picking up to the point the motherfuckers are looking around talking about, oh, maybe things aren't quite so normal. And it's just going to pick up speed from here exponentially. So how much time we got? I don't care to know. It's not mine. It's creators. It's been made evident to me. This is creators. I'm just along for a ride. I'm going to hang out, relax my magnet, be a child of creation, and accept what comes and do what I'm asked. That's all I'm left with. I'm happy. I'm happy to do it. I know we're going to change suns twice during this event. And we have to before we even have this exponential supernova event. Because of all three suns converging, we're not going to have a micronova, and it's not our sun that novas. It's fucking Horus, the red giant. He's destined to be as brilliant and exciting as his daddy, a blue sun. So we're going to have a nova sun explosion here. And that's the one they feared. And I don't blame them, because going over the physics of this situation, anything not in the right frequency is gone. And that would include the halls of Amente, their soul recycling machine, them, CERNs, all of it. Because they've used CERN up until this point to mask their frequency, but it won't work in a three sun system. It sings a chord that they're not going to be able to mask because they were trying to be the third note. Well, the third note's here, and it's going to, they know that they have no place to hide, and they can't dig deeper, and it doesn't really matter. If we don't have shields up, Earth's gone. If they don't have shields up, heaven's gone. So the whole process here is teaching them that they're actually the stewards of their planet, and they just fucking forgot because they've been murdering each other a long time before they came here, and their planet's atmosphere is not because of it, it's because of a weak magnetosphere. Duh, fucking duh. Get your fucking asses over there and put help. That's your job. Period. That's it. Problem solved. No more gold needed. We forgive them. They forgive us. Creation grows and go on with it. But they keep pushing. They keep throwing rocks at me and shit. And it ain't me. This is creator. But they keep throwing rocks at me. And you see what happens today. Instant karma. Bam. This is creators. They threw a rock at me as they were throwing a rock at me because I didn't even know they was throwing a rock at me. Boom, there's a prosecutor in the state talking. You get my paperwork? I'm like, actually, I just did, yeah. I hung up the phone. I'm sitting there filling out the paperwork. I'm reading my comments, and someone says, he just made another one. And I went to Lee. Lee hadn't made nothing. I had already watched and thumbs up, actually. And then I hit Lockwood, saw Lockwood had made something stupid. And I was like, oh my God, there's Daza. for a final tie-in. Yeah, got that screenshot too. A few of them. While it was happening. No, this is Creator. Like I said, this is Creator, man. Look, that ain't me. I didn't do that. It's all Creator. This is it. I'm just standing here like I'm in amazement. Are you kidding me? I've never seen anything like this before in my life. It ain't me. You can't make this shit up. You could. No fucking thank you. Well, you can make this shit up. If well, and then look on top of it. If I was making this shit up, none of y'all be reading hieroglyphs or knowing your heart or fucking any of this. It's fucking yeah. That's that's divine intervention is what they. It's that. That's what it is. Yeah, enjoy. We're along. We got answers that we. I mean, you need to go get them because we got them, and we got them. And there ain't no other way to feel than fucking. Woo! Look at this. Period. They're for you. They're that. I made those videos for you because that's what Creator wanted. Obviously, all of you from top down. I've got it, and then some. Because that's only the stuff I can prove, like definitively. Everything else I can prove. I'm just still kind of working on it. I'm not sure how to explain it to a kindergartner. It's magnet. It's creation. It's Creator. It's crazy because your programming just is. I'm overwhelmed. Just like I said, I can't find a fault in this. Every time I look, I'm boom, 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 boom. Holy crap. It's all magnet. It's all to the atomic. It's all to this. And anybody coming against it is just getting beat the fuck up. And I'm sitting here like, it ain't me, folks. You need to stop coming at me because you're beating up yourself. And they really are. I ain't doing this. I'm just along for the ride. Yeah, I did. I sat here yesterday, told him ran him through this whole thing again. Told him I wouldn't throw no more rocks. I'd put them away. Well, after today, I'd just drop them on the ground. I'd be like, mm-mm. I don't know how bad it could get for you next time. I mean, just like little tiny stupid infractions seem to get these big fucking results. It's like, holy shit. I don't know. I don't know how much convincing they're going to need to just open up and go from the oldest to the newest, and then you'd be good. You won't even want the rock. Got your rock in your chest, motherfucker. Be the Sumerian tablet, double helix, open halo, flower life, energy moving through matter. You was born to be. It helps if you're an alchemist. Have been since '93. Playing with elements. I like to have fun. Well, thank you. I thought that was a great creation. Like, watch this. It's fun. It's energy moving through matter in a pipe. Lee can draw it on paper. I can make it in glass. Oh God! I didn't. I should. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. But I mean, we're in the glass shop. My cock is 3 foot long when I'm at work. Look at what I did. You know how a lot of people's they'll have problems making one hole. I put 3. I put 3. That way you could put a little hot knife dabby of hash in there if you want. You're not going to pack it too high. You're going to get yourself no Scooby snacks. I miss Raymond. I thought you was going to sleep. Oh my God. Yeah, it shouldn't do cartwheels. If it was doing cartwheels before, I think NASA would have mentioned it and all the navigational sites. And I don't think the Bible would have went out of its way to describe it that way either. I don't know, or the cuneiform in way more detail. Picking avocados or those little fruits. She got like a wildlife preserve going in her yard and shit. She's singing. But why? Oh, you might cut yourself. Because I got an open bladed knife right there. I just know where it's at. It's been open bladed for fucking years. I just don't carry it around cutting fruit. I'll use it for a tool because I use that knife blade to make contours and stuff sometimes. So I leave mine open. I leave, I leave my shaft exposed. So let's listen to some Josh work out a fucking couple of. I'm gonna put some laddies in some pipes, not the one I'm putting in horns. I'm gonna get jiggy with it, just a little bit.
And beyond the oceans, Ningazita chose. With a band of followers there too, he went.
Go, Ningazita, you know where he is.
650 Earth years
Peru.
at that time the count.
He took off to
But in the new
Peru.
domain where Ningazita, the winged serpent, was called.
There you go.
The winged serpent. A new count of his own began. You don't think Ningazita was.
Toss and. Yeah, they're setting themselves up all over the world, dude. What do you
The
think?
feathered serpent, the Quetzalcoatl, very well could
He
have been.
took the fucking
In the land of the two
personification
narrows, the second region under Marduk's
not the
lordship was
feathered
established.
serpent, but the fucking winged.
In the annals of the first region, Megan, land of the Cascadian
Peru!
River, it was called.
Yes.
But by the second region's people, when the
He's
languages
reading
were
this stuff.
confounded, there's that thing about the language again. Him Ta, the dark brown land, it was henceforth called. The Teru, guardian watchers, the Anunnaki were called there in the new language.
Mm-hmm.
The Teru, the guardian, the watchers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where they started becoming the watchers. Huh?
Yes.
Now listen to this. Oh, they're talking about, I see.
Keep reading.
So they're not talking about Quetzalcoatl here. Well, no, I guess they could be because he went to work. But Marduk, listen to this. Marduk as Ra was worshipped as the Bright One. Enki as Ptah, the developer, was venerated.
Mm-hmm.
So when they moved to this new land, this new region, Ningazita went to a land where he was called the winged serpent, or the feathered serpent, the winged serpent. So he went to probably Mexico area, South America. He went out. He went to go build the rock wall in Rockwall, Texas.
Yeah, where Marduk had just left.
That's what I 100% believe it to be now based on the evidence of John Lansing.
Where Marduk had just left.
It's Aslan. That's what it is. Because Quetzalcoatl was said to have been a master of two things: alchemy,
yes,
and of
alchemy.
crystals. And those are two things that we found in the rock wall that are there. And a wheel, composite wheel made of multiple different kinds of metal smelted together. Only an alchemist could have done thousands of years before mankind had the ability to do that. I held it in my hand.
Me too.
And the fact that the wall is held together by a substance made of crystals that has been made into geopolymers. Three different kinds of crystals, not indigenous to this area, brought together to make a polymer that holds the walls together.
Kiln.
And yet mainstream science says it's a natural formation, but yet it's the only natural formation they've ever found like that in the world. Okay.
Well, it is.
And so he went there, and Marduk went to Egypt with Enki and the rest, and this is where we see the rise of Egypt.
Yes. Well,
I love this because this is what we're getting into being able to put the confusion to stop. People will stop thinking that there's some separation between and we're starting to see more and more. See, a lot of people are starting to send me a lot of emails and say, the Anunnaki is still here. They've never left.
They are.
The show. And, I'm starting to see more and more evidence of that every day.
Yeah.
That, they never left.
They never left.
And they are the explanation for why we hit this brick wall once we keep going up and up and up. The power
hit a brick wall.
Control, but once we get so far up, we hit a brick wall and can't really see where it is under control is. Many people, including myself, have speculated that it's coming from an other dimensional source, and that very well may be a part of it. I think that is a part of it as far as their rituals and stuff that they practice. But it very well could be that
we're other dimensional.
This power goes to a much larger source, and it's these Anunnaki that are still here. I mean, there's all kinds of shit in China, man. I'm sorry, it's nothing against you Chinese out there. I have nothing against Chinese people at all, but I have to say, China, of all the places in the fucking world, if I was in charge, the first fucking thing I'd do is send a neutron bomb into fucking China. Fuck China. God damn, fuck China. They got pyramids and shit there, man, that were, giant pyramids that they planted trees on. ancient pyramids. They've never allowed anybody to investigate. They won't allow anybody in there to check them out. And, the Chinese people...
That's what pyramids are for, Josh.
That their ancient ancestor, which seeded of the Chinese people, was a fucking winged serpent. I'm not shitting you, a female dragon serpent thing.
Well, listen to who you're talking to. You heard
that. They say that all their descendants came from that. I'm not shitting you. They really believe that.
The female goddess.
And they've got areas in there that we can't get into. Pyramids. We can't see that they're burying under trees that they've planted on top of it.
You just read to us who the female goddess is.
Archaeological sites. What's there? What are they afraid of? So this is interesting. Marduk is Ra, the Bright One was worshipped. Enki as Ptah, the developer, was venerated. Ningazita as Tahuti. So Ningazita is Tahuti. Wow, that's amazing.
Tahuti.
The divine measure was recalled to erase his memory.
The brother.
Oh, listen to this. So we heard earlier about Inanna. Was it Inanna that had
all the MEs?
It carved the face of Inanna into the stone lion. To erase his memory, Ra on the stone lion replaced his image with that of his son Asar. So that explains why the face of the Sphinx appears to have had modifications done to it.
You think?
To count by tens, not by 60, Ra made the people. The year he also divided by tens. The watching of the moon by the watching of the sun he replaced. Whereas under the lordship of Tahuti, the olden city of the north and the city of the south were reestablished. Well, this goes to explain, if this is what they're saying is true, then, that's it for me. Temple Hathor, Dendera, Luxor, the Great Pyramids. There's no question. Like, if you watch that documentary I was talking about last night, the revelation of the pyramids, there's just no question that there was high technology made. They've talked about the high technology they've used many times in these texts.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more you need. All those symbols and all that stuff. That was all just.
They tried to hide us all just from
symbolic
ourselves.
Stuff.
All that Roman
No.
And stuff that's smaller than what we were doing.
I never believed that. Never believed that in school. I spoke up about that and got in trouble and got called names.
Roman columns ain't
so
nothing like the ones
proud
we
of my
was making.
Past self. My future self, present self is very proud of my past self for, actually speaking my mind about that when I was in school and saying, you know what? I don't think that that's symbolic. Oh, you're a weirdo. You're an idiot. I never believed those things in Egypt or ancient Sumerian, all that stuff was ever symbolic.
They're not.
I don't know why. Instinctively, always just knew that, but I did. They were talking about real things that looked like that. Marduk, Ra, of the two lands of the north and south, united into one crown. A king and offspring of Neteru, an earthling, he there appointed. Mina was his name. Mina was in Mina, Arkansas, where they ship all the coke. Okay. Where the two lands meet and the great river divides, a scepter city Ra established. Splendor to surpass Kishi in the first region, he gave it. Mina Nefer, Mina's beauty it was called.
Marduk.
To honor his elders, Ra built a holy city. To honor Nibiru's king, Anu, he named it. And also, here's another in your face. Also in your face of all those cocksuckers out there in Radio Land, hosts and other researchers who tried to tell me for years that the Ankh from Egypt didn't have anything to do with the Anunnaki. The origins of your cross and all your religious symbology, from the Pope's fish hat to his staff with his Ankh on the end of it, what do you think that is? It all goes back to the Anunnaki.
No, it doesn't. That's Earth.
Therein on a platform, a temple abode for his father, Enki Ptah, erected. Its head, within a high tower, rose skyward like a sharp rocket. In its shrine, Ra, the upper part of his celestial barge, he departed. Well, he put part of his fucking spaceship in one of these things in Egypt, huh? Well, how long ago was it when we excavated the Great Pyramids? Well, that was, in the expanse of history, not a long time ago. They were buried in sand for years. There's more down there. Maybe that's what Zawas has been hiding all this time. Ben, it was called. It was the one in which he had traveled from the planets for countless years. On the day of the new year, the king, as high priest, performed the ceremonies. On that day only, alone, the innermost star room he entered before the Ben offerings he put. To benefit the second region, Ptah to Ra gave all manner of MEs. What do I know that you do not know? The father asked his son. Then all manner of knowledge he gave to Ra, except that of reviving the dead. So there you go. See, now we have this evidence. We talked about this. Remember earlier in the book, we had the reading where one of them was on Mars, and that was why they carved the face on Mars.
And they
The
broke
area
out
known
the
as Cydonia, which also is where the cradle of civilization, also a 33rd degree parallel, also known as Cydonia, was. And that they had brought him back to life using this technology. Now we're starting to see what all of this life after death stuff and mummification and stuff in Egypt was really about, aren't we? So he gave Ra, or now Ptah, Enki is now taking the name of Ptah, gave all the knowledge that he had to Ra, except that of reviving the dead. As a great one of the 12 celestials, Ptah allotted to Ra the constellation sign of the Ram. Again, they mentioned earlier that the first, or earlier in the book, earlier in the week also, we read that the Ram, Taurus, was the first sign that mankind entered into, the first age that mankind entered into when Earth years started to be counted. The water flow of Happy, the land's great river, Ptah for Ra, regulated for his people. Abundance in the fertile soils quickly came, man and cattle proliferated. By the success of the second region, the leaders were encouraged. The third region they proceeded to establish. To make it a domain of Inanna, as she was promised, they decreed. So now we're going to the Indus Valley region, where our great listener Zohar had sent us some stuff from. As befits the mistress of a region, a celestial constellation was assigned to her. Beforehand with her brother Uti, the station of the twins she shared. Henceforth, as a gift from Ninarshad, her constellation of maiden to Inanna was allotted. In the 860th year, according to the Earth year count, Inanna was so honored. Far away in the eastern lands, beyond 7 mountain ranges, was the third region. Zamush, land of 60 precious stones. In its highland realm, it was called. Arata, the wooded realm, was in the valley of a meandering great river. In the great plain, the people cultivated crops and grains and herded horned cattle. There, too, were 2 cities with mud bricks that they built, with granaries they were filled. As by Enlil's decree required, the Lord Enki, Lord of Wisdom. As for the third region, they devised a change of tongue, a change of language. A new kind of writing sign he fashioned for it. A tongue of man heretofore unknown for Arata, Enki with his wisdom created. But the enemies of civilized kingdoms for the third region, Enki did not give. Let Inanna, for what Unagi had obtained, share with the new region. Enki did declare. He said, "We can't get no more of my shit."
Yes, he did.
He done bust up in here and took all my shit. I'm not getting no more. He scraped up that shit the other bitch took and lost. Can't get no more shit from me. Enki's a pimp, dude. His pimp grip is hard. He just took it down, dude. He goes around pouring feeling where he wants to. He comes back and says, "Shit, better have my money." Then Rata Inanna, a shepherd chief appointed, akin to her beloved the easy he was. In her skyship, from the king to Arata, Inanna journeyed over mountains and valleys. She flew. The precious stones of the mush she cherished. Pure lapis lazuli, with her to Unaki she cherished. At that time, the king of Unaki was in Merkar, the second one to reign therein he was. It was he who expanded the boundaries of Unaki, and Inanna was exalted by its glory. It was he who the wealth of Arata coveted. To be the supreme commander over Arata, he schemed. To Arata in Merkar, an emissary dispatched as a tribute to Arata's riches to demand. So we're going to go ahead and need a cut, basically is what they're saying here. Over 7 mountain ranges, through parched lands and then soaked by rains, the emissary went to Arata. To the king of Arata, the demand words of Imenkar, word for word, he repeated. His language, the king of Arata, was unable to understand. Like the bray of a donkey, its sound was. Can't understand a goddamn word. A wooden scepter was inscribed with a message. The king of Arata gave to the emissary. To share Unaki's enemies with Arata, the king's message was requested. As a royal gift to Unaki, grains were loaded on the donkeys with the emissary. To Unaki they went. When in Merkar the inscribed scepter received its message in Unaki, no one understood. He brought it forth from light to shade. He brought it forth from shade to light. What kind of wood is this? He asked, and then ordered to have it planted in the garden. After 5 years, after 10 years had passed, a tree grew from the scepter. A shade tree it was. What shall I do? In Merkar, in frustration, asked Utu, his grandfather. With heavenly Nisaba, the mistress of scribes and writing, Utu interceded. On a clay tablet, his message to inscribe Nisaba in Merkar, and was taught in the tongue of Arata. By the hand of his son Bando, the message was delivered. Submission or war, it said. By Inanna, Arata was not abandoned. To Unaki, Arata will not submit, the king of Arata said. In warfare, Unaki desires, let one warrior meet one warrior in combat. Oh, little mano, huh? Well, man-to-man combat. Better yet, let us peaceably exchange treasures. Let Unaki exchange its enemies for Arata's riches. On the way back, carrying the peace message, Banda fell sick and his spirit left him. His comrade raised his neck. Without breath of life, it was. On Mount Huram, on the way from Arata, in his death, Banda was abandoned. The riches of Arata, Unaki did not receive. The enemies of Unaki, Arata did not obtain. Well, then where did they go? So he died, and they didn't get the riches, and they didn't get the enemies. And in the third region, civilized mankind did not fully blossom. So that's the end there of the 12th tablet. We're now to the synopsis of the 13th tablet. Royal cities sprout with sacred precincts for the gods. Demigod serves as kings and priests in palace temples. Well, we're going to get into some demigod stuff next. So good stuff there. Man, oh man, oh man. This is just, reading this, it just gives you a whole new context on history. It does for me anyway. In the third region, civilized mankind did not fully blossom. What to Inanna was entrusted, she neglected. Other domains not granted to her, in her heart she coveted. When from Uniki, at the count of 1,000 years, kingship was taken away. Who could foresee the calamity by the end of the next millennium, and who could have prevented the disaster?
You.
But in less than a third of one shar, a calamity unknown would befall. Who could foretell?
I could.
By Inanna was the bitter end started.
Uh-huh.
Marduk as Ra tangled with destiny.
Yeah, he did.
From Marduk now becoming Ra, the rise of the Egyptian Empire. Ninurta and Nergal delivered the unspeakable end with their own hands. Well, that's interesting. If they delivered the unspeakable end with their own hands, why did the Assyrians have giant depictions of Nergal outside of their temple? That's kind of scary. Why was Inanna not satisfied with her granted domain? And why did she remain unforgiving to Marduk? Journeying between Unaki and Arata, Inanna was restless and ungratified. For her beloved Dumuzi, she still mourned. Her love's unquenched desire remained. When she flew about in the sun rays, Dumuzi's image she saw shimmering and beckoning. In the nighttime, in dream visions, he appeared. I will return, he was saying. The glories of his domain in the lard of the land, it says lard. That's obviously misprint, because they said it was the land of the 2 arrows, so I'm not going to say it was the lard of the 2 arrows. 2 arrows, but that's what it says here on my copy, so. The lard of the 2 arrows. The glories of his domain in the land of the 2 arrows, to her he was promising. In the sacred precinct of Uniki, a house for nighttime pleasure she established.
Mm-hmm.
To this Ging Unu young heroes, on the night of their weddings, she lured with sweet words.
Mm-hmm.
Long life, a blissful future to them, she promised.
Mm-hmm.
She imagined that they were her lover, Dumuzi. Each one in the morning in her bed was found dead.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. This bitch is running some fucking Black Widow shit now, isn't she? Jesus fucking Christ, she mates and she kills. It was at that time that the hero, Banda, left for dead, returned alive to Unaki. By the grace of Utu, of whose seed he was, did Banda return from the dead. A miracle, a miracle. Excited, Inanna shouted. My beloved Dumuzi came back to me.
Dumuzi.
Now, wait a minute here. Back up just a second. Back up. What did we just read here? This bitch is going off talking about dreaming about Dumuzi, and this fool's coming in and visiting her in her dreams, right? She goes and lures in the Gigunu young heroes, young strapping young lads, has intercourse with them, closes her eyes and dreams she's getting pounded by Dumuzi, bangs all these guys, they all turn up dead in her bed the next day, and then the next thing you know, Dumuzi's coming back. So either one of two things are happening here. Either she's confused, and she's been hitting the wacky tobacco a little bit too hard, and she's confused and she thinks this fool is Dumuzi when he ain't, or she's sucking the life force out of people and, bringing him back to life. This is bizarre. By the grace of Utu, of whose seed he was, did Banda from the dead return. A miracle, a miracle. Excited, Inanna shouted, "My beloved Dumuzi has come back to me." In her abode, Banda was bathed, with a sash and a fringed cloak on him was fastened. Dumuzi, my beloved, she called him. Oh, yeah, see, she's confused. She thinks this fool is Dumuzi, and he's not. Uh-oh. To her bed with flowers bedecked, she lured him. When in the morning Banda was alive, with joy Inanna shouted, "The power of not dying in my hands was placed. Immortality by me is granted." Then to call herself a goddess, Inanna decided. The power of immortality it implied. Ninar and Ningal, Inanna's parents, by her proclamation, were not pleased. Enlil and Ninurta, by Inanna's words, were disconcerted. Utu, her brother, was bemused. "It is not possible to revive the dead," Enki and Ninarshik said to each other. Well, see, that's funny because that's a lie. Because Enki sure knows that that's possible. That's Anunnaki technology. They have the technology to do that. But they also said that they were not going to grant that technology and that knowledge to mankind, you see. In the lands of Ki and Gi, the people praised their good fortunes. "The gods are among us. Death they can abolish." So the people said to each other. On the throne of Unig Ki, Banda, his father, in Merkar, succeeded. Lugal, great man his title was. The goddess Ninsun of Enlil seed took him to be her spouse. The hero Gilgamesh was their son. On the throne of Unig Ki, Lugal Banda followed. As the years passed and Gilgamesh grew older, of life and death to his mother Ninsun he spoke. About the death of his forebears. Though of Anunnaki descended, he wondered. Do gods die? He asked his mother.
Yeah.
Shall I too, though 2/3 divine, as a mortal over the wall climb? So to her he said,
Yep.
As long as on earth you abide, the death of an earthling will overwhelm you. As long as they stay on earth, they're dead. But if they go to another planet, they can live longer.
Their
You
own
think the elite
planet.
running the show
not
today and
just
running all the
another.
space program stuff don't know that, folks?
Yeah.
But if to Nibiru you shall be taken, long life therein you will attain. To take Gilgamesh aloft and journey to Nibiru, Ninsun to Utu.
Oh,
the
shoot
commander
a
appealed.
frequency, motherfucker.
Endlessly, Ninsun appealed to Utu.
Can't get around it unless
To
you
plead
know
day
how.
after day with him. Let Gilgamesh go to the landing place. Utu in the end agreed. To guide and protect him, the Narshog a double of Gilgamesh fashion.
Uh-oh.
Just like that, huh?
Yep, Inky do.
Just like that?
Inky do. Do it quick.
Here, let me make you a clone real quick to protect you. Here you go.
Inky do.
Yeah, we got a clone machine over here. Now that's interesting because to me that's what we see depicted in the Temple of Hathor with Indera in Egypt.
A little bit.
These giants standing next to regular Egyptians holding these big stones, big like vessels, these big long round cylindrical objects that are creating material plane objects. They're showing depicting a snake with a lotus bud coming out of it, and it becomes the Uraeus. And when you look at the relief down the line, they're showing how they can create genetic copies of anything, of any material creature. And to me, that's exactly what they're describing. I mean, these guys, just, fuck, here you go, to God protect you, we'll fashion you a double. Here you go, it's a double of the Narshog. Here, take it, it's here. Enkidu, as by Enki created, he was called. Enkidu. Enkidu. Of a womb, he was not born. Blood was not in his veins. But the comrade Enkidu Gilgamesh, Enkidu traveled to the landing place of Gilgamesh. Utu oversaw his progress with oracles. At the entrance to the cedar forest, its fire-belching monster blocked their way. With trickery, they confused the monster and broke it to pieces. So there's some kind of, see, this is another interesting thing. There's fire-breathing dragons living back in these times. With the secret entrance to the tunnels of the Anunnaki they found, by the bull of heaven, a creature of Enlil, they were challenged with deathly snorts. So right there, again, that's what they've talked about. We've seen, this is where the stories of, things like the Pegasus and the Centaur and the Minotaur and all this stuff come from, is that not only were they doing genetic manipulations and stuff with existing humans and stuff like that, they were making all kinds of strange animals as well. And it's said that that Saddam Hussein had back engineered something like this, these crazy crab monster things, and that was what they were actually referring to when they were referring to weapons of mass destruction. Makes sense. I mean, that's right where, Christ, he was getting ready to rebuild Nebuchadnezzar's palace. It's the heart of the area we're talking about right here, folks. To the gates of Unad-Ki, the monster chased them. At the city's ramparts by Enkidu, it was smitten. When Enlil heard this, he cried with agony. In the heavens of Anu, his wailing was heard. For in his heart Enlil knew well, bad indeed was the omen. For having slain the bull of heaven, to perish in waters, Enkidu was punished. Gilgamesh, having by Ninsun and Utu been instructed of the slaying, was absolved. Still, seeking the long life of the Viru, Gilgamesh was permitted to proceed to the place of the chariots by Utu. After many adventures in the land of Tilman, he reached the fourth region. Through its subterranean tunnels, he proceeded. In the garden of precious stones, the Sudra, he met. The events of the deluge, Gilgamesh related to Zasudara. The secret of long living to Gilgamesh, he revealed. A plant in the garden's well was growing. Zasudara and his spouse said that it prevented them from getting old. Unique of all the plants on earth it was. By it, a man can regain full vigor. Man at old age is young again. That is the plant's name, Zasudara said to Gilgamesh. Man at old age is young again? Anybody know anything what that plant might be? We need to find some of that, don't we?
Called stem cell, grows inside you.
Man at old age is young again.
Goosebumps.
We need to get some more sleuths to figure that out. Anybody out there got any ideas? Figure out what fucking plant this is? Probably fucking wacky tobacco. It's probably marijuana.
It is.
Man at old age is young again. Fuck yeah.
Well,
conjure fires up a joint. His arthritis ain't going to be hurting. That's for damn sure.
What do you want?
This is the plant's name, the Sidra to Gilgamesh said, a gift to Enki. With Enlil's blessing on the Mount of Salvation, it was granted to us. When Zasudara and his spouse were asleep, Gilgamesh tied stones to his feet. He dived into the well, and he grasped and uprooted the plant of being young again. With the plant in his satchel through the tunnels, he hurried. To Unad-Ki, he made his way. When he tired and was asleep, a snake was attracted by the plant's fragrance. The snake snatched the plant from the sleeping Gilgamesh and vanished with it. Oh, man, that's not symbolic, is it? He's asleep with the elixir for immortality, and the serpent rolls up and takes it. Womp womp. Oh, no. Nothing symbolic there. Go back to sleep. Oh, my God.
Gilgamesh did.
That's totally a metaphor for the brotherhood of the snake, the brotherhood of the serpent. Mankind is seeking to take this stuff in secret, but man himself wanted to keep this from man so he could gain total control. That about brings us up to date right there, doesn't it, Johnny? Thank you. In the morning, when he discovered his loss, Gilgamesh sat and wept. To Unad-Ki empty-handed he returned. As a mortal therein he died. 7 more kings in Unad-Ki after Gilgamesh reigned. Then its kingship came to an end.
See there?
Precisely when the count of 1,000 years was completed, it was. To Urim, the city of Nanar and Ningal, was kingship of the first region transferred. To all these matters that in the other regions were occurring, Marduk gave much heed. By Inanna's dreams and visions, to Dumuzi's domain she was alluding. Ra was very disturbed. To counteract Inanna's schemes of expansions, he was determined. In the matters of resurrection and immortality, he found much to ponder. The thought of divine godship to him greatly appealed. To be a great god himself, he announced.
Oh, man. Marduk.
By what to Gilgamesh in good measure an earthling was permitted, Ra was angered.
Oh.
But a clever way with the loyalty of kings and people, he deemed it to retain. If demigods are shown the gateway to immortality, then let this apply to the kings of my region. So did Marduk in the second region, by the name Ra, known to himself, say these words. Let the kings of my region of Neteru be offspring to Nibiru in an afterlife journey. So did Ra in his realm decree. The kings were taught how to build tombs facing eastward. Well, there you go. The kings were taught how to build tombs facing eastward. Duh. But he's giving them telling them how to journey to the afterlife, how to gain immortality. To the priest scribes, a long book he dictated. It described the afterlife journey in detail. Yeah, that's the Book of the Dead. There it is. Bam. How to reach the thaaat. And the thaaat was a book, Egyptian book. The place of the celestial boats in the book was told. How to there, by a stairway to heaven, journey to the imperishable planet. To partake of the plant of life and to drink with satiation the waters of youth. Of the coming of the gods to earth by Ra, the priests were taught. He is setting up the priest class. Gold is the splendor of life to them, he said. The flesh of the gods it is to the kings, Ra said. To make expeditions to the Amzu and the lower domain to obtain gold, he instructed the king. When by the force of weapons, the kings of Ra did not conquer their lands, his brothers' realms he invaded. Their ire he caused to arise and grow. What is Marduk up to? The brothers asked each other. That he tramples over us. They appealed to their father Enki. To Ptah, his father Ra, did not listen. To capture all adjoining lands, the kings of Magan and Mohula Ra directed. To be the master of the 4 regions with his heart's plan. The earth is mine to rule, so adamantly to his father, he said. And the next part is now, this is the account of how Marduk Supreme himself declared and Babili built. So Marduk, that's amazing.
Yeah, they are.
So he sets up shop in Egypt as Ra, and then trots up back over to Mesopotamia and sets up Babylon, or Babili as they refer to it here. That's amazing.
Babili.
So page 296, the top of 296, that means that, to me, that answers the entire question of the thesis that's being raised forward with his book, The Gods of Eden. His question when he started researching that book and trying to find out all the things that he subsequently found out was the origins of war. Well, baby, I don't think it comes any more clear than that. We only know war because the people who set up the first civilizations on this earth embedded war into our genetic memory and into our DNA because they were warring with each other over who was going to rule parts of the earth. And I think it's still very much going on today. And the citizens and the regular people who don't have access to the higher knowledge of the gods and the priests are just pawns and cannon fodder, as much today and as much in the days of the Egyptians and the Sumerians as they are now. So if we now know what's been the cause of this all these years, we can now say no more. We're not going to do that anymore. We're not going to kill each other anymore. We're not going to have wars anymore at the expense of these quote unquote gods or wannabe gods and these bloodline people who think they're in charge now. This is the reason why the world is the way it is today, and why we have the elite, the New World Order, and the Illuminati, this running stuff. It's all because of this and these people and what they brought to us here. And we have become the byproduct of an industrialist species.
You think? Oh my goodness.
We're the byproduct of a race of peoples who fucked their planet up so bad with nuclear war and destruction and hierarchy of power and these hereditary dictatorships. They fucked it up so bad they came down here to Earth.
Way prettier than the rose.
Did some genetic tampering with existing things, created us, and have come down here and set up shop and fuck things up here on this planet so their progeny, us, as in the macrocosm, so in the microcosm, can fuck it all up again the same way they did. And that's what this book was, these writings and these tablets were supposed to be.
Supposed to be.
A historical record of the people who put us here for the children of mankind, the future of mankind, so that we know, oh my God, this is what got us here, and this is what we need to do, take steps to not allow any of this to happen.
But there's still
this
here.
is why they've given you religion and not this. This is why they've given you the Bible and not this. This is why they've given you the Quran and not this. This is why they've given you the Torah and whatever else it may be and not this.
Well, then they taught you how to
religion could never
navigate.
be about setting yourself free, could it? No, it's got to be about control, and it's because it came from these people.
Yes. Yes, Josh, he's starting to get it. He'll get it. Especially after they kill us all again. Oh, wait a minute. Spoiler alert. It's fucking nuts. Fucking Josh. This is some good shit. I did the same thing to my back and my knee. My left knee, as a matter of fact. Motorcycle wreck. Some lady ran red light. Ended my... Well, they wanted to rehab me, but I didn't want to be in the Navy at that point. I stood down. Spent a little time in the brig, and they let me out. I told the captain to shove the fucking Navy in his ass. I had joined because, I don't know, it was 87. I joined, but about 85, 86, I guess, maybe. Fucking saw this cat on CNN roll up on a donkey, jump off the donkey and take a fucking rocket launcher and pop a Russian tank. And he jumped back on and they was like, man, this is Al Qaeda freedom fighters. I was like, well, I want to help that guy. And then we led 400,000 of them to their death under Bush, and I got hit by Michelle Burke and decided I had enough of all of that shit and violently protested. I was younger back then. I wasn't opposed to violence quite as much as I am now. Yeah, it's time for you to relax your magnet. So fear your turmoil. You might need to go through them again. Take your time this time. I know you said you went through them. It only took you about a month, but maybe that's a problem. You got a little homework left to do. Because once you know this in your heart, they ain't going to be there. You need to meet daddy and mama and understand you're good. You're good. You're in good hands right here. You're in good hands. Mama and daddy got you. And this ain't, this is to the atomic. Once it sets in, you let go of all that. That's part of the programming. All the strife and shit that don't make sense. What the fuck is this going on? You know, kind of stuff. I mean, eventually you'll work your way through it. Yeah, we don't do anything special. We never are. We just do what we're felt to we need to be doing. Any human would, right? I didn't. You know, I, I've just been sitting here looking and pointing at the moon. That ain't nothing special. I learned that in navigation training in the Navy, and saw it wasn't right. I started talking about it. Saw an injustice in MaryWanna laws. I went on a 25-year fucking campaign to fix it. And looking back on it, that was kind of special, my friend. More people should have been doing that. A lot of people jumped on board once they understood and got the knowledge, and now everybody's on board. But nobody had the knowledge. In my heart, while I was fighting this, I couldn't understand why anybody would fight against it. Hey, Cat, you got a decent night's sleep? A couple more hours than you usually do. Look at her. Looks like you need a little coffee. That's the way we need to be, Kevin. Not enough, huh? Oh. Well, we'll probably still be here. I'm blowing glass. It's early. I'm gonna make little pretty pipes all night because I haven't in so long, and I just want to. I don't have any. I got a feeling some point in the next week or two, my fucking phone should be ringing. I don't give a fuck about COVID, man. Somebody gonna need some pipes. I'm getting that feeling. I'm all like, all right, I'm gonna fill this case. I got glass. I'm sitting here. I just ordered a bunch of collar. It'll get here. God, I'm hoping Saturday. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I'll start sculpting shit up. Still got a couple more pawns to do. We'll just put the moons on the ones we did last night. Miss Cat is looking hot. She says, I need some coffee to sleep. Fucking, what is it? About 4 for you right now? She's like, why the fuck am I out? Wasn't me. Oh. Little Miss Raymond over there. She got herself some red lipstick on and looking good tonight. My goodness. Cat just woke up, gave us all the stink eye. This party's getting going now. Woo! Make that coffee. Joe's gonna be up soon enough. I don't think you got enough time to have a nap this morning. Yeah, it's about 5, 6 your time because you usually get up about 2 hours ago and open your eye at us. He said, "You're up this morning. Welcome to the party." I know you go to sleep now. You're going to be really stink eye later. I've seen it. Yeah, sure. We do that right now. I need to just make that my screen page. Let's see here. If I can get this right. My goodness. Let's see. Oh boy. Here, I'll tell you what. Well, here, see if that works. Screenshot. We can get a little video. This is a left-hander's pipe. You can tell the carb's on the odd side. Nice, straight, smooth internal swirls. See if that works. Screenshot. We can get a little video. This is a left-hander's pipe. Tell the carb's on the odd side. Nice, straight, smooth internal swirls. See if that works. Screenshot. Got you a couple pics and a video. Yeah, fighting ain't cool. I'm just sitting here defending truth. and the fight's bouncing off of me. I don't know what to say. Once you got the truth, it can't be messed with. Just stick to the facts. Don't get all emotional in it. The only emotion you need is everyday life. Just you got creator, you got us, you got everything on the magnet. You're one of the most powerful beings in the fucking universe. And yeah, there is no fight. There's no fight when you're living in creation. You start living in creation, you're going to actually inherit the entire strength of Mother Earth's magnet. What's going to mess with you? You scare titans. You're a magnet. Start acting like it. It is in your mind. It is. It's in my mind. It's in all of our minds. See, at least you know where it's at. You know where it's at. Take it out of there. And this is the only way to do it. Shut this motherfucker down because I've had your mind. I'm in it. You're a swirl. You've been released out of that. Look, shut it down. You've been told, and you might need to go back through and look at them all again. You just have to shut this down and just feel calm. Don't try to do anything else. Just and hold it. You might have to consciously do that and keep this shut down. You ain't gonna be able to talk. Try not to think at all. Just feel calm. Once you feel calm, then try to kick in your head a little bit. If it fucks you up, calm you down again. Eventually, you're going to get to where you're starting to feel more than calm. I mean, like other entities. Because what's actually happening at that point, you got a magnet right here that I didn't know about until, what, a year and a half ago or so? I freaked out. 2 years, I guess. You're balled up with your magnet fields. And when you're doing that, basically, you're bouncing off of all the other magnets around you. Well, you start relaxing those field lines a little bit, you're going to start touching other people's field lines. And you're going to start getting flashes of your neighbor, your friend, your son, your dog, because they speak our language too. We just forgot how to do it. Now you're starting to listen. That's going to start, like it or not, eating away at programming. And you're going to find it's easier to relax your magnet. When you start feeling tense, when you start getting stressed, when you start feeling sick because your human's away, which it's been all day. Look, now I've been over here just laughing my fucking ass off. And I got people trying to kill me. Literally, DA just called me and says, "Hey man, we're investigating this thing happened to you about 4 years ago. We think it might have been I think so too." Anyways. It's okay. Creator got this. The Creator wants you here. He's in every atom, in everything, including the bullet coming at you. It ain't going to get to you. So you ain't got anything to worry about. One. Two, the only one that's going to judge you is you. Get on it. Get it straight in your heart. Drop any hate you got, which you might not even know you have. It takes a while. I thought I had met Creator through Mama and it was all snot and giggles and I mean like tears just poof. And I realized at that point there's no way I could handle a Creator directly on because I'd be like love dust. So planets and suns kind of got to be there as angels or filters to that energy. And that day, I thought I had been forgiven, but I wasn't. Not until the day I understood why we have to forgive even the Anunnaki for what they've done. And then Mom says, "Ding," and I felt it, and it was something that happened here, but it was from my back. I felt it in the back of my heart. Everything started really changing that day. And it's still a process. I don't know everything. I've got shit on the tip of my tongue I'm not even allowed to say yet. It's just the weirdest thing. Creation. It's beautiful, and it makes perfect sense. It's not a mystery. You don't need a fucking calculator to figure it out. It's actually in your heart at 1748 hertz. It's fucking most amazing thing I ever read on a wall. Right there. And I proved it. And CERN 2 weeks ago just verified everything I've been saying just now, and for the last year and a half, since 2 years, since a year and a half since we figured out what was going on there with probably about a year actually. It hasn't been long since we figured out omnipresence. I'm just, we were on the trail of it. We had 1748 hertz. We had all those hieroglyph done except for that fucking frequency. And Homebrew brought that to the table. And fuck it. I went, did biology. Bam! It's everywhere. I was like, oh, damn, dude, look at that. And we ain't done looking at that a year later. It's 1748 hertz, man. Magic number right there. That's creator's electromagnetic field frequency going through every magnet in creation to the atomic level. It's fucking nuts. We got that off a hieroglyph, and it's right there too. It looks just like that. Funny enough, I put that there 30 some years ago. While me and my buddy was on an acid trip, barrel acid to be specific, barrel acid. We were eating barrel acid 30 years ago, and I put that on my fucking arm. I did that for the official record. Fucking alphabets. Yeah, they already knew. I've said that a few times. That's how that got on there. And yes, I could contact him for verification of that. He still lives in Philly with his wife, Jessica. I've been grounded all day, Chad. I'm just fucking woo. Have you heard? I'm not gonna say it again. Good stuff. I'm charged, man. Mama's pretty excited tonight too. Just gonna roll with it. I might take my feet off. I'd have to take my feet off. I can't even talk. I'm so excited. Take my shoes off. But I'd have to sweep up first, that's for sure. I don't want to press my luck tonight. There's glass every fucking where. I've been throwing shit all over the place the last couple of weeks. I haven't swept up in here. Mama ain't let me cut my foot yet, but I don't want to start, you know? Well, that's because you went to war and every bullet shot at you was paid for by your mother, Kevin. Of course you've been mind raped. I understand that. I have been too. So's everybody. And that's just a side effect of waking up, my friend. Life ain't fucking easy. And it doesn't have to be this way. Well, the thing is, a lot of people will have you trying to relax in your head, focusing on your third eye or a focal point. I'm It ain't that hard. You know how it is when you feel relaxed. Just instantaneously feel it. Just let it go. Let it go. You're physically letting all that stress go through your feet to Mother Earth. I don't care. I don't care what you're doing. Push it out. She'll take it. Granted, I'm cheating. I was already relaxed, so it didn't take long. I can't help but be happy, Kevin. You need to go watch those videos again. Start at raw map and work your way back up through the last half of them. You need to look at maybe some scalar physics and get it in your head what you are and just understand what you were. Don't forget and move on. Start talking to mom, start talking to the creator. Direct line, not through people. And once you start getting those field lines relaxed and reaching out to Earth and Creator, you're gonna have no choice but let go of all that. It's gonna be okay. It really is. This is just you're a baby that you didn't know you were. You got to learn how to walk again. That's as simple as I can put that. You're just a baby and you got to learn how to walk again. I'm not walking by myself yet. I'm still over here stumbling around, shitting myself. That's what stage I'm in. I don't know about shitting myself, not like literally, but I mean, like if I was a baby, that's the stage I'd be in. Sometimes I do shit myself. Depends on the situation. Woo! Oh shit! She brought the garlic out. Oh my god! Have a good night, cat. We'll see you in about a half hour. When Joe finds himself a good sized boogie. Mom. That's the good days. Well, you did it to yourself. You're a pants off, dance off girl. At least I got to bring out the boogie. Oh my God. Fucking love it. All right, so I'm gonna make another one or two of these things, maybe. I could pull out some points too. I should probably work this one. I just threw it on the ground and broke that point off and chipped that in too. So let's see. We might, if I don't do it right. If we don't do it right, you get to see some glass explode here. I just stressed that one out. Let's see how that. See what Josh has to say about it.
I mean, this.
Oops. Sorry, Josh.
Have you ever watched the sun go down and you're thinking about the world spinning round? Have you ever been high as fuck?
High as fuck!
You're in the bathroom mirror talking to yourself and your dog's looking at you like you need help. Have you ever been high as fuck? Then you feel your heart pumping really fast and you're convinced that you're gonna have a heart attack. Have you ever been high as fuck? You close your eyes and you're on a chicken farm. The only problem's that the chickens have human arms. You say that's fucked up, why do the chickens have human arms? You need snacks so you walk to the corner store, but you're scared because you think that they will know you're high. So you walk around the block to buy some time. Finally decide to go in the store, but you're so high you don't know why you're there anymore. So you just grab that gum, get the hell out of there.
Get the fuck out of there.
You're walking home and your mouth is dry.
Oh my God.
You should have bought some juice and snacks, but you were too high. Thinking about ketchup chips.
Fuck. Oh,
And for some
baby.
reason, the game Battleship. You start thinking about how fun it was to play games like Battleship when you're a kid. And how as we get older, we forget how to play and just to enjoy ourselves. So you say, guess what? I'm going to make up a game right now. And it involves a baseball bat and a porcupine. I'm going to try to kill a porcupine with a baseball bat. But then you don't know where to find the porcupine. So you go on eBay and you do a search, but people don't sell porcupines on the internet. And you say, you know what, world? You got me cornered again. I'm going to roll another joint.
Fuck yeah, joints.
Ever eat a whole bag of crackers that were so old that they weren't crispy anymore? Have you ever been high as fuck?
Me too.
Once or twice.
Now this is the account of how Marduk Supreme Being himself declared and built the D-League.
Oh.
How Inanna, warrior kings commanding, made blood flow and allowed sacrileges. So see, now we're getting into how
Yeah.
Inanna, through her greed, started bringing about the origins of blood sacrifice.
Yes.
Again, yet another thing that was introduced to us by these so-called
Anunnaki.
extraterrestrial gods.
Yes. It was
At the
after
kingship
the
to Urim
monuments were
and
built.
Anunnaki key was
long
transferred,
time after.
Nanar and Ningal smiled on the people. As his rank of 30 befitting as the god of the moon, Nanar was worshipped. As the count of the moon in the months of the year, 12 festivals each year he decreed. To each of the 12 great Anunnaki, a month and its festival were dedicated.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout the first region to the Anunnaki gods, great and lesser ones. Shrines and sanctuaries were built. The people could directly pray to their gods. Now see, that's where we start to see this changing around. Because even the Anunnaki themselves refer to the creator of all things, and they talk about how sometimes some of the things that happened to them could only have happened if they were decreed by the creator of all.
Yep.
So what we see here is not only that they are admitting that there is a creator and of all things, but they're also admitting that they themselves are portraying themselves to the humans as being gods as well.
Yeah.
So right there, that's a very, very important admission. Shrines and sanctuaries being built all over the world so that people can directly pray for their gods. Now, to me, this coinciding with the first occurrence of Inanna bringing blood sacrifice to humans is a very, very interesting thing. That's where we see direct evidence that blood worship, blood sacrifice, things like what the Mayans did and other groups, other tribes, and what we even see in warfare today, like we talked about last night with John D. and the macrobes. We start to see that these two things go hand in hand.
It's not a ball game, Josh.
The setting up of religion, the deifying of the Anunnaki, of these extraterrestrials as gods themselves, while at the same time also bringing about blood sacrifice.
You don't see that on the walls either.
And this goes a long way towards trying to find out and really understanding where the origins of the elite, the New World Order, and the Illuminati really come from.
Which means
And,
the Mayans
the blood
was given that shit by the Anunnaki.
Think about Catholicism. You take in the blood of Christ, the body of Christ. That's blood ritual. That's the taking into the body. So where do you think that came from? That came from these people.
Yeah.
In the first region, civilization from Ki Engi spread to other neighboring lands. In the cities of Man, local rulers were designated as righteous shepherds. Artisans and farmers, shepherds and weavers exchanged their products far and wide. Laws of justice were decreed. Contracts of trade and espousal and divorce were honored. In schools, the young ones studied. Scribes and hymns and wisdom they recorded. Abundance and happiness were in the lands, but quarrels and encroachments were also there. All the while, Inanna and her skyship roamed from land to land near the upper sea with the Utu she frolicked. To the domain of her uncle Ishtar she went. Dudu, beloved, she called him. To the people who in the upper plain of the two rivers dwelt, Inanna took a liking. The sound of their tongue she found pleasant, and she learned to speak their language. By the name of the planet Lamu, which we know as Mars, in their tongue they called her Ishtar. And there again, another thing that some people have problems wrapping their mind around. Inanna, Ishtar, Columbia, Queen Semiramis, all the same thing. That's why Enki and Ea and Zeus and Quetzalcoatl, all these things are just different names for the same thing.
Because they assume the identities and try to hide us from ourselves. That's the
Dudu
game.
as Adad in their language they pronounce Adad. Sin, Lord of Oracles, her father they named. Urim city was by them was called Ur. That's where the ziggurat Ur was built. So this is right there. This is definitely, as we know, the upper plain where the two rivers dwelt.
This is the story.
Isn't that interesting?
Of Abraham.
Yeah, between the land between two rivers, the city between two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates. That's where Inanna took to liking. And
Abraham was born in Ur.
That's why we see like Zohar sent us from Pakistan those pictures. Woo! And Inanna that's what that fucking alien pincher crab people thing coming out of that rock represents.
I want to see it.
And here it is. I mean, setting up that's so interesting to me that the deification of gods and blood sacrifice all just happened to happen there in that area of the Middle East that is so famed in biblical lore.
It happened. Happened globally, god dang it.
Shamash, bright sun in their tongue, they called Utu, and him too they worshipped. Enlil, by them, Father Elil, he was called, Father Elil. Nippur, by them, was Nibiru Ki. Ki Engi, land of the lofty waters. Shamir, in their language, was named. Shamir. Samaria.
Yeah.
In Shamir, the first region, kingship between the cities was rotated. In the second region, Egypt, diversity was not permitted by Ra. He wished to reign alone in the region. The eldest of heaven, firstborn who was on earth, thus by the priest to be known he wanted. So there is Marduk, who has now become Ra.
Our son.
And where do you think Ra came from?
That
Amen Ra. That's Ra's full name, Amen Ra.
Mm-hmm.
When you say amen, where do you think the origins of that was? When you say, every time you say amen, you are giving thanks to Ra or Marduk, the Anunnaki god. And what coincidentally enough did Amen Ra also bring in? Anybody? Monotheism. The basis of Judaism.
Marduk.
The basis of Christianity.
Marduk brought that.
The basis of Islam. And boy, it just happened to be in that area in the Middle East. God, that's just a coincidence.
Under the guise of Ra.
Amen Ra.
Yeah, Amen.
Was the founder of monotheism, the idea of one God and to worship one God alone.
Before there was Ra, that's where everything
only
changed.
Someone who wanted to be a God.
And they, Pantheon changed
because
everything.
You notice that
right there.
In the Bible, it's always talking about plurals.
That's where it began, right there. Amen. Ra.
Man was made in their image. Whose image?
Everything in Egypt.
That's
plural. They started hiding us from ourselves right there.
So he wanted to make sure that the priests who would take over power after, after these, there were no more of these Anunnakis left.
What's his name?
But the priest, he wanted to make sure the priest knew that he was the firstborn, and is the eldest person that is left that came from heaven. And what they refer to as heaven is their planet Nibiru.
Yes.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
All these years, all these Christians, I hope when I die, I go to heaven.
I don't.
I hope when I die, I go to that alien planet.
I hear you die early.
Your grandmama's not around with us anymore, son. She went to the Nibiru. Yeah, it's going to be a long flight, but she's going to be all right, baby. She's not in pain anymore. Grandma went to Nibiru, baby. It's all right. Jesus.
She went to the halls of Amenti, Grandma.
The foremost for the earliest times.
And that's
so he decreed in the hymns to be
called. That's
what
this is about.
Lord of eternity, he who everlastingness has made, presiding over all gods. Again, this is Marduk, Amen Ra, declaring this. The one who is without equal, the great solitary and sole one, the sole one. Meaning, I'm the only one, I'm it, don't worship anything but me, I'm the one God, you don't need anything else, I represent the other God because I am the Son of God. Well, the real God couldn't be here. His Holy Majesty, the big kahuna. So he sent me, and I'm his son, and I'm here to tell you all what you're going to have to do down here and how things are going to be. And if you don't follow that, you're going to go to hell and burn, boy. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Doesn't sound anything like Jesus, does it? No. Doesn't sound anything like any of the rest of these Messiah figures that have appeared all around the world in different names, different shapes. But that's it right there. Well, I'm the middleman. Yeah, I'm God's middleman. You can go through me and find eternal peace. But sure as fuck can't get it on your own. That's the damn
Yeah,
sure.
you can.
I don't think that, no.
Yeah, the fuck you can.
So Marduk, as Ra, did place himself above all other gods. Their powers and attributes.
See, that's the beautiful
To
thing
himself,
about this. You
his
don't need me. I ain't your
So
prophet.
he started this motherfucker.
I just point
Big
out
nuts,
shit that you should look
Marduk
at.
over here starts going around. He's so arrogant. He's going around telling people, well, yeah, there are other gods. And yeah, there is a God of gods and a creator of all things, but he gets his power. He gets his shit from me, son.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who do you think God's dope dealer is? Me. I sell him that coke. That's what he's saying. Yeah. Well, yeah, there are other gods, but they get their power from me. That's real nice.
Mm-hmm.
As in Lil, I am for lordship and decrees, as Minerta for the hoe and combat, as Adad for lightning and thunder, as Nanar for illuminating the light. As Utu, I am Shamash, as Nurgle over the lower world I reign. So he's basically saying he's taking on the jobs of all these other Anunnaki gods. As Gibble, the golden depths I know, whence copper and silver come I have found. As Nikazita numbers in their count, I command the heavens my glory bespeak. By these proclamations, the Anunnaki leaders were greatly alarmed. To their father Enki, the brothers of Marduk spoke. Nergal to Ninurta conveyed their concerns. What have you overpowered? What has overpowered you? Enki said to his son Marduk. Unheard of are your pretensions. The heavens my supremacy bespeak, Marduk answered his father Enki. The bull of heaven in Lil's constellation sign by his own offspring was slain. In the heavens, the age of the ram, my age is coming. Unmistakable the omens are. In his abode in Eridu, the circle of the 12 constellations, Enki examined. On the first day of the spring, the beginning of a year, sunrise was carefully observed. In the constellation stars of the bull was the sun that day rising. In the Nibiru Key and Thuram, Enlil, and Nanar made the observations. In the lower world, where the instrument station had been, Nergal attested to the results. Still remote was the time of the ram, the age of the bull of Enlil it still was. Now that's interesting, because that's exactly the similar time period we're in now. And every time there is one of those ages on Earth where you're coming out of an old age and you're moving in closer to, because it happens over the course of a very long time period. You move through these ages, but as you're moving out of one and closer, it's getting closer and closer to a new age coming in. There starts to be conflicts all over the planet and all over society, in all from the top to the bottom.
It's
where the feelings and the ideas and the ways of the old age are at conflict of the new age that is coming in. And so during that period that can last for hundreds of years that we're in now and will continue to be in, I think, for the next 500 or 600 years.
It doesn't have anything to do with your ascension.
You're going to see great strife and cataclysm. That's exactly what's going on here. Because even though they're technically still in the age of the ram, the energy of the age of the bull was coming in. So Amun Ra is, his bull nuts are fucking about to drop. He's walking around.
That's what we're seeing right
Raging
now.
like a bull, right? And the energy is overtaking him. He's ready, he's ready to rule. He's ready to rule over the domain but that energy that's taken over him is at odds with the fact that the energy of Enlil in the age of the ram is still very much there and still very much with me for a period of time. So, but that's interesting. So, is that an explanation that maybe is that what's going on now? Is the age of the last Anunnaki god and the next Anunnaki god, which may be Enki, coming into the age of Enki, as Zohar sent the email to us that we read last night?
Of course.
Could that be why all this stuff is happening? Very well could be. In his domains, Marduk did not relent in his assertion. By Nabu, he was assisted. To domains, he sent not his emissaries, but to the people that his time has come to announce. To Ningazita, the Anunnaki leaders appear. How to the people to observe the skies to teach. In his wisdom, stone structures Ningazita devised. Ninurta and Ishtar helped to erect them. In the settled lands near and far, the people saw and were taught in the sky. That the sun in the constellation of the bull was still rising, they showed to the people. With sorrow did Enki watch these ongoings, how fate had twisted the rightful order he pondered. That's an interesting idea, isn't it? How fate had twisted the rightful order. And that just goes to show that that's that's a source of our misery. Because we make this, what we deem to be order and law and order, we make these laws, we make these things, but when fate and destiny and that thing overpowers those laws, we don't know how to handle them.
That's because the laws of
That's exactly what seems to be going on here.
Creator supersedes
After
any
the
law.
Anunnaki declared themselves as gods, they became dependent upon mankind's support.
Yeah, they did.
In the first region, the Anunnaki decided to unify the lands under one leader. They desired a warrior king. To Inanna, the adversary of Marduk, the task of the right man to find they entrusted. A strong man whom on her journey she had met and loved, Inanna indicated to Enlil. Arbakhad of 4 garrisons, the commander, was his father. A high priestess, his mother was. Scepter and crown Enlil gave him. There you go. Except there's your other proof. We see the scepter and crown coming down from royalty. That the Queen of England and all royalty has to this day, the scepter and crown.
Yep. And the eagle.
That right there is the initiation.
The house of the eagle, falcon, bird.
Of making
of some sort.
Someone who was an offspring of the gods in a position of royalty and power. That's why we have secession of royalty and hereditary dictatorship all over the planet today. Everyone we still have that's still intact to this day goes back to that.
Yep.
To that very moment when the offspring of the Anunnaki were put into positions of kingship and power based on their DNA and their bloodline.
Pretty much.
This is where the establishment of the bloodlines that are in place today.
Yes, in place
by the elite
today.
Who stay in power because of this bloodline. This is it.
Yeah. And we know one of them for sure. We know a major player in their bloodline.
Sharukan,
obviously.
righteous regent.
He's got invested interest in this.
That's on the Biru.
I hope he fucking looks at
As
what
of
we
one
figured
son on
out
the Biru,
because in their
Crown
own
City.
words, they had no idea what the fuck we were drawing on them walls. And they assumed the identities of these people. Marduk became Ra, his brother Ninurga, or Ninurgle became fucking Thoth, Jesus. All these things handed down to us over the times that's throughout their passings. The fucking Moses had a different God than Noah. Period. And you can hear this. And this is coming to a fuzzy fucking explosion of ugliness. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Annie's. But yeah, they're still here, still playing this game. And creator said, I told you about 4 times ago to stop killing these fools.
To unify the lands was established. Agade, the unified city, they named it. Not far from Kishi, it was located. By Enlil and Shuriken empowered, Inanna accompanied his warriors with her weapons of brilliance. All the lands from the lower sea to the upper sea gave obedience to his throne. At the borders of the 4th region, to protect it, his troops were stationed. With a cautious eye on Inanna, Ra and Shuriken constantly gazed. Then, as a falcon on his prey, he pounced. From the place where Marduk was reaching the Tower of Heaven, had attempted to build the tower reaching heaven, Shuriken moved sacred soil from there to Agade, to therein implant the heavenly bright object. Now, this is interesting. Now, I think as we talked about the other night, I think this heavenly bright object, it may be the Ark of the Covenant, because he talked about moving it, or at first planting it in the ground, and the location that they described was in Africa. And that's where many people to this day believe it still is, even though it's been proven that it's not. But here it's being moved to somewhere else. And each time these Anunnaki are moving it around, and they're moving it to a different land and burying it under the ground. Enraged, Marduk rushed to the 1st region. With Nabu and followers to the tower's place, they came. Of the sacred soil, I alone am the possessor. By me, the gateway of the gods shall be established. Bow, chickie, bow, bow, baby. You hear that? Oh, snap. That is a hell of a fucking admission right there, folks. You know what that means, right? Oh, yeah. That means that if that is true, what they described here is this heavenly bright object is, in fact, the Ark of the Covenant, which many people have described as a power source. That means that by this description, wherever this Ark of the Covenant is located, in that spot, you can build, wherever you have it, once you build it underground, you can build a gateway of the gods. And we know that a gateway of the gods, as their earlier descriptions entailed, is a stargate. This confirms what I've thought about for years and heard about for years through tidbits and pieces, but that's indeed what they were looking for in Iraq during the invasion in 2003, because apparently Saddam Hussein, I mean, all the places we're talking about here, and Babylon, all this stuff, I mean, that's at the heart of Iraq, y'all. I mean, Saddam Hussein was digging up all this stuff. He got wind of all this information.
Josh always reads a lot into that. It's an item of brightness for the ships coming in from planet heaven. The brightness being the frequency it sends out, because it's a homing beacon. Wherever that homing beacon controls the gold.
Put in as a puppet by us.
And the flow of it.
But he started researching the history. He started finding out about this stuff.
Therefore, they're top dog. They got their hands on all the gold. They are the hero of Nibiru. Josh has already read all this stuff. I don't know what. Sometimes Captain Obvious has to step in.
That was there. And, dude, he was in power. But that's a hell of an admission right there. I mean, I never really put that together.
It actually is. It's huge.
Heard them talk about that on Ancient Aliens, have y'all?
I'm just saying.
They probably will now. Apocalypse will probably get up there and go, I was the first to talk about the Ark of the Covenant being a power source.
They have the sacred dirt because it came from heaven, because their technology, obviously, Doesn't work with our Earth. Different frequencies. They have to have actual shit from their planet to make it work. But these fucking fools, let me ask you a question. You can hear where they came here and they are now older than their parents because of the lack of their human. That's simple as that. We go over there and we die from getting sick, going crazy, and then dying from lack of our human because we're in that planet's non-human. Forget it's like the F wave. We need the alpha wave. You know what I mean? We're not compatible on different planets like that. Now, there is a planet that we're compatible with. Actually, we can interstellar travel in different ways. But in the system, there is a planet that and it's also a moon to Toth, her brother, but it's her sister, the cat girl. She's really close to mom's frequency, is what I understand. She's got those onks about her all over. And it looks like she's an onk on Toth to me from Ra. And he's got the planets and the moons on him that I can account for. But I'm not sure their names or which one's which. I'm still new to this. I'm just seeing all their signatures showing up. And I'm like, oh, fuck. And they're written on the walls. And I'm like, so Marduk did not assume the actual Ra. They just didn't know what the fuck we were doing. They thought they were people in a story we were telling because we were big. There's little people running around too. They really, and you can tell when they started this, they started drawing pictures of the things and everything, and it was all about him. But it sure as hell wasn't technical like we had done. They were trying to hide us from ourselves without knowing what the fuck we were writing. Therefore, here I am figuring out what we were actually writing. And then from that, you can tell what we didn't write. Just from knowing they did that. They started building with Roman columns instead of one piece columns in their temples and all kinds of stuff. Our construction is hugely different from theirs, and it's older. Starting to get the picture. We drew on their walls. We helped them build their fucking temples in their methods with our fucking hearts. And we did it with Marduk, and they fucking destroyed us because we scared the fuck out of them. And they saw a conglomeration under Marduk that they didn't like. They were like, they're going to take over. Because they were actually afraid we were going to take over heaven at some point. Because we were rebelling. By rebelling, we were following Marduk, who actually wanted to take over heaven eventually. And the funny thing about it is, I don't even think Marduk realized that there's no way that would have worked because he couldn't have used us there like he wanted to. One, we're wrong frequency, wrong planet, can't inherit because we're not meat to it, etc. We don't even know it. At that point, we had already been wiped out. We just had our strengths and our old wisdom. They keep talking about our old wisdom. Well, if we were so fucking stupid, why did they shrink our heads? You tell me fucking Cro-Magnon didn't have a head almost twice the size of us. And they make him into a knuckle dragger, and you start looking at it, and we had some fine fucking clothing going on. I don't think we was fucking knuckle dragging. I'm looking at different. And we're older than the fucking all these things they're talking about over here. And we build differently. I no. Actually, no. That is one of Horus's planets. That one was coming in with the red. That's on the other side. Uh, Funny that came around about the same time. I was tracking that planet for a long time, and that's how I found Ra. But they were never together. I was following that with the red sun on that side. And then at night, in the same damn camera, I started noticing after sunset, boy, it started looking like a little carnival or something was going on in the middle of fucking. And I started looking at it, was like UV sensors. I was like, oh, these are probably auroras, man. It's a UV sensor in here. So we was watching them, and then it started getting brighter. I was like, that's really weird. And then the colors kind of changed a little. And then it got brighter, and that magnetosphere started showing up really, really dim and just on the edges almost. And you could see a little bit in there. And I was like, wipe off your lens. Oh, no, that's not what was going on. So I'm sitting there looking at it in the daytime, and you're not seeing that because I was thinking it got burned on there or something. You know what I mean? By a flare. So I don't know how it got there, but it fucking looked weird. And then in the daytime, it would go on, and the green ones would show up. And I'm all like, well, okay, so this is still structured because before they didn't have holes in it like the 2016 one did. It was more dim like the fucking 2014 of my fucking night shots. But the night shots, man, you wasn't getting no goddamn sun or moon, and you're getting all this light and crazy shit. We was sitting around on the with AJ. AJ was in on that. There was a bunch of us sitting on my Facebook for fucking about a year almost before it really started getting evident that. And then in 2016, there was no fucking question. I'm sitting there already telling people, I'm like, we got a sun, we got right there magnetosphere, and that was after 2 years of just looking at one camera with thousands of pictures and hundreds of hours of actual time lapse on that camera from other people and Denise Chavez, all kinds of I mean, that picture is the wrongest thing they could have ever tried to debunk. I think that's probably the most documented camera online. And it's all they fished that mother. But that's raw right there. That is raw. What's up, Nicholas? Yeah, and not only that, they fucking exposed how they haven't even looked at this shit and who they are by totally wasting their time and exposing themselves. It's a vicious, ugly cycle we just watched. And what did we do? We just kind of, I filmed it, sat here shitting my pants. The fuck? Where's this shit coming from? And then he shows up. I'm like, then I really freaked out. I'm like, oh, fuck. Oh, no. Here we go. This really starts to make sense now. Derek, you did. You hung yourself, dude. Quit throwing rocks at me. You're already in some trouble, baby. Damn. Damn. You know, if I was chilling like a villain, I'd get the fuck out of Dodge and just leave me the fuck alone, boy. Take your losses. Take the wisdom with you, though. Learn it. You ain't gonna miss nothing. You losing, dude. AJ might miss his house. He's too young to know this shit. He's gonna get mad. You should give AJ a Armani, man. And sell it. He gonna need it. Well, you know the I don't know. Are you a kingpin? Are you gonna be thrown under the bus? I don't know. I don't know. Because I was going to say, the kingpin never gets thrown under the bus. It's always the foot soldiers. Well, we know who the foot soldiers and then Derek Bros are. So I'm not sure if Derek Bros is actually going to like be thrown under the bus because but I don't know who's pulling his strings. For all I know, he might be a century-old Anunnaki I'm fucking with right now. I don't know. I really don't know who Derek Rose is. I know what he's done. I know what he's doing, and I know what's been going on now. And it's like fucking creepy, but it's almost comical to sit here and watch. For fuck's sake, have you seen what's been going on? Why would why would any of you be worried about me? I'd just wait until the next show. Fuck. See if they open their mouth again, see what noose they just hung around themselves again. I'll be getting a phone call from Pentagon's talking about we're about to nuke. I'm done now. He ain't that bad. Bill Gates, I'd probably not do that. I'd testify to that, and he probably shouldn't do that. We're hearing about it over here. You've tried this. It failed. Oh, we haven't heard it yet. Spoiler alert.
Or the Ark of the Covenant. And I fell asleep in the tanning bed again. God damn it.
Damn it, I'm asleep. Read on. We want to hear more porn.
That's exactly what that's saying. So if it's true that the
right now, no.
And according to Gary Hay and other people in brothers,
Alexander the Great was the last child known of Marduk, and he was dead when Alexander went to hunt down his father. Remember?
A lot of it, in my opinion, that's where it's at.
He's dead.
And as soon as I started finding out about it, I told you
any of them that come here and stay here die early. So, I was going to thank you for reminding me. Okay, so I know, and now you know why they die early here. Okay, keep that in mind. Pin right there. Now, we also know the same reason we get sick, go crazy, and die over there. Number one, we've got shorter lifespans. So it's going to happen faster, and it's going to seem in a succession of lack of Schumann over a period of weeks, just like it does here. If your Schumann leaves or you're buried, you go crazy, you die. That's what happens to us when we leave our Schumann frequency and go to planet heaven. It's a different frequency planet, emitting its thunderstorms and around it. Different frequency, not compatible with you. You're going to go crazy and die. What do? It takes them a couple thousand years, but the children grow older than their parents. Anu is fucking young as fuck. Enlil, Enki, Marduk, all of them are dead. Anu's still ruling planet heaven. Now, they're still here. We're talking probably the generation after, of course, Alexander, Marduk. I'm not sure which one. He's got a few Anunnaki children by the end of the day. He's like father, like son. He pours it in. I'm aiming. That's almost pure Anunnaki. Offline. Anyways, so If you had a choice, honestly, of ruling a planet and living relatively 30 years, as opposed to living on your planet without ruling anything for 100 years under someone else's rule, I guess, would it be that bad? Do you think you'd cut 70 years off of your fucking lifespan to rule over a planet? Because they obviously hadn't a fucking clue as to why they've been dying early here. Because I don't think that's a good trade off, folks. You might want to go home. See, this isn't a bad thing for them. If they fucking think about what is happening here and look at what information we've got, because we've got an awful lot more information than the 33rd degree fucking little slave boys of these fucking masters, because they didn't know what we know now. And I strongly suggest getting over there to Angry Fucking Catfish and looking at every one of those videos from the bottom up. It's your information. That's where we're at today. I think they're going to go home. I think they might be advised to make reparations here on Earth and go home and put some shields up so their fucking planet can start healing. Because it's not the gold you need. Her magnet shield, they've even said so. That's what's wrong with it. They completely severed their contacts with their planet a long time ago when they almost killed all of them off. And then populated planet, killing, the same thing they've been doing here for centuries. Well, yeah, E.T. go home. I mean, I'll tell you, I am, and so are you. All of us have, you're at least half Anunnaki. It's just, I guess, A negatives are fucking really Anunnaki blood. I mean, we've got some shit going on in us that a lot of people don't, because of the eyeballs and everything. We change colors, and our blood's so different. But I was born here, for fuck's sake, man. This is my mother, and it's all about creation and being a straight heart. We love each other, and we got to forgive them if they can make their amends. And it's not a got to; it'd be actually a thank God. Holy cow! Thanks, oh brother, welcome to the family, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's not even like a whole. There's no grudge here. It's like they before they fucking ever came here for centuries, they were fucking lied to over there. It just spread over here. Okay, they saw they needed and fucking they had no idea what the fuck they needed. Obviously, they were trying, and well, this is what it looks like. It's time for you guys to learn what you need. Settle down, stop throwing fucking rocks, and get over there and hear your planet. Swear to God, man, look at you. You've already got everybody's feathers all up in a ruffle. Shh. You know how to save yourself? Expose yourself. Expose us to us. Don't fear us. Do it right, man. Fuck, dude. I'm not seeing it. Keep throwing rocks at me. And I keep getting fucking phone calls that I didn't expect. Oh, really? So, I mean, that's up to you, dude. This is big time now. Jeez. Go home. Yeah, well, they should stay home. They should definitely stay home. They could come visit, I suppose, be nice. No division. Be like, oh yeah, hey, how you doing, brothers? And leave. And sisters, because there ain't no man or woman over another. All of us. All of it. Hi, magnets. We're fucking magnets, for fuck's sake, man. Get over it. You're a magnet too. Couldn't you be a magnet too? Be a magnet. I mean, that's all you gotta do. I just didn't know I had one. You didn't know you had one. Don't or you didn't know the fucking magnet properties, or you thought it was some kind of fucking aura. Because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a physical fucking magnet in our chest. That's the spark of life at 1748 hertz. We had none of that. I didn't have it. Albert didn't have it. You know, they didn't have it. We got it now. So there should be some peace. Yo, fucking hippie. You know what I mean? This should just stop. That's the only sensible thing. I used to be a tool for them all the time, all my life. Well, I used their tools against them, but I mean, I worked for a senator and changed the world for the better. But I mean, I was they saw me coming. Damn it! And then they tried to suck me in their bunker. And I knew it was on about that time. That's why I got out of Dodge. That's why I moved, left North Carolina. I figured I was leaving that behind because it was state level. I just put a bunch of states between me. Ain't gonna be fuck. I didn't know I was like omnipresence boy and shit. I think they did. I know it's funny. Someone should write a book. I ain't gonna. I'm too busy. People are like, you should write a book. Fuck you. I've told my whole life story everywhere. Go write the fucking book. It's a novel. No, I'm not even halfway through. I've got all kinds of funny things I've done to myself. I mean, I got stories for days. I just tell you some of the good days, some of the bad days, that stand out. Everything I can remember. Shit, every time y'all remind me of something significant, I'm all like, oh, yeah, I should probably tell you about that too. That was fun. I've been out doing stuff a lot. That's why I know the way things work a lot. I've been doing stuff, different things. When I graduated high school, I had a fucking blueprinting and construction degrees out of a vocational school I'd gone to for 2 years, back when they had those things. Then I graduated a little bit early and went right into the Navy 2 weeks after graduation. It was July 4th was my first night in boot camp. I just wanted to fuck out of that house. They had to sign me over to the military because I was underage. I didn't turn 18 till October that year. I was ready to go. I was in stateside though the whole time, going through my basic electronics and electricity and my fucking advanced electronics degree training in fucking Great Lakes. It really could. I'm sure it could. Encyclopedia of Truth, Jesus. Nah, I don't know about encyclopedia. That work isn't mine. That's not my work. I just know how to read the language. There ain't no vowels in it. It's physics. See, I recognize compression waves when I see one. I didn't. I recognized it when I saw it on Lee's channel too, and he was calling it open halo wave because he's all convinced that it's like God and Jesus together. I never said that. That's Lee's version of what that is. I'm just saying. It's a compression wave of energy moving through matter. It causes backwash like that, just like that on that wing. And if you know what energy they're talking about, oh, that is schematic all over the place because that's the electromagnetic fucking field that thing rides on. Ding, it's got centripetals and centrifugals that's opposing and pushing and pulling. The whole magnet field's on that fucking plane. And Lee's sitting there making fun of it. That's not Lee. It's something else. You know, I've thumbs up his last 2 videos. It's good information. And that's all I got to say on the matter. We'll see what he does next. I accept for people for what they got in their heart. I'm feeling changes. So I'm just sitting here. I'm watching, doing what I'm asked to do. I think truth's gonna win out, folks. You decided not to go in. You made a very smart fucking move, Nick. I tell people if you want to protect your country, keep your boys and girls at home, teach them how to use guns. You're going to need it. Yeah, I did too. I didn't give a fuck. I wanted to go help that dude on a donkey anyway. And I didn't want to get in the Air Force's fucking airplanes. They was in the Navy place fighting over me. I got a 98. They wanted me to be officer on both sides. And I was all like, this guy wants me in a fucking plane. I don't like heights. And homie pipes off with it was the Air Force recruiter's attitude that fucking sent me out. I almost think I wish I would have gone in the Air Force because it would have been a different experience though. But it wouldn't have been as where I needed to be. I needed to know that moon like I was riding a bike because the resistance I've had about that, if I didn't know the moon like the back of my hand, like a sea captain, like my life depended on knowing that moon, I would have folded a long fucking time ago and we wouldn't be here talking. Well, we might be. I'm just saying. I wouldn't. It wasn't meant to be. It didn't happen. But the guy is all like, "Oh well, they got more planes in the Navy than we got." Like all of a sudden, the number of planes they got is going to scare me off. I was like, "Nah." He offered me something on a boat. Good. Have a nice day. It's like real school, and then you build a house, learn how to read the blueprints, and actually draw the blueprints and figure out the blueprints, and then you build the house. It's a 2-year project while you're going to school. You go to school, math, science, everything. I did algebra 2, all that too. I didn't slack, but I got extra. They did away with those. But yeah, you get credited for it. And then I got credited for my naval training. You know, I've got associates and then some. I'm well qualified to homeschool my kid. He's graduating this year. 2 weeks. Yeah, I did too. And then we're on out to sea, and this old bosun tells me that motherfucker was fixing to turn upside down. I swear I watched it happen. Took about 2 weeks. I was tripping. What the fuck? Because I had noticed the damn moon was, so, you know, I asked him, I was like, what about that? He's, because it's, when it's full, he's like, well, we're all the way down at the equator. We had just gone through some shellback shit. That was exciting. And seeing the moon lay down. And it was kind of freaking me out. I was out there on watch and got with the bosun. He sat down and gave me some fucking navigation training. He's like, well, this is the way it works. And next thing I know, I was helmsman qualified and driving the ship. Pretty cool. I drove through the Straits of Japan. That was a little asshole tightening moment. Bad currents there, man. Bunch of junk boats floating around, little fishing boats and shit. I mean, a guided nuclear missile cruiser. Toot toot. Ain't nobody give a fuck. I just couldn't hit no junk, cause an international incident. It was a little exciting. It was probably the most exciting point of it. I was in the wheelhouse. Avalanche. Uh-oh. I was in the wheelhouse when we was up in the Bering Sea one time, and we had gone. We had been fucking doing it the first time. Let's put it that way. Well, we went into their biggest sub base on their east coast, and because we took off from the west coast on Westpac to meet up with our group, the Carl Vinson, and we went in condition zebra, all dark, had all the ports closed, everything, no radar, no radio, nothing. We're just a floating tin can out there, and coming in on quiet mode. We lit that shit up and turned on all our fucking Christmas trees and everything. Man, it was great. And turned around and hauled ass. Captain was like, full speed, flank. Boom. Boy, we hit my drove off. Fucking we're cruising along. Then I go out and I watch and I'm ready. I'm all like, all right. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, and next thing you know, about 15 minutes after I'd got out there, I'm starting to see plumes come up. And I start calling in surface contacts. I lost count. I'm like, fuck, the whole fucking, they're just lighting up. So I don't know how many's out there. I said, we counted about 18 or so. And then a whole it looked like a whole cloud. Just kind of fucking congealed. And I'm like, that whole area just lit up. And like, roger that. So we had some tails coming after us because we was definitely in a sensitive region of space. And we cruised up Alaska. We was still full speed going through the Aleutians and shit. Fucking beautiful. Yeah, I wanted to jump off and just go fucking swim with the polar bears and shit, but we wasn't far enough north. Oh man, we got up into the Bering Sea, and you could see them coming behind us. The whole fucking Russian fleet chasing our head. I'm all like, oh my god! It's like us and two boats, and then I go down for my 4 hours. I wake up, and there is a whole fucking fleet around us. I'm all like, oh god, where'd they come from? So we just went and knocked on their door and said, come on, let's go play some games. And that's what we did for the next couple of weeks with the Russians. And we was doing all kinds of crazy shit up there. I spotted a submarine at midnight on acid. Got a letter of commendation for it. War class, some kind of fucking Russian submarine. We was cruising in the Bering Sea. Now, if the Bering Sea, you got a storm, you're going to be walking on the walls. That motherfucker is rough. But some nights it's calm as glass. It's the deepest ocean. And you're just out there. And it's fucking smooth. And I was one of them nights, right? I was sitting there looking at the moonlight and keeping my eye open, checking out my little cat's eye. Look, you got your cat's eye mounted. You see shit that you can't see at night, which your cat's eye see. You do a scan, then you scan with your cat's eye. Just make sure no heat signatures are out there that you ain't seeing. And I was sitting there looking at the moonlight doing a scan, and there's a stick out there making wake in the moonlight. And I'm all like, high as fuck. So I'm all, so I call it in. I'm all like, oh shit. No, it's really there. So I called it in, and they're like, nah, no chatter on the. I'm like, man, no, there is something keeping pace with us. I said, it looks like a stick out in the water is like one of them submarine things. And they were like, what? Nothing on sonar. I'm like, some captain is on the deck. They started yelling at me in the CNC, like they didn't believe, because and I'm all like, now I'm really second guessing myself. I'm like, fuck, man, I'm out there, I'm throwing shit at it, right? I had a little fucking bottle and I fucking tossed this shit and it made a wake and went away, and I'm all like, there is something out here beside us. And it wasn't maybe 50 yards off our starboard, off the right hand side of the ship. And here comes the captain out of the wheelhouse. And he hits the rail and he looks and he doesn't see it. And he looks at me and says, where? And I looked and it's still there. And I'm like, right there. And you can see his butt pucker. He ran his little tighty whitey ass back into the wheelhouse, started screaming at sonar to give him a ping, and they classified the fucking war machine right next to us. I was like, ding ding, there's another one. I was a happy sailor. I had fun, I did my part. I was thought that I was doing it for a good reason. So I had a lot of letter commendation medals. I used to spot contacts all the time before radar because I was using my horizon. You know what comes over the horizon before the ship does? Smoke. If I spot smoke 40 miles away, it's a good eye because it looks like a little pimple on a wave. And then you got to bring out your binoculars and look in that direction, find that pimple. Right? Is that what is that? What am I looking at? It's smoke. Oh shit! Surface contact, and give them their bearing. And they'd be like, "We ain't got nothing." I call it back in. Mark it every day. Bang, man. If I actually had the metal for all my shit on my, I would have ripped my shit in half because I every day I was spotting that shit way before their technology could. But I was, I don't like missiles. I've seen what those do. I got good eyes. And perception. I mean, you can tell the difference and use that horizon because I'll tell you what, the ship go forward a little bit, and all of a sudden that radar starts pinging on the metal about the time I start seeing it. Surface contact. I was like, that's mine. Well, yes, it is. So. Pin it. Drop my mic. I was just a little shithead then. I was dropping mics all over the damn place. Then we got back into port and they shipped me back to the Arkansas, and the Arkansas was getting out of dry dock. I thought that would be cool. So we started going around. I got an accident. Some red light hit me. Then they started fucking with me, and I decided I didn't want to stay. Started fighting for marijuana, literally. So I had broken back. He made me sick. Liver from painkillers, and I decided I didn't need that kind of shit. And Jack Harris saved my life. With my Mary Jane, he introduced me to MaryWanna, which I knew before. It was just a high school crush, though. I've been with her all these years since. What, you went out to Arkansas? I've been to Arkansas. I was on the USS Arkansas, CGN 41. I drove the 39 around the globe. That was the Texas. I left out of Alameda. That's where the Texas was. That's where the Arkansas was, too. The Arkansas was in dry dock in Bremerton. If I remember, I think the Texas was going in dry dock after we had gotten back. It might have gotten, I'm sure it's been decommissioned by now. Fuck, that was, they still floating those boats. Where the hell did our tax dollars go? No, they've got new shit out there. Yeah, I'm sure they've decommissioned the Texas. They had to. They have to. That girl was old. I don't care if she was dry docked in what 89 or something, 90 maybe. Well, that might be the USS Texas battleship. That was before the USS Texas. They decommissioned that before my time. I was on the guided nuclear missile cruiser Texas, CGN class. We shot missiles at Saddam, Tomahawks, Sea Sparrow, kind of things. We didn't have the big guns. We had some pretty decent sized guns for self defense, but it in battle, I think my life expectancy was something like 32 seconds or some shit. I'm telling you right now, I was watching for missiles the whole time. I'm like, shoot it, R2. Phalanx system. It looks like R2. It's a fucking Gatling gun. Shoot out like 5 million bullets a second. I forget exact count on it. It's something ridiculous though. It'll cut a plane in half in like a third of a second. It's like, and it literally sounds like that. It's like, and it's like fucking blasting out fucking 50 cows. Get him R2. Beep, beep. Contact. Rev up the fucking guns, boy. You know, that's that was my job. Make sure it was done right. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have nobody sneak a missile up my fucking ass. It's not going to happen. I'm out there with my binoculars, motherfuckers. I will see you coming. That was my attitude. Like, I was on watch with like doing push-ups on watch. I was so fucking on watch. I don't care. You put me on watch at midnight, I find a submarine a mile away. I was watching. fucking, they tried to sneak a submarine up my ass. Oh shit, them was the days. Like I said, I am such a trackable person. It's not even funny. I don't care what I did. I stood out like Kaibo's sore thumb over here. It's like, look at this fucking fool over here. He just spotted the submarine at midnight. Ding ding. You get reputations, and they carry if you do shit like that all your life, I guess. Terry Gilliam fucking knows me as the catfish. I know, I did. I didn't want nobody shooting a missile up my butt. It don't fit, Miss Raymond. Tillman! No KY. R2. Fucking R2 was my go-to. I'll get over there, kick him in the ass, get him working. Boop. Shoot him. Yeah. That's how you keep alive. I've seen people not do that. Yeah, well, it's actually not funny, but I've seen people not do that a lot. It's gonna get worse. I can only imagine. That was on a good day. Did you get a nice little nap in, Miss Raymond, or have you just been blowing up balloons? Her daughter's turning 7. And she got a bunch of balloons to blow up. Told her take it easy. Don't try and blow them up all at once. You get lightheaded. I remember when Seamus was, yeah, like 4 was even fun, but 5 through like 9 and 10, when they're really starting to develop like I'm a little person kind of thing going on, that's fucking a good time to be a parent. It's a good time to be a parent all the time, except when you got to go up there and tell your kid he's got to go to bed because he's playing with his neighbor friend that lives right over here on the computer up here. I can hear him over here. Blah, 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 they're talking. You wish your girl could go. It's a fun age. It really is. They're so innocent, so full of. They got so many questions. It drives you nuts. It's fun. It's awesome. You wish they was asking you them questions again, huh? So we're gonna be talking about that all week. She blowing up balloons all week. Her daughter said she wanted a bunch of them. I heard her. They even have proper traffic jams. I saw her driving in slow traffic. I was like, oh, wow. By the way, you shouldn't record while you're driving. Although that's some funny stuff. I was like, I got flashback at LA. I was like, oh shit, or Denver. Everybody's brake lights was on. I've been pretty blessed to be able to work with him. I mean, I fuck, man, day 4. Imagine me with a fucking brand new infant, man. Oh boy. And then well, I would just put in the baby monitor, and if I ever heard a noise, I'd go in there and take care of them. So I was out in the shop working, and I didn't even get online until he was 7 or 8. So I mean, I was working when he was sleeping, pretty much. So I wasn't sleeping much for a while. Still don't. But you know how it is. What you up, you're up. got stuff to do. I feel like lately though, man, it's been pretty cool. I get a few things accomplished, and I'm sitting around. I'm like, well, nothing real pressing. Let's take a nap. I've been trying to work at night and get my rhythm on at night because it is starting to get summer and it's going to get pretty hot, and I just can't work in the daytime. I've tried it. I tried it last year, and it damn near killed me. I could work all night long out here though. Do that. And we've got 2 pipes and 2 ponds all mooned up. I'm thinking about making another pond. I got more pipes pulled. And we're going to do some work still. I'm just getting high. We still got some Marduk shit to listen to because this is getting good now. Creator Vol's fixing to come in again, start dreaming them up, yelling at them, tell them they suck. I'm going to send this motherfucker after you to make a peace agreement.
That'll be the next. That'll be the next threat. That'll be where they'll tell us Al Qaeda is next. That was in the fall of 2009. Back when I was still on Oracle. When those shows are up, you can listen to those. When we did a whole show on that, and all our listeners started going out trying to find different information on the Ark of the Covenant in Yemen. And lo and behold, just about 3 months later, we had the alleged underwear bomber, the crotch bomber that allegedly was going to blow up the plane with a crotch bomb that wouldn't have worked anyway. But the point of the matter is, they told us he came from Yemen. And we started to see Obama bomb attacks and rocket attacks not too long after that. And the people of Yemen have been...
To this day, we're bombing in Yemen. To this day. Trump put it up on steroids. He started renting out U.S. Marines to boot on the ground there as we were giving them $400 billion in bullets. And then we took and made a floating flotilla out there to make sure they can't get nothing in. And on Facebook, you got all these people talking about help the children of Yemen, donate to. No. Tell your sons and daughters to stop serving these fucking masters. That would help the children of Yemen because your money's going to the bullets that are being shot at your sons and daughters. That's the PTSD. It's not in the soldier, it's in the system. It's just the soldier knows. And let me tell you something about aggravation. Knowing. For those that know, that's all I have to say. I can't wake up this. I can't wake up that. Imagine you talking to your mom, telling her she's buying all the bullets and she's still waving flags. Kind of shit sucks. What are you going to do? There's a lot of kids that fucking choose the wrong side of that instead of realizing they still got a whole life ahead of them. They don't need mama's tit. They were over there crawling around in mud shooting bullets at people who's shooting bullets at them. They need to go on and walk on and be strong. And some of them don't make it out of that process. That's PTSD. I've been dealing with that since the day I got out. I've been trying to tell people, never stop. It's been one of my mantras over here, your red and blue division. Shit. It's not. These people have been working really hard to keep us divided because they were afraid of us. No, it's been made known there ain't no reason to fear us. They're just like us. They need to take on out of here. Put the Eagles helmets on. They need me to start up their boat. Oh, I can't. I can, but I ain't gonna. It takes a straight heart to get to it. It's a frequency key and you can't fake it. Oh, gosh. Just piecing this together has already thwarted some of their fucking plans, which is so funny. Physics is just Creator's law. Some of them can be lied about, but physics are never changing. And physics says you can't live outside of your human frequency because your brain wave is attuned to that and you'll go crazy, die. Physics dictates that it's not your atmosphere, it's your magnetosphere that's failing on your planet over there, and you need your, and it's because of y'all. Her stewards ain't doing their job. And we can hear that in their own writings right here. All day long, we've been hearing that shit. Why am I getting sick and dying? They've put all kinds of guesses into it. I ain't heard one of them hit it yet. If they knew, they wouldn't be here. I just maintain, say, if you live to 1,000 years, you're going to give up 700 of them to rule over a planet? Whoa, everybody wants to leave now. You know, I mean, they shouldn't be here. This is the way it goes. I can say no. I guess it would take a special kind of monster to say yeah. I don't know. I don't know their heart set well. We'll see. That's the fun part. They got free will. North of Africa. Oh my goodness. So it's been busy today, hasn't it? How long have we been on here? Yeah, definitely picked up a little speed today on the quake map. Comes that kid. This wall's down again. Let's see why. Oh. Mm. Mm-mm. Mom's an angel. In the polarity map, she's an angel with her wings flapping. Swear. It's fucking awesome. Oh, tornadic as fuck. Nothing unusual about the wind speed except the direction and the pulsating, telling me that it's overcoming the front side. And Mom just looks spectacular in her blue dress. Looks like an angel flying. Crunch meter says there is on the front and the back build up, and that magnetopause is wrinkly. Cherenkov. Yeah. Schumann gone. Don't worry, it takes weeks. It's been gone all day. I don't need a swallow for that. I can tell. I can tune in. I can hear Mom if I want to. I'm a good listener. Actually, I haven't had to. I realize when I'm doing it, I kind of lean like my brain is starting to like envision I'm slinging out a fucking field line to listen like an antenna, you know, and I can hear her. She's ringing, and if I hear her ring, her Schumann's not there. I'm hearing her magnet. It's singing. She's happy. She's excited. She's like standing at the edge of the pool, fixing to jump boats. And her brothers and sisters are all around her. This is her first time, not theirs. She's excited. She's like a little angel in her dress. Fucking great, man. But yeah, they cut her off about 3 hours ago. Oh, that's why I think they got overcharged. Might have gone into emergency again. I don't know. Maybe NASA shut it down once a day, but not like it has been. They're having problems keeping the feed coming in through the ionosphere, I think. Yeah, well, if you've got relaxed field, you're not going to hear it. You've built your own Schumann. I don't. I have to actually consciously make an effort to hear it. That's a funny thing. Now I have to actually go out of my way to hear the ringing in your ears. Hi, DK. How you doing? That's how it works. I've come for the hugs. Crazy kid. What the hell are you gonna do with hugs?
Gonna take them all.
You can't get cracked with hugs. No, you can't get hookers. What are you gonna do? You fix to graduate, man.
Stealing all your hugs.
Okay.
You're gonna steal all your hugs.
Oh, I love you, kid. Love you too. I heard you take your animals Outside, did you lock your doors? Did you brush your teeth? We can go wash your feet.
Yeah.
How about you do that before you go to bed tonight? You tie your up so late. Hey!
What?
Fresh clothing. Don't do your laundry so you can jump back into your old dirty clothes.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. See you in the morning.
Yeah.
Careful in the shower. Yeah, tell him to wash their butts. Used to wipe his butt. At least he washes it. Just gotta remind him. He's sitting up there fucking playing games, fucking eating cookies all day. Stink. Nice. I'm glad I'm not the only one. she loves you for it. Giving you the gift. Shit, look what I got for you. She gonna be upset you ain't gonna eat it. That's why she brought it right to you. Honest to God, she giving you the kill. You're top dog. She gonna be upset. She hates me. She won't eat my bird. Your cat's gonna be pissed at you for a week now. Oh God. What'd you bury my dinner for? You didn't even bite out of it. Don't pet me. See what you do yourself. Y'all just don't understand cat language. Oh fuck. They ain't really independent. They just pissed off at you all the time. Oh God. Oh, oh. All the cat ladies are like, you just put my puzzle together. It should be on your chair. You see? That's great. Oh fuck, man. Yeah, cat piss everywhere. So I think me and Homebrewed are doing a live this weekend. He's talking about it. I, of course, voiced like several times, anytime. So he's talking about it anytime. But probably this weekend. I'm thinking he's got a last update. He had his computer running, but I'll probably do that on on my main channel. Haven't got anything new from him. Wonder if you put up a video today. I haven't looked. That's a good question. Did you put up a video, bro? I think today's his Friday.
One day,
One day. No, he didn't put up nothing new. I was just wondering. Well, technically, right. You know what day it is. The thing ain't working. Yeah, it's Friday today. But yesterday was his Friday. He's off today. Today's your Friday. And mine. I'm just saying, he's off today. Yesterday was his Friday. That's kind of what I meant. I guess John's always yelling at me for that. I'm sorry. He's like, you're always talking to me like I was in the room. And I'm all like, oh, yeah. Well, here's the other part of that. I love John. He has so much patience. I would have thrown things at me a year ago if I was him. About 5 minutes after I brought him the plate, if he, I would freak out. I'm like, holy shit, that's awesome. But now what do we do? Come on, you found it. So we started looking in biology and everywhere. We looked, there was 1,748 notes because it was in every atom, everything we were looking at. Holy fuck. And we finally got the picture about 6 months later, I think. We put it all together. I think it's when I don't remember the name of it, but it's like I accidentally figured out unified field and omnipresence or something like that. I don't remember. Wasn't that long ago, was it? Today is your Wednesday. You're working all through the weekend there. Honestly, I don't really have a weekend per se, I guess. Every day's vacation for me. I blow glass. I love doing it. If I get a big order, I can fill it pretty quick. But COVID. I'm thinking mobile. I need to put a new thing on my car though. I definitely need a part. I'm not familiar with this is like my first front wheel drive I've had. I've always had a rear wheel drive. I've driven front wheel drives, but I've never had anything mechanically gone wrong on them. And I feel something going in my front end. I'm like, what the fuck? A little vibration. It might be the tire. I don't think it's the tire though. Probably one of them $200 parts. I think it might be the that one thing, the equivalent to the drive shaft of a front wheel drive. I think that might like a ball joint maybe. Starting to feel it. You know, it feels almost like you can hear somebody when they're going around the corner. They go clunk, 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 clunk. It feels like that, but I'm not hearing it. And it's just like barely feeling it. So I'm thinking it might just barely start me going out or something. I'm not sure what the fuck. So I'm gonna have to take her up to the Springs and have my landlord drive that motherfucker around and be like, hey man, what the hell's wrong with the car? He's an expert. I got the tools. I can fix that shit. I just need to know what the fuck it is because I ain't never drove a front wheel drive. Had anything feel different, you know? A half shaft, something like that. It's that thing inside there, that rubber boot, I think. I think it's a, I don't know what the fuck they call it. Universal joint maybe or something like that. The U joints in the drive shaft of a real car. Of a real car. Rear wheel drive car. So the equivalent of that, I think, is going out in my car. It's got about 300,000 miles on it. The engine runs like a fucking top. I don't know. Maybe it'll just hold out until I don't need it no more. I got a magic bus come pick me up, probably throw me in the back, off and go to Peru. I, I don't know what this looks like. Either that or fucking buy another car. I haven't decided yet. I don't know. It depends on what's wrong with it. Are you going to bed, Nick? Have a good night, man. But anyway, yeah, I got one of those parts going out. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at it again. Last time I looked at it, because I read if the boot's on there, it's fine. And I'm all like, well, the boot's still on there. It looks great. I'm gonna take a fuck, give me some grease, I guess. Take a damn boot off of there and look, because I can't see past that boot. I need to see that damn thing, see if it's getting wore out or some shit, so I can replace it before it fucking breaks. That's why I said I want a bus ticket. I don't know what time is it. If it's 3 o'clock, the sun's up for the birds. You hear them singing. I hear them singing about 3 o'clock. They're getting a lot of light at night too, casting shadows, talking to each other. Yeah, midnight. Well, they might think it's noon. They seem confused. They're flying around, dropping in flocks. It's that magnetite following the fields. They're lost. The fields are swirling. Did you see that? Why the birds are swirling. They're flying the wrong directions. Captains, the seagoing vessels are looking on Google and running into my moon things and talking about, oh my God, thank you. I couldn't get a bearing. We have been wondering what the fuck is going on out there on the ocean. It's been hell. You can't find shit. No one's talking about anything. I'm like, yeah, I know. He goes, how did I find your channel? I'm like, Google search. You know, that's what he said. He's thanking God. Because now everybody out there on the seas now, all these fucking captains that are towing our vessels around with stuff on them are talking about the moon doing cartwheels. Damn straight. Good morning, Cat. How you doing? It's 1:11 for me. So I take it you live somewhere west of me, like where I used to live. California. The Cat is well east of us. Yeah, you're early morning. I see. I know that. I was wondering if you just, was having another boogie fest or what was going on there. I hadn't heard from you for a while. Okay, West Coast. Then I didn't live there. I wouldn't mind. It's beautiful up that way. But you don't have raw everywhere, do you? It's not a ball game. In PA. I still got a lot of friends back there too. I've known for a long time. God, his mom's coming out from Philly. Oh, 2 weeks. Yeah, I didn't mean that reaction. So, it's gonna blow glass. Oh, la 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 la. Wow.
Trained generationally for thousands of years, going back to the brick and stone and spear days. They have been trained generationally there to protect Sheba's palace, where the Ark of the Covenant is. It says that the Ark of the Covenant can only be brought out when a friendly nation is overhead. I think this thing knows. So that's why they're over there, they're sitting back all these stories, oh, Yemen's terrible, they're Al-Qaeda stronghold, and the children, 8-year-olds have AK-47s over there with Smurf stickers on them. The 8-year-olds have AKs. And yeah, the 8-year-olds have AKs because they have been trained generationally for thousands of years to protect what is there. Not to go out and kill white people because they hate them for it. I hate them all. No, man. They're protecting something that is there, and these motherfuckers know full well what's there.
They're home.
Well, if there's nothing to it, how come there's been a military naval blockade back all off the coast of Yemen since 2009? Just sitting there, parked.
still
We've got cruisers,
on
battleships,
muscles now. Muscled up.
a whole fleet of naval ships parked off the coast of Yemen since 2009.
Yep.
This is a huge revelation for me.
Uh-huh.
The idea that whatever this is buried in the ground, this is what the heavenly bright object,
I know where there's
power source, allows him to open up
more
this
than
gateway
one.
of the gods, where instead of having to wait or take a ship or
Ain't no need to
anything
fight
else,
over it. Nobody can get
Anunnaki
to
can
it.
come through the gate and then go back through it.
They're well guarded.
Of the sacred soil, I alone am the possessor. By
You know where they
me
are.
shall
I
a
don't
gateway
care.
of the gods be established. So Marduk, Ra,
Yeah. keep
did
going.
vehemently announce.
Uh-huh. Vehemently.
Did you guys ever see Stargate, the first movie?
Just keep reading.
Stargate.
Josh,
They
for
ripped
God's
that. They
sake.
ripped that whole goddamn movie straight out of
It's
this.
a beacon.
Straight out of this. If you've never seen the first Stargate movie, not the TV show and all that crap,
From
but the
my
first,
cousin to
the one with Kurt Russell. If you haven't seen
It's
that
the
movie,
link.
go back and watch it because, dude,
the landing
that is
place.
what that movie is about. That's what it is. And Raw is like this. They if you watch, he's like it's undoubtedly an alien.
It is.
He has the metal suit that comes out on the outside of him that makes him look like, an animal, like what is depicted in the Egyptian drawings. But then when he wants to come out, he comes out, his eyes glow. Yeah,
Martin,
and he's on
not
like a
Raw.
ship. And on the ship, they've got a
Raw is the son
exactly the technology that they
Marduk
described
assumed
last night that we talked about, the
of the
technology that
son,
the Anunnaki
Ra.
did not give to humans for regeneration. That when there was a an immortality machine, if somebody's dead, it'll bring them back. That's in the movie.
assuming it was one of our gods.
I mean, I knew when the times when I saw that movie that they were
It never
riffing
was.
on, real stuff. My God, the connection between Ra, that's who the main guy is in that movie. That's doing all this stuff Ra, and he's in a parallel world. And they figure out how to jump to this parallel world using this ancient Stargate that was dug out through an archaeological discovery. Man, they took that shit straight out of Sumerian text, man.
Go figure.
I watched that movie about, 7 or 8 months ago, but I'm going to watch it again now.
Because they wanted you to read this
That's unbelievable.
and associate it with
I mean, we've seen
Josh.
examples, they always fictionalize the truth, so the truth seems like fiction. That's what science fiction is there to do, the sole intent and purpose of it. But, I mean, now I'm thinking about, my God,
Yeah,
they
there's a
took that
connection.
entire movie straight out of these Sumerian texts. That's mind-blowing.
Unfortunately, it's imprinted on your impression on what you're reading.
So Marduk did vehemently announce he was the only one to set up the Stargate. He gave instructions to divert his followers to the river. They raised dikes and walls in the place of the tower, the Asagel, the house of the utmost god, for Marduk they built. Babili, the gateway of the gods, Nabu, in his father's honor, named it Babylon. Gateway of the gods. In the heart of the Eden, in the midst of the first region, Marduk established himself. Inanna's fury knew no bounds. With her weapons, she inflicted death on Marduk's followers.
There you go.
The blood of people as never before on earth flowed like rivers. To his brother Marduk, Nergal came
It's
to
our
Bela.
fault. The God
For the sake
came
of the
and
people of
said,
the
"Here."
to leave, he tried to persuade them.
And
Let us peaceably wait for the true signs of heaven, Nergal said to his brother.
we ain't gonna do that
Marduk
again.
agreed
And then all
to
of a sudden
depart.
here it comes because
And
Martin.
from land to land, he watched the skies as he traveled.
Oh, get
Amun,
better.
the unseen one in the second region, was henceforth called Ra. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's where we start to see Amun Ra come in. So Amun, the unseen one in the second region, was Ra henceforth. So he became Amun. That's interesting. He was Ra first. Then he went to another land and watched over that land from the skies. And as he went to the second region, the first region being the Eden, he went to the second region, which we know was still Egypt, went back there and watched from the skies. So that's interesting. So essentially what these guys did, that's choice. That's choice. They faked their own deaths. They told their followers after they set up their societies that they had died and gone to the afterlife. But they didn't die and gone to the afterlife. They went to another region and went up in their ships and watched over their area from the sky.
Yeah.
Ah, that's genius. That's genius.
Yeah.
For a while, Inanna was appeased. 2 sons of Shuriken were his peaceful successors. Then, on the throne of Agade Shuriken's grandson ascended, Naram Sin. By Sin Loved, he was called. Sin Loved was this guy named. This guy was named Sin Loved. In the first region, Ninurta and Enlil were absent. They had went to the lands beyond the ocean. In the second region, Ra was away. He traveled to other lands as Marduk. So this guy's going around, yeah, what a pimp. He's going to these other lands. Hello, I am Marduk. I have returned. Worship me. Here I am. Okay, Marduk is off to die again. Maybe he will return one day. Until I return, though, worship me, because I'm going to return one day. And all of you unbelievers who didn't believe I was coming back, fire and brimstone for you bitches. All right, peace. I'm out. But he flies over to some other region.
You know what that is? Symbol for bread in hieroglyphs. You know what that is? Ra's eye. You know what that is? A planet, because it doesn't have a Birkland cliff or a conical hat, but it's a fucking magnet. As I'm drawing this, as I'm drawing the eye, I realize what the bread was. You see how it goes? I'm drawing the language and I'm like, duh. Holy shit. I'm going to sit down again. I was on a roll now. I'm just going to sit down and be like, let's listen to some Josh.
Hello, I am Ra. I have returned. Yes,
something I've been wondering.
Ra, the one true God. I've returned.
I'm just going to sit here and be
but
like,
I have returned. Guess what?
Okay, so
you
now
bitches
that whole
didn't
fucking
believe in
world
me,
starting to
believe I
make
was
a
coming
lot of
back.
sense.
Guess what you're going to get? Yeah. Fire and brimstone, motherfucker.
Oh my God.
That's ridiculous. This is your religion, ladies and gentlemen. This is your religion right here. Yeah, I'm wrong. Yeah, it's me. Yeah. Oh, you don't believe in me?
Oh, I know what the bread
her chance
is.
Was in her hands to seize all power. Inanna envisioned to seize all lands of Naram Sin.
I'm drawing
the lands that she commanded.
I'm fucking
to march against Megan and Malua. She instructed.
Oh my God.
The sacrilege of an Earthling's army through the 4th region passing Naram Sin was committed.
Yay.
He invaded Megan, the sealed Ikur house, which like a mountain is, and attempted to enter.
Oh.
By the sacrilegious transgressions, Enlil was infuriated.
He's
Upon
mad.
Naram Sin and Agade, he put a curse.
Curse? Uh-oh.
By a bite of a scorpion, Naram Sin did die. By the command of Enlil was Agade wiped out.
Oh.
At the count of 1,500 years on Earth, this did happen. Now, this is the account of the prophecy by Galzu and to Enlil to envision. So that leaves us at the top of page 30, or actually towards the bottom. Right in the middle, rather. I'll get it
More
right
Galzu. More Galzu. Galzu is throughout all these tablets, talking to them, telling them stuff in their dream. That's what they call him, was Galzu, because that's who they think he is at first. And then they start piecing shit together later in different books. This is the creator of all fucking. They'll figure it out in the days. They might figure it out in this one. But there's whole like lamentations, I guess. I haven't read the whole things. I've seen some texts in the cuneiform of their dreams and shit. It written on like all the rest of the cuneiform, taking an hour to get the fucking the gist of what the hell they're trying to fucking tell you, because they're repeating everything over and over and over, and it's about a little bag that the hero's carrying and why he's got the bag. A whole paragraph, and then every single person you run into, before they have any kind of action, they go over, they take that and then sonnet that thing, and it's like, and you got to read it just because it's there. Okay, I had to read it just because I'm fucking neurotic. I got to make sure all the words are the same because the words are key, and sometimes the text will change. Anyways, that's how their language works. It's like a 3-layered language. It's fucking nuts. But that's how I can spot their writings in English. They have 3 different stories a lot of times in their damn tales. It makes it interesting. Depends on what framework you're listening to it or reading it in, like the Bible, for example. There's a lot of story. There's a lot of ways you can read that book, but if you get the right framework, all of a sudden there's like there, and this is the framework here. It's fucking Bible canon. We know Noah had to go into a witness protection program. His name was Ishkapikin, and he stole the Reed Hut's plans that Inky gave it to build a submarine, and then he built the submarine and left the Reed Hut. Now Reed Hut's pissed because he got left behind in the deluge, and he's out to find Ishkapikin, but they renamed him to Noah and hid his ass up in the mountains on the other side of the fucking world to raise sheep. That's the story. We just sat here and heard it. It's thousands of years in the language of the gods. Abraham is in this mess. And they literally just said, they're going to get into we'll hear. His birth city is Ur.
301, page 301. And we're going to leave it right there, 9 man. Interesting stuff here. All this stuff we've been reading. The connection of the Ark of the Covenant and the Stargate thing, that's huge. That's huge. You certainly didn't hear that on Ancient Aliens, I don't think.
No.
Good stuff there. Now this is the account of the prophecy by Galzu given to Enlil in a vision about Marduk's supremacy and how man chose to survive a calamity. After Marduk became Amun, as in Amun-Ra, the monotheistic sun god of Egypt, who brought about the one God system that all religions are based on to this day.
Yes.
Kingship in the major religions, kingship in the second region disintegrated, disorder and confusion reigned. After Agade was wiped out, in the first region there was disorder, confusion reigned. In the first region, kingship was in disarray. From cities of gods to cities of man, it moved about. Unag-Ki, Lagash, Urim, and Kish, Easing into faraway places, kingship was shifting. Then Enlil consulted with Anu and deposited the kingship in the hands of Nanar. To Urim, in whose soil the divine heavenly bright object remained implanted, kingship was granted for the third time. In Urim, a righteous shepherd of men, Nanar as king was appointed. Namu was his name. Like the name of the area, Equity in the lands Namu established. He made an end to violence and strife in all lands. Prosperity was abundant. It was at that time, in the nighttime, that Enlil had a dream vision. The image of a man appeared to him, bright and shining like the heavens he was. As he approached and stood by Enlil's bed, Enlil recognized the white-haired Galzu. In his left hand, a tablet of lapis lazuli he was holding. The starry heavens were designed on it. By the 12 constellation signs, the heavens were divided. To them, with his left hand, Galzu pointed. From the bull to the ram, Galzu shifted his pointing finger. 3 times the pointing he repeated. Then, in the dream vision, Galzu spoke up to Enlil and said, "The righteous time of benevolence and peace by evildoing and bloodshed will be followed. In 3 celestial portions, the ram of Marduk, the bull of Enlil will replace. One who himself has declared as a supreme God will seize supremacy on earth. A calamity that has never before occurred by fate decreed will happen. As at the time of the deluge, a righteous and worthy man must be chosen. By him, his seed will preserve civilized mankind as by the creator of all intended to be preserved." So did Galzu, the divine emissary, say to Enlil in the dream vision. When Enlil from the nighttime awakened from the dream vision, there was no tablet beside his bed. Was it an oracle of heaven, or did it all in my heart? Did I in all in my heart imagine it? Enlil wondered to himself. To none of his sons, then or among them, did Enlil tell of the dream vision he had had. Among the priests in the Nibiru Key temple of celestial savants, Enlil inquired. Tirhu, an oracle priest, indicated him to the high priest. Of Ibru, of Arkad, the grandson, he was descended. 6th generation of Nibiru Key priests he was. With the royal daughters of Urim's, they were intermarried with the kings. Get yourself to Nanar's temple in Urim and observe the heavens for the celestial time. 72 earth years is the count of a celestial portion. The passage of 3 thereof record carefully. So did Enlil say to Tirhu the priest. He made him count the prophesied time. While Enlil pondered the pertinence of the dream vision, Marduk went from land to land. Yeah, he's going around setting himself up as shop, setting himself up as a god everywhere. Amun Ra over here, Quetzalcoatl over here. He's going around setting up shop everywhere. Yeah. Of his supremacy, he was telling the people to gain followers was his purpose. In the lands of the Upper Sea and the lands of the Ki and Gi border, Nabu, Marduk's son, was inciting the people. To seize the 4th region was his plan. Between the dwellers of the west and the dwellers of the east, clashes were occurring. Kings of hosts of warriors formed. Canvas ceased going, and the walls of cities were raised. What Galzu had foretold indeed is happening, Enlil said to himself. Upon Tirhu and his sons descended a worthy lineage, Enlil set his gaze. This is the man to choose, thy Galzu indicated, Enlil said to himself. To Nanar, without revealing the dream vision, Enlil thus said to his son, in the land between the rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, which is Mesopotamia, Arbakan had come, established a city like Urim. A home abode away from Urim, let it be for you and Mingo. In its midst, established a temple shrine, and appoint the priest Prince Tiru to be in charge thereof. By his father's words, abiding Nanar in the land of Arbakan, the city of Haran established. To be high priest in its temple shrine, Tiru he sent. His family he sent with him. When 2 celestial portions out of the prophesied 3 were completed, Tiru went to Haran. At that time, Namu, the joy of Urim in the western lands, fell from his chariot and died. On the throne of Urim was his son Shulgi, who succeeded him, full of bile and eager for battles. Shulgi was. In the Biruki, he anointed himself high priest. In Unaki, he sought the joys of Anana's vulva. Straight up with it right there. Yeah. So this is Mr. Big Nuts, we'll be able to call him. Shulgi. S-H-U-L-G-I, Shulgi.
Yes.
Shulgi comes in and is like, all right, let's fuck some shit up.
Yeah.
Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I want to fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you. I want to fight, I want to fight, I want to fight. Fuck you, fuck you. I'm going to get me some of Anana's vulva. He sought the joys of Anana's vulva. That's going to be my new pickup line. Excuse me. Yes. Hi, how you doing? I'm seeking the joys of your vulva. Want to go back to my place? You might actually get some with that one. A chick would probably be so thrown off. I'm interested in the joys of your vulva. Yeah, you think you might be interested in that? Warriors from the mountain lands, not beholden to Nanar, in his army he enlisted. With their help, he overran the western lands, and he ignored the sanctity of the Mission Control Center. In the sacred 4th region, he set his foot. He declared himself king of the 4 regions. About the defilements, Enlil was angered. He spoke to Enki about the invadings. The rulers of your region have exceeded all bounds, Enki said bitterly to Enlil. Of all the troubles, Marduk is the fountainhead, Enlil retorted to Enki. Still, the dream vision, keeping to himself, Enlil turned his attention to Nirhu. Upon Ibiru, the eldest son of Tirhu, Enlil cast the choosing gaze. A princely offspring, valiant and with priestly secrets, acquainted Ibiram was. Ibram was. This one I think Abraham. Ibram. So he was a priest that was familiar with priestly secrets that came from the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Funny how it's always both sides that set up religions, isn't it? I'm not totally convinced. He talks about Mormonism. I'm not totally convinced that. That is what Joseph claims. Yeah, what would you call a spiritual or extraterrestrial experience? Yeah. He was chosen as the one to bring those out because of his bloodline. Because he was of that bloodline that came from the Anunnaki. That's why he was chosen to bring it out. All religions are like this, folks. All religions of the world that come from these people. To protect the sacred places, enable the chariot ascent in descent, Enlil commanded Ibram to go. No sooner did Ibram from Haran depart than in that city Marduk arrived. The defilement he too had observed, As birth pains of a new order, he doomed them. From Haran, on the threshold of Shumer, his final thrust and plan. From Haran, at the edge of Ishtar's domain situated, he directed the raising of armies. When 24 earth years of his sojourn had passed in Haran, Marduk made a tearful appeal to the other gods or whomever else had descended. Confessing his transgressions, but insisting on his lordship, he said to them thus, O gods of Haran, O great gods who judge, learn my secret. As I girdle my belt, my memories I remember. I am the divine Marduk, a great god. In my domain, I am known as Ra. For my sins to exile I went. To the mountains I have gone, and in many lands I have wandered. From where the sun rises to where the sun sets, I went. To the land of Ishtar I came. 24 years in the midst of Haran I nested. An omen in its temple I saw. Until when? About my lordship, an omen in the temple I asked. Your days of exile are completed, to me the oracle in the temple said. All great gods who determine the fate, let me set my course to my city. I temple Esagil as an everlasting abode to establish, a king in the Babylon installed to my temple house, when all the Anunnaki gods assemble and accept my covenant. So this Marduk, confessing and appealing, announced to the other gods his coming. By his appeal to their submission, the Anunnaki gods were disturbed and alarmed. To a great assembly take counsel and will summon them all. All the Anunnaki in the Nubarian sea gathered. Enki and Marduk's brothers also came. They were all agitated about the happenings and opposed to Marduk and the Jews they all were. In the council of the great gods, accusations were rampant. Recriminations filled the chamber. What is coming, no one can predict. Let us accept Marduk's supremacy into a long council. If the time of the Ram is coming, let us deprive Marduk of the bond of heaven and earth. Enlil proposed in anger. So they're saying he's got the bond of heaven and earth. He's got control of the Stargate. So they're saying, let's take that away from him. To obliterate the place of the celestial chariots, all except Enki agreed. To use, therefore, the weapons of terror that Nergal suggested, only Enki was opposed. Of the decision, Earth to Anu pronounced the words. Anu to Earth repeated the words. What was destined to be by your decision to undo will fail, so did Enki say as he departed. The evil thing to carry out Nerta and Nergal were selected. So that's the area where they're talking about using this weapon of terror, a nuclear weapon. They're talking about using that in the area where Ra was in power, and that was the area of Egypt. It's interesting that out there in the desert, we have all this yellow glass that the Egyptians later used to carve out scarabs and things out of. That does indicate there was some sort of high energy intense blast in that area. 307, page 307 now. This is the account of how faith did lead to destiny. 307. So that's where we're going to be picking up that next time on the broadcast. And thank everybody for being with us here tonight for the show. My website is theglobalreality.com. It's www.theglobalreality.com. Again, there is we have the donate button there.
It's about time to shame this shit.
Up to $10,000 a day, I think it is. You can use it up there. But we need some support right now in a big way, folks. We support to buy new gear. I got to have support just to live and survive. And it's just been nil and slimmer the past couple of weeks. So, I mean, this is we're in need of help. Please help us out if you can. VivoReality.com, chicken banner donate button, and PO Box if you can't use PayPal. My name is Josh Reeves. I love you all. Take care.
I was walking down the street, down around the one. I was really to the beat, but I'm not service. Never been alive. I'm not taking it away. Saw you reading across the sky. Maybe that's now.
Did lead to destiny, and how step by step, some in long forgotten times taken, made the great calamity happen.
Yeah.
Now let it for all time be recorded and remembered. This is going to be important stuff here. When the decision to use the weapons of terror was made, Enlil kept two secrets to himself. To no one before the terrible decision was taken did Enlil reveal the secret of Galzin's dream vision. To no one until the fateful decision was made did Enlil disclose the hiding place, disclose his knowledge of the terror's hiding place. When despite all protestations, the council permitted to use the weapons of terror. When Enki, angry and distraught, left the council chamber, in his heart Enki was smiling. Only he knew where the weapons were hidden. So Enki thought. For it was he, before Enlil had come to earth, who with Abgal in the palace, in a place unknown, he did hide the weapons. That Abgal was exiled by Enlil to a place disclosed was unknown to Enki. When Enki heard the sacred secret in his heart, he harbored a wistful thought that for such a long sojourn, the weapons of terror would have evaporated. Little did Enki expect the long sojourn would cause a calamity as never before known on earth. Thus it was that without Enki needing, Enlil disclosed the hiding place to the two heroes. Those 7 weapons of terror in a mountain they abide to them in Lil said. In a cavity inside the earth they dwell, with the terror to clad them is required. Then the secret of how the weapons awaken from their deep sleep in Lil did reveal to them. So these weapons, these 7 weapons, are buried in the mountain somewhere deep inside of the earth.
Three-hole twisted Dota.
And they're referring to them as being asleep. And they have to be woken up.
He did.
So what are they referring to here? Could it be that they're referring to almost as what we refer to as a computer in sleep mode?
Yeah, Josh.
You know, it looks like it's off,
Catch up.
it's on, basic functionality, but
Catch up.
it's there, but you had to pull it out of
You
sleep
gotta wake
mode.
them up.
You could be
They're a
what we're
weapon
talking
of
about.
destruction. They're a nuke.
Before the 2 sons, one of Enlil, one of Enki, they departed to the hiding place.
He's slow.
Enlil said words of forewarning to them.
Me? It's like
When the weapons
2.
are used, the place of the chariots must be vacated by the Anunnaki. The cities must be spared. The
That's
people
what
must
time
not
it is.
perish. In his skyship,
Been making
Nergal soared to the hiding place.
twisted donut.
Ninurta was delayed by his father.
Stuff.
A
3
word to
holes.
his son alone Enlil wished to say.
Listening to them
A
never
secret to
destroying
him
us again.
alone to reveal. About the prophecy of Galzu.
You heard these before. You know where we're at. Know where we've been. If you're gonna be around, what you missed is Marduk's tried to take supremacy everywhere. He's gone around telling all the people of the world he's like different gods. And he's got himself a little fucking beacon over here, and he's calling out the ships and going up to heaven and letting us run the ship. So they ain't very happy.
And the choosing of Ibram to Ninurta, he told. Hot-headed is Nergal.
Hot-headed.
Make sure that the cities are spared, that Ibram is forewarned to Ninurta in Lil said.
Abraham is forewarned before the
When
destruction
Ninurta arrived at the place
Sodom
of the
and
weapons,
Gomorrah.
Nergal had already brought the weapons from out of the cavity. As their emies from the long slumber he awakened, to each one of the 7, Nergal gave a task name. The one without rival, the first weapon he called. The blazing flame he named it, the second. The one who with terror crumbles he called the third. Mountain melter he called the fourth.
Mountain melter.
Mountain melter, wow. One weapon that just melts mountains, so that's good quality.
But how about
When
the one that has
the
no...
limb of the world seeks, he named the fifth.
How about number 1, man?
And the one who above and below no one spares was the sixth.
Mm-hmm.
The 7th was filled with monstrous venom, and it was called the vaporizer of living things. These are 7 different weapons, all that have a different ability. With Anu's blessing, the 7 were given to Ninurta and Nergal, with therewith to wreak destruction.
Mm-hmm.
When Ninurta arrived at the place of the weapons of terror, Nergal was ready to destroy and annihilate.
There's evidence of this.
I shall kill the son
10
and
miles
I
from
will
my house.
annihilate the father. Nergal was shouting with vengeance.
I've seen it with my own
The
eyes.
lands they covet will vanish. The sinning cities I will upheaval. So did Nergal.
Keeping in mind, the only reason we were sinning cities is because Marduk had parked his ass there as a god and said, I'm supreme here now. So we're sinning now because we're worshiping Marduk. And we shouldn't be, because it's Enlil that's ruling the fucking planet. Marduk's time hasn't come yet. Well,
Enraged, announced. Valiant Nergal.
keep in mind, they just killed us in the flood, and they swore to, well, and they fucking, who, they need us and everything. And they swore to, well, they wouldn't do it again.
Will you, the righteous, with the unrighteous destroy? So did Ninurta, his comrade, ask. The instructions of Enlil are clear. To the selected targets, the way I will lead. Behind me, you will follow. The decision of the Anunnaki is known to me, Nergal said to Ninurta. For 7 days and 7 nights, the signal from Enlil, the two awaited. As was his intention, when his waiting was complete, Marduk returned to Babili. In the presence of his followers, with weapons armed, he declared his supremacy. 1,736 was the count of Earth years then. On that day, on that faithful day, Enlil sent the signal to Ninurta. To Mount Mashu, Ninurta departed. Behind him, Nergal followed. The mount and the plain in the heart of the fourth region, Ninurta surveyed from the skies. With a squeezing in his heart, he gave a signal and a sign to Ninurta. Keep off to him, he signaled. Then the first terror weapon from the skies, Ninurta let loose. The top of Mount Mashu, with a flash, it sliced off. The mountain's innards in an instant melted. Above the place of the celestial chariots, the second weapon he unleashed. With a brilliance of 7 suns, the plain's rocks were made into a gushing wound, which just liquefied them. The earth shook and crumbled, and the heavens after the brilliance were darkened. With burnt and crushed stones, the plain of the chariots was covered. Of all the forests that had surrounded the plain, only tree stems were left standing. It is done. Ninurta from his skyship, his black divine bird, he shouted. The control that Marduk and Nabu so coveted, forever of it they will be deprived. Then to emulate Ninurta, Nergal desired, to the era the Annihilator, his heart urged him. Following the King's Highway to the Verdant Valley of the 5 cities, he flew. In the Verdant Valley, where Nabu, the people, was converting, Nergal planned to squash him as a caged bird. Over the 5 cities, one after the other, Era upon each of the skies dropped a terror weapon. The 5 cities of the valley he finished off, and they were overturned to desolation. With fire and brimstones, they were upheaval. All that lived there was turned to a vapor. By the awesome weapons were mountains toppled. Where the sea waters were barred, the bolt broke open. Down into the valley, the sea's waters poured. By the waters that flooded, the valley was flooded. When upon the cities, ashes, the waters poured, steam was rising from them to the heavens. It is done, Era and his skyship shouted. In Nergal's heart, there was no more vengeance. Surveying their evil handiwork, the 2 heroes were puzzled by what they saw. By a darkening of the skies that were followed by brilliances, a storm began to blow. Swirling within a dark cloud, gloom from the skies as an evil wind carried.
Evil.
As the day wore on, the sun was obliterated with darkness on the horizon. At nighttime, a dreaded brilliance skirted its edges. The moon and its rising it made disappear. When dawn the next morning came from the west, from the upper sea, a storm wind began blowing. The dark brown cloud directed it eastward. Toward the settled lands did the cloud spread. Wherever it reached, death to all that lives, it delivered mercilessly. Sounds like the Black Plague.
No.
From the valley of no pity, spawned by the brilliances toward Shamir, the death was carried. To Enlil and Enki, Ninurta, and Nergal, the alarm sounded. Unstoppable, the evil wind delivers death to all. Enki and Enlil transmitted the alarm to the gods of Shamir. Escape, escape. To all of them, they cried out.
To the gods.
Let the people disperse. Let the people hide. From their cities, the gods did flee like frightened birds from their nests. Escaping they were. Escaping they were. The people of the lands by the evil storm's hand were clutched. Futile was the running. Stealthily was the death, like a ghost, the fields and the cities it attacked. The highest walls, the thickest walls, but like floodwaters, it passed. No door could shut it out, no bolt could turn it back. Those who were behind the locked doors hid inside their houses and were felled like flies. Those who in the streets fled were in the streets as the corpses piled up. Cough and phlegm filled the chests, and their mouths were filled with spittle and foam. Yeah, it's causing them to foam at the mouth. It's straight up black death. As the evil wind, that was what the Ancient Aliens was about this past week. And here's an example of that. Our good buddy Sukalos Apocalypse says probably the funniest fucking thing that's ever been said on an Ancient Alien series, and that is penis sheath. Some people say this is a penis sheath. I was like, Jesus Christ, just tell it what it is. It's a fucking cock holster. Here's a 5,000-year-old cock holster that I believe was found in Eric von Daniken's asshole.
It may have been.
As the evil wind were unseen to the people, engulfed, their mouths were drenched with blood. Slowly over the lands the evil wind blew. From west to east, over plains and mountains it traveled. Everything that lived behind it was dead and dying. People and cattle, all alike, perished. The waters were poisoned. In the fields, all vegetation withered. From Eridu in the south to Sapar in the north, the evil wind did overwhelm the land. Bavili, where Marduk's supremacy was declared, was spared by the evil wind. So Babylon, Bavili, was, interestingly enough, spared by the wind. So that's the end of the 13th tablet. We have here the synopsis of the 14th tablet. And we'll go ahead and read this tonight. I'll probably read it again before we start the 14th tablet tomorrow.
See, Creator of all told
synopsis of the 14th tablet. Bavili, Marduk's chosen sinner, survives the calamity.
And they just did it.
Enki sees it as an omen of Marduk's inevitable supremacy.
So they have a lot of dreams
ponders
with
the
this
past, fate, and destiny. Accepts Marduk's supremacy and retreats to faraway lands. The brothers bid a sentimental goodbye.
Yeah, see.
Enki sees the past as a guide for foretelling the future. He decides to commit it all to record for posterity. And colophone by the scribe in Dubsar. So 314.
In Dubsar.
314 is what we'll pick up next time. And that's interesting. That brings us up to what this whole thing was supposed to be about. And it's interesting when you read this, and some people say, "Oh, this is bullshit. This is just acrobatic and stuff." And it very well may be. But the fact of the matter is that these texts exist. They are there. They are real.
Eat my bread.
And you can't deny that the things that we're being warned about in this are exactly the things that have taken over our planet.
My hands in this shit on Dubsar.
And that's why all this stuff was taken and turned into religion and phony fairy tales without any context.
It's a phony fairy tale.
Because if we truly know what happened in the past of our ancestors, and possibly on other planets happening, according to this genealogical and historical record of Nibiru,
and then they fight with.
And this is a warning that we should all take serious heed to, so that we don't go the same way that these people who created us went on their planet, and that just seems to be exactly the way the New World Order wants to take us.
Josh, motherfucker, they're still here.
Time to pull our heads out of our asses and realize that this,
they're still here.
This is what they've been hiding. And there's more that we haven't found yet. They've probably got in the Vatican Library, but we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Again, folks, we are in desperate need of your support right now. If you go around, use the chip and bear, the donate button. Please help us meet our goal.
Hey there, lady.
So we can take this thing to the next level, because it's time. We can't wait another year. We've got to do this now. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We'll see you next time on the broadcast. Have a great one. Take care.
I got a couple pipes done. Thinking about making myself horn. What are you doing? Oh, it's fun. Yeah, I pulling points. I pull them down about the size I need them for a pipe or a bubbler can or beer glass or whatever. They just come in the big tube. That's half my job right there. Already done for me. I learned how to blow glass. Philly School of Arts there, old world style. I just taught myself how to do this off of that. This is easier. A lot more detail. I just, I could get crazy with this shit. It's nice. I like working with it. And I can pay the bills with it too. Hopefully. Usually. COVID's been rough, man. Can't get supplies, can't get fucking. I've been waiting for fucking almost 2 months on some supply. I'm still waiting. This ain't even what I need. I can't find that anymore.
The underlying thing of life. And this is one of the first books that I read that really woke me up to the greater reality. And so I want to read this out of this book today.
So I decided to make some because somebody's going to want some.
Just go to the introduction book by Very Stanley Nolan. Are human beings potential gods as they have been told? Or are they merely the least of worms? The world today is a seething mass of contradictions.
Mm-hmm.
Life does not become simpler with each new achievement, and the average man kept busy with the urgent process of existing has little time for thought. Now, what struck me as interesting about this book is it was first published in 1938.
Fixing to head out to the shed.
And how relevant it is in our time and age, I think, is very interesting. What has man been doing all these centuries?
Well,
why do disease, difficulties, and dangers appear to have increased the more civilization?
I would say for convergence, yeah, probably.
There comes a time in the lives of many people
24.
when they earnestly desire to find an answer to these questions. They would know why they are here, what it is all about, and if they can learn to master circumstances instead of continually being a prey to them. They
I don't
make
know, though.
Individual effort to find out for themselves if there is really any rhyme or reason, any justice.
We'll be on Raw long before that, though. We're getting off of this sun.
When a man arrives at this stage in his
life,
it marks a very important crisis in his development.
So
it is the moment at which he changes from a puppet.
Don't sit around thinking you got till 2024
the honored
to get ready for this shit.
To his surprise, he finds that the number of these seekers is increasing rapidly, and that, in fact, they are beginning to make their impact felt upon social consciousness. He soon sees the significance of this. True socialism becomes possible when people recognize themselves as individual units of power, capability, and thought. Then there will inevitably follow a correspondingly important and congenial position in life for each one of them. There is an unfailing demand for either the competent worker or for those able to wield constructive influence, and all can fill one of these needs. There is no other way to individual happiness. The general apathy and ignorance which has existed for so long has reduced living conditions to a chaos in which there has been undernourishment in the midst of a plenty, barbaric wars and cruelties taking place under the wing of so-called religion, and a system of education which results either in mental power, physical fitness, good looks, or happiness. Now, however, humanity is waking up in a wonderful manner to a recognition of its own failures. Everywhere there was a widespread effort and intensive seeking going on in manifold directions. This effort is to be found not only among the leaders and teachers of the people, but among the people themselves. The public interest in health, diet, physical culture, spiritualism, and hundreds of other cults and movements shows the beginnings of a powerful wave of progress, which may sweep humanity upwards to the peak of a new renaissance of a kind the world has never known before. There are many today already caught in the throes of the birth of this coming renaissance. They are tormented by the desire to know more of the inner meaning of life and the hidden issues to which they are so swiftly moving.
We found them.
One after another, they take up the challenge of life's riddle and join the ever-growing band of seekers. It is significant that this seeking should press into the realms of religious, psychic, spiritualistic, and occult thought. In other words, the inner unseen world of causes. Man realizes that science, which has dealt so successfully with physical phenomena, has yet succeeded in giving humanity any measure of happiness or safety. So he is at least determined to try to find his happiness by getting in touch with causes instead of effects, by seeking for the laws of truths.
You bet. Seeking for the laws of truths, like I don't know, laws of physics. That's true. But yeah, it's crazy. They give us the unfavorable definition of the word meek. And when you get down to the meek we're talking about, that is the furthest thing from weak you can be describing, which kind of surprised me.
If any, which may lie behind the reactions of living things, begins to sense the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is the result of an accumulation of facts, and its tendency is, through specializing, to isolate subjects one from another. Wisdom is the deduction from these facts of useful laws, a process which can only take place by comparing the facts in one compartment with those in all the others, thus giving a vision of the whole.
And I have done an awful lot of different things throughout my life that pertain to all, laws of physics, building houses, reading the blueprints, figuring out how to fucking cantilever and fucking all the A squared plus. I'm an alchemist since '93, and I was trained in nuclear electronics long before I ran into Lee. New compression waves.
When a man becomes an individual seeker, his first effort is to discover what he can of facts connected with the fundamental truths of life. He wants proof. There are many people ready to admit to him in the world of inner research he is faced with a long and complicated pilgrimage. Wonderful promises are held out to him. He is assured of becoming a Superman, with health, happiness, and power hitherto undreamt of and hard for him to comprehend. He asks himself if all this can be true.
And to reiterate, because I know there's new people in here, I ain't trying to badmouth Lee. I'm just saying that's not where I got my fucking information on physics. I was sending people there to just keep it away from me. So I wasn't your teacher. I don't want to be a guru. That's where that came from. I was actually that's why I'm responsible for it. I was trying to deny anything that was real at that point. Set thousands of people down. I had no idea what was coming. I didn't know what was going on. I ain't got a map to what's going on. I'm just saying I had nowhere near the picture I do now. Just wow. Of course, time does that, doesn't it? Yeah, just loving life as it goes on and sucking it in, and all the experiences. What can you do? Learn, grow from it. Stack your soul bucks up. Wake some people up, folks. This is a good ride. We're fixing to roll. Ding, ding. Alarm bells are ringing. I wonder if anybody's hearing my heart sing. I might have to call some people. Cat's out of the bag. They don't want to be the last talking about it, right? Boy, they.
If so, why is humanity still wallowing in such helplessness?
Because they're
In
still here.
bewilderment, he hesitates on the threshold of philosophy, spiritualism, Christian Science, or a dozen other cults and isms.
Because they're still here.
His inexperienced eyes are unable to detect the true form from the false.
It's not
And he is
magic.
at the mercy
It's magnet.
of many people who seek to enlist him for their own pet cult, or who wish to make profit for themselves by trading upon his virgin curiosity and learning. If he has a tendency to emotionalism or love of the sensational, he will be an easy prey. Now that's very interesting, isn't it? That sounds like the Patriot movement to me. Think about that. It's talking about how people who are seeking
But I've
the
always
truth may be
said,
enlisted by people for their own pet cult who wish to make profits.
yeah, BLM, all these damn things. Now, it's a big game. They're playing the same games exactly. He's pointing out right now. Same games. And yeah, it's all magnet. That whole magical thing. That's a well, if you don't know you have a magnet, somebody does, and then they've mastered theirs. I suppose you would look magical. We're not. We're of creation, though. We're of the truth, and it's in our hearts, literally, physically, in your heart. That's important. That's such a simple. It really is simple if you break it down in physics and understand right to the fucking frequency. For fuck's sake, we get. I've just proven there's a creator. Why would people be throwing stones? Oh dear. I just proved why they die early here too. I mean, now knowing that, why would they even want to be here? You're giving up 700 years of your 1,000 years to live here for 300. That's it. I mean, and they live a lot longer. We used to live about 1,000 years, but the Anunnaki lived quite a long time on their planet. Is Enlil and Inky, they're kids, and fucking Anu's young still, and they're dead. So are their kids. Marduk's dead. Marduk died around Alexander's time. Because Alexander, as far as I can tell, is Marduk's last born child. And he was a half breed. Cool turtle. You have a good evening. I think I'm about done for the night myself. I'm tired. Been up since early. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. Um, Today is Friday. I have a few things to do tomorrow, so I got to be up early again. Hard to keep track of days sometimes when you're working for yourself, whatever. You're not really on a schedule. Turn off my explosives. So let me see what Josh is doing. I think he's wrapping up this one. And if he is, we'll bounce to the end of days. Let me see. Finding the Third Eye series. Hang on.
But by seizing upon their curiosity and their yearning.
Okay.
And if they have a tendency towards emotional, towards emotional things or sensationalism, they'll be an easy prey for these types of movements. Very interesting. How then is he going to escape the many pitfalls and manage to keep the true path to an understanding and mastery of life? These chapters have been written in an effort to provide the seeker with a simple guidebook for the pilgrimage to truth, a concise bird's eye view of the new universe which he is about to explore. It endeavors to help him to place each new discovery into its relevant position.
If you can't find any,
yeah, we're done with the lost book. It ended with everybody dying except for Babylon.
Preface: the past, the future. When will they return?
When will they
I've been
return?
asked this question
They never
countless
left.
times by people who've read my books.
So we'll start
The
this.
they being the Anunnaki, the extraterrestrials who have come to Earth from their planet.
I'm going to go turn off my oxygen too.
And who were revered in antiquity as
I wanted
gods.
to hit the hole.
Will it be when Nibiru and its elongated orbit returns to our vicinity, and what will happen then? Will there be darkness at noon and the earth shall shatter? Will it be peace on earth or Armageddon? A millennium of trouble and tribulations, or a messianic second coming? Will it happen in 2012 or later, or not at all?
Later.
These are profound questions that combine people's deepest hopes and anxieties,
About 12
religious
years
beliefs
later.
and expectations. Questions compounded by current events, wars in lands where the entwined affairs of gods and men began, the threats of nuclear holocausts, the alarming ferocity of natural disasters. They are questions that I dared not answer all these years, but now are questions the answers to which must not be delayed. Questions about the return, it ought to be realized, are not new. They have inexorably been linked to the past as they are today to the expectation and the apprehension of the day of the Lord, the end of days, Armageddon. 4 millennia ago, the Near East witnessed a God and his Son promising heaven on earth. More than 3 millennia ago, king and people in Egypt yearned for a messianic time. 2 millennia ago, the people of Judea wondered whether the Messiah had appeared, and we are still seized with the mysteries of those events. Are prophecies coming true? We shall deal with the puzzling answers that were given, solve ancient enigmas, decipher the origin and meanings of symbols, the cross, the fishes, the chalice. We shall describe the role of space-related sites in historic events and show why past, present, and future converge in Jerusalem, the place of the bond of heaven and earth. And we shall ponder why it is that our current 21st century AD is so similar to the 21st century BCE. Is history repeating itself? Is it destined to repeat itself? Is it all guided by a messianic clock? Is the time at hand? More than 2 millennia ago, Daniel of Old Testament fame repeatedly asked the angels when. When will be the end of days, the end of time? More than 3 centuries ago, the famed Sir Isaac Newton who elucidated the secrets of celestial moons, composed treatises on the Old Testament's book of Daniel and the New Testament's book of Revelation. His recently found handwritten calculations concerning the end of days will be analyzed, along with more recent predictions of the end. Both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament asserted that the secrets of the future are embedded in the past, that the destiny of earth is connected to the heavens, that the affairs and fate of mankind are linked to those of God and gods. In dealing with what is yet to happen, we cross over from history to prophecy. One cannot be understood without the other. And we shall report them both.
I'm looking in my files. I'm not finding it. How you doing, Lauren? Toon World, how you doing? Oh, you just finished sit. Good sit, huh? Hey, Red. So, what phase of the moon is egg? It looks kind of like an egg up here right now. I'm all like, it took me so long. I'm looking at the moon. I'm like, the shadow looks different. And I come back in because it was cold. I went up here to the laundry room. I'm standing there and I'm looking at it. And I'm like, it looks like a fucking egg. What the? It just looks like an egg. So, I mean, and I'm looking at I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I know I've got a golf ball. I'm ready. I might be up all night. Saw something new. I have theories already. I need to work out. Fucking, oh. I'm telling you, I'm not good boyfriend material. Oh, God. I get a feeling this ain't gonna stop for a couple of years. I've already sworn it off for another year and a half anyway. This is good. This is good. Oh my goodness. Well, look at me. I'm sitting there making a pipe and I figured out what bread meant. It's not bread. Of course it's not. Hieroglyphs. It's the underpart of a fucking eye without the cleft and the hat. Conical part, because it's not conical. It's it's a planet. As I was drawing the IRA, I'm drawing a hieroglyph, and I was like, oh my God, because I drew bread. And I was like, and I got, I got the old ding ding connection single, and everything went off. And I was like, oh my God, I had to put it down. I almost lost the pipe. Every hair on my body's standing up. Like, I know what bread means. But the whole wall started making sense that I was looking at the other day. And I was like, I was trying to find out what that symbol meant. And they wasn't telling me. They said it meant bread. And I'm like, it's way out of context. What does that mean? Everywhere I look, I'm looking at bread. And I'm like, it's not bread. It's not a ball game. It's not bread. No, bread is a flat with a dome. That's bread. But it's not bread. It's a planet. A symbol for a planet because it doesn't have its Birkeland current or the fucking conical hat of the sun. Because all of them, all the suns have conical hats. Set. This son out here, he's got a long spiky hat because his cone's kind of weak. Ra got his blue hat, and then Horse got his red hat. Dingly Cobra, hanging down. They're binary, travel together. Sometimes one of them comes back, another time another, because they don't like hang out like, ooh, we're hanging out together real close. They got a fucking long orbit between themselves. They rarely. I've looked on them walls. I've seen when one of them come back with the boat and the other one come back with a boat. And then another planet that was in the boat is now over here in the boat with the other person. But most of the time it's like Horse coming back, and then we're all come back every now and again. But they got their whole procession over there. And then in Peru, they doing the same thing. They're counting, and if you look at them, it's like, oh, that's every time the sun comes back, we were documenting what planets came with it. So basically, we're fixing to jump boats twice because she's got to be behind Rob before they have the whole perihelia event. We're in between three fucking suns. Go figure. There ain't no surviving for nobody that way. So we're rolling back behind the twins and onto her brother Cloth. And then they're going to go over here and suck old Set dry, and Horse is going to grow bright, and we're going to have some shields up. And then, being as how we're orbiting on Ra at this point, has a fucking moon around her brother, 3 days a night. It's 6-day orbit, 3 days darkness, 3 days light. So we're going around like that on Ra, and then we'll come around over here as we're leaving, and she's talking about hanging out with her son for a while. Like, we might jump boats twice. I'm like, okay, okay, whatever, whatever she wants. I'm cool. Because planet Heaven's hanging out and shit, and she's in jeopardy. It depends on what happens, how mom feels after this, where we're going to hang out. She might have to hang out with dad and be all like, ooh, dad, I'm sad, and pull up some energy. She's been beat up for a while, like we have. She's a people too. This is real for her. She needs these people to come over here and heal their damn planet. That's her relative, aunt, niece, whatever. I don't understand enough. I just understand that where they came from is a living being, and our living being we live on is concerned about it. So I'm trying to, it ain't her gold. It's their hearts, it's their magnetosphere that's weak. And they need to heal it with their hearts. It's physics, just like we do. They lost their connection with their planet so long ago, it's spread here. In other words, they lied to themselves for so long they forgot what the hell they were. That's why we scared them. There's no reason that we scared them. They really forgot that they were us over there. And then they come over here in our human frequency, outside of their human frequency. They die early. We go over there, we get sick, we fucking go crazy, we die because we leave our human frequency. You can't do that shit. If you're going to give up 7,000 out of 10,000 years, I mean, like 3/4 of their fucking life is gone just because they're living here. Their dad Anu watched his kids and his grandkids and fucking the next generation die. He's still a young man over there ruling over us from planet Heaven, basically. And they know that now. They know why. Why would they even want to be here? They need to go heal their planet and stop being childish about this and be children of creation instead. Because we're pretty great creatures, and so are they. They've just been lied to a lot, like us, from cradle to grave for generations. So there you go. That's the picture, and that's the whole new heaven, new earth thing. that they were getting dreams from Galzu about. And there's more dreams. There's a lot. We just heard a couple. There's lamentations, and I mean, Creator of all, give them hell for what they've done, and give them a lot of time to think about what they're doing. They're recycling our souls down here with an electron magnet that picks everybody up when they die. Tablets of Thoth tells you how they even built the damn thing, who runs it, and how it works. If you got the right framework, I've pointed that out in those readings already, right here. And they tell you, and it, you can read it 100 times, you're going to get something out of it different, but somebody with the right base is going to get, you just won't get it if you don't have the right. Well, I just gave it to you. It's over here a couple months ago. And you can listen to it, understanding that Ninzagita is Thoth. He's a teacher of man. He taught fucking Cain and Abel and all these people. Of course he's a fucking Anunnaki, for God's sake. He's Enki's son. Not Marduk, but Ninzagita. There's a lot of,
With that as our guide, let us look at what is
I'll blow glass while I'm listening to this. I actually go to sleep to it sometimes.
Surprise. That was the introduction of Zechariah Sitchin, New York, November 2006.
I got the length of tribulation. We just pointed out Thoth and Marduk and Ra, they were trying to hide us from ourselves. I mean, they gave us the whole plot, how they did it, leaving out a couple key points, which you can figure out already. They're the victors of the war. Of course, they're going to make it. Look, that whole thing was Enki trying to backstep him way out of it, and the whole time they was both having fucking nightmares about don't let this happen, and then they just kind of leave it off there. But there are more lamentations from them. They call them lamentations, but of the destruction and stuff that happened, there's more lamentations. Fucking what's her name? Oh God, the one they called her Isis. Eventually, I can't remember her fucking original name again now. It's escaping me. Well, she's the first titled author on Earth. Lamentations of Earth is what they call her poem. Starts with L. Can't remember her fucking name. I'm just chanting it over here because she's a bad girl. She kept all of her little MRs. But what the fuck? What the fuck was her name? Damn it. Anyway, we'll hear it again. It's hard to keep their damn names straight. They keep changing them and shit. I'm all like, Toth and Ra were Enki's sons. That's good enough, right? He had two of them. The main ones. I mean, of course, Enki was pouring it in everything. But they were Ra and Toth. But that's because they didn't know the writings we were putting on them walls. We were decorating them walls and writings, and they had no idea what we were actually talking about. They thought we were worshiping shit, and we weren't. We were talking about the same shit they was, but we were way more technical on it, and they didn't understand our little mud clay things. Or their mud clay things. I mean, look at the Sumerian depictions of what's going on, and then look at Egypt. And we was building the Sumerian shit for them. And decorating it, and putting their hairs on the statues and shit. We were doing the work for them, and sits there and tells you that. It wasn't the gods doing that. We were the artisans. Fuck, we were putting our language all over their shit. And they didn't know what we were doing. They just thought it was art, pretty. They sit there and tell us this shit. And then they for centuries trying to figure out why they dying over here. And then they have problems readjusting over there and they die quicker. Because you're fucking with your frequencies when you're leaving your fucking planet. That's why. It's called human. That's why we go get sick, go crazy, and die over there. And they do the same thing here. They lose about 3/4 of their life, from what I can gather. Because, like I said, fucking Ani was young. He watched 3 generations of his kids die. He's sitting on the throne over there. That's what I'm hearing. That's what's crazy. I wouldn't want to be here. I'd be like, nah, let's let them have their planet. Let us have our planet, man. Go kill yours. Take it easy.
Chapter number 1, the Messianic
Chapter
Clock.
1, the Messianic Clock.
Wherever one turns, humankind appears seized with apocalyptic trepidation.
All right, turned off my
Messianic
gas. I'm
fervor.
going to pull their point. No, I'm not. I'm
And
probably gonna fall
end-time
asleep.
anxiety. Religious fanaticism manifests itself in wars, rebellions, and the slaughter of infidels. Armies amassed by kings of the West are warring with armies of the kings of the East. A clash of civilization shakes the foundations of traditional ways of life. Carnage engulfs cities and towns. The high and the mighty seek safety behind protective walls. Natural calamities and ever-intensifying catastrophes leave people wondering, has mankind sinned? Is it witnessing divine wrath?
Have we
Is it
popped
due
off
for another
this fall
annihilating
yet?
deluge? Is this the apocalypse?
She
Can
was
there
looking like an
be,
angel
will there
earlier.
be salvation? Are messianic times afoot? The time, the 21st century AD,
Yeah, I
or
think they
was it the
updated
21st century BCE? The answer, correct, is yes and yes.
Yeah, so
Both in our own time as well as in those ancient times, it is the condition of the present time as well as at a time more than 4 millennia ago. And the amazing similarity is due to events in the middle time in between, the period associated with the messianic fervor at the time of Jesus. Those 3 cataclysmic periods for mankind and its planet, 2 in the recorded past, circa 2100 BCE, and when BCE changed to AD,
she got on the
1 in the
fender.
nearing future, are interconnected. One has led to the other. One can be understood only by understanding the other.
Oh shit!
The present stems from the past. The past is the future. Essential to all 3 is messianic expectation, and linking all 3 is prophecy. How the present time of troubles and tribulations will end, what the future portends, requires entering the realm of prophecy. Ours will not be a melange of newfound predictions whose main magnet is fear of doom and end, but a reliance upon unique ancient records that documented the past, predicted the future, and recorded previous messianic expectations, prophesizing the future in antiquity, and one believes the future that is to come. In all 3 apocalyptic instances, the 2 that had occurred, the one that is about to happen, the physical and spiritual relationship between heaven and earth was and remains pivotal for the events. The physical aspects were expressed by the existence on earth of actual sites that linked earth with the heavens. Sites that were deemed crucial, that were focuses of the events. The spiritual aspects have been expressed in what we call religion. In all 3 instances, a changed relationship between man and God was central, except that when circa 2100 BCE, mankind faced the first of these 3 epochal upheavals. The relationship was between men and gods in the plural, meaning more than one. Whether that relationship has really changed, the reader will soon discover.
She was getting
The story of the gods, the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, as the Sumerians called them, begins with their coming to earth from Nibiru in need of gold. The story of their planet was told in antiquity in the Epic of Creation, a long text on 7 tablets. It is usually considered to be an allegorical myth, the product of primitive minds that spoke of planets as living gods combating each other. But as I have shown in my book, The 12th Planet, the ancient text is in fact a sophisticated cosmology that tells how a stray planet passing by our solar system collided with a planet called Tiamat.
It ain't stray.
The collision resulted in the creation of Earth and its moon, of the asteroid belt and comets, and in the capture of the invader itself in a great elliptical orbit that takes about 3,600 years to complete. And yeah, I mean, that's the whole basis of Sitchin's work. Again, why he never talked about Vulcan is just a big question for me. Vulcan actually said to have more of these effects. I don't know. I'm down with the Sumerian stuff. I'm just not down with the whole Nibiru thing. I just don't believe in it.
Well, that's cool.
It was Sumerian texts tell 120 such orbits, 432,000 Earth years prior to the deluge, the great flood, that the Anunnaki came to Earth. How and why they came, their first cities in the Eden, the biblical Eden, their fashioning of the atom and the reasons for it, and the events of the catastrophic.
Josh doesn't know who the real Ra is. He ain't put anything together because he ain't never seen this information we got. So his narration is like off by 10 miles sometimes. What are you gonna do? You too. Have a good night. I'm fixing to sign out myself. I'm sitting here all relaxed. I'm like, go hug a pillow. Okay. I got to take a shower. I'm dirty. We will catch up on this. I think, Mom's getting hot. Mom's been hot. We just came out of an event earlier where they were shut down. Yeah, we've lost a couple hours on the quake map again. We're down to 9. The magnitudes seem to be picking up. The pattern seems to be kind of erratic and quick. It just keep coming every like hour. 2-hour gap. 1 hour. I'll go 2 on that. 1. 1 half an hour. That's not I'm seeing like a extreme ramp up in the pattern. We may be going to have a big one here. She's been hot for, we're starting to have mainland volcanoes pick up in, where Turkey? Where is this? Afghanistan. Japan's surrounded. Alaska. I'm just looking at this one here. In Morocco. I'm wondering what the hell that is. You don't see very many there. I'm not seeing any on the plates, either at the tip of the Americas or the North Atlantic. Indonesia, where's my helipod? There. Going with Indonesia. Just by the harmonic tremors showing up once. Responding to this heat. Not all of them. I mean, like, about 90% of them got a little harmonic tremor. Little wiggles. And it looks too clean. We need a bell ringer in here. I'll say that. Barbados is just looking crazy. Is that? I think something's wrong with their monitor. Puerto Rico's shaking a little bit down there. Looks like Mom's got chicken pox. It's fucking everywhere. So Quake's expecting. She's hot. Mom's full MILF. We've got a thin dress with a hot mother. She's trolling for a big boy. Oh shit, Mom. She got on that thin dress. When she puts that on, you know she's getting wind from Ra. It's blowing the magnetosphere out, but the compression of the other magnets in front are keeping it pressed in tighter than it usually is. But you can see it building on both sides, the pressure. And she'll discharge it. You can watch that happen. She's in mid-discharge right now. Getting back filled, hot. She got her Friday night at the club dress on, real, real thin, full MILF mode. Y'all have yourselves a good evening or a good day if you're in Cat's shoes over there, and everybody else that isn't at nighttime. Some people are getting up right now, like 3 o'clock, 5. It's time to get up East Coast. Have a good night. We'll do it again tomorrow.